Down.
Open the hearing, please.
The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Commissioners, there are two matters flowing from yesterday that need to be dealt with briefly. There are two statements to be tendered for witnesses who are not to be called. The first is the statement of Linda Narelle Sweetman. That's WIT 0526 0001 0001. If that could be brought up, and which I tender.
I think the statement of Ms. Linda Sweetman will be Exhibit 11-17.
The next statement is the statement of Elsie Bramasan, WIT 0546 0001 0001, and I tender that statement.
The statement of Elsie Bramasan will be Exhibit 11-18.
Commissioners, we then turn to the workforce panel on workplace relations. There are 5 witnesses: Darren Matthewson, Lisa Ann Alcock, Paul Francis Gilbert, Claire Tunney and Jenna Lee Field. They're in the witness box, the boxes, and if they could be sworn in, please.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Would you like to take an oath or an affirmation?
Oath, thanks.
Repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Take an oath or an affirmation.
Affirmation, please.
Repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the
and
truth.
nothing but the truth.
Repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Affirmation, please.
Repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Commissioners, there may be one or two appearances that need to be taken.
Yes, Saris.
Mr. Matthewson, we'll start with you. Your statement should appear on the screen in front of you in a moment. Do you wish to make any amendments to that statement?
No, I do not.
And are its contents true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Ms. Alcock, your statement should appear on the screen. You can see that?
Yes,
That's your statement?
it is, yes.
Do you wish to make any amendments?
No.
And are its contents true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Mr. Gilbert, you should see your statement in a moment.
Yes.
Do you wish to make any amendments?
No.
And are its contents true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Ms. Tunney, your statement of the 13th of October should be there now. Do you wish to make any changes or amendments?
There is one amendment that needs to be made at paragraph 18. I've said that United Voice represents members in bargaining in aged care in Western Australia, Queensland and South Australia. We need to add Northern Territory and New South Wales to that.
Thank you. Take that as read. Other than that, the contents are true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
Yes.
Ms Field, that's your statement, or it should be, very shortly.
Yes, that is.
And are there any changes that you wish to make?
No, there are not.
There's been some redactions in your statement that you're aware of, I take it?
Yes.
All right. And other than that, is the statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
We might start the evidence with...
Do these need to be tendered?
Yes, I do apologise, Commissioner. Each statement needs to be tendered.
And presumably tendered separately, as separate
Yes,
exhibit,
please, Commissioners.
All right, well, the statement of Mr Matheson will be exhibit 11-19. Statement of Ms Alcock will be 11-20. Mr Gilbert 11-21. Ms Tunney 11-22. And Ms Field 11-23.
Thank you, Commissioners. As an introduction, I'd like each of you to speak to the people you represent, not the broader union, because we know how many people are in the union, or we know how many people are in your organisations, but the people you deal with in your daily work. So, Mr Mathewson, who do you come across and who do you represent directly in your role at AXA?
We represent a majority of not-for-profit aged care providers delivering residential home care and a range of other services to older Australians. In terms of my daily activities, I deal directly from a reporting point of view, my employee relations manager and my workforce and industry development manager. I also have responsibility geographically for New South Wales, ACT, Victoria and Tasmania. So on a daily basis, I'm dealing with the Chief Executive Officers of small, regional and rural providers around the employee relations and workforce matters, right through to human resource coordinators and employee relations officers, which are the main gamut of those people directly within my membership that I deal with on these matters.
And what are the things that concern them when it comes to negotiating pay, conditions, workforce-related matters in aged care?
The biggest issue faced and certainly communicated to me is around the financial constraints in developing good enterprise bargaining agreements that provide for enhanced wages and conditions for employees.
Right. Ms Alcock, you are from Melbourne and you work for a union. Who are the people that you represent on a daily basis?
The HW is a relatively discrete branch of the Health Services Union, which has broader coverage than the Health Workers Union. So the Health Workers Union is branch number 1 of the Health Services Union in Victoria. As branch number 1, we have coverage of everyone else that the Health Services Union in Victoria doesn't cover. That branch coverage is incredibly broad. If you can think of it broadly, we cover the kind of the lowest paid, almost invisible workforce in the public and private sector health services. So in public sector hospitals, they are your cleaners, personal care attendants, orderlies, admin workers. In aged care, we cover everyone except for registered nurses. So personal care workers, enrolled nurses, cooks, cleaners, leisure and lifestyle workers, admin, general maintenance, everyone else that you don't necessarily think of in aged care, and then everyone else in the health sector really, so phlebotomists, special technical roles like theatre and instrument technicians. It's incredibly broad.
Let's just talk about the membership in aged care. Yep. It's basically the personal care workers.
Yes. Oh, it's everyone in aged care except for our registered nurses.
What is the message that you get from that membership, from your interactions with them? What are the frustrations? What are the things that they want to get out of the enterprise bargaining system?
The two most critical pieces of feedback that we receive from members on a daily basis is the alarming rate of occupational violence, and that is just something you have to accept when you work in aged care. And the second is that the incredibly low rate of pay is something that you have to similarly accept, and it's hard to accept because I feel that you can't have a high quality of care if you have workers working poor and working them into poverty, essentially.
You use the word they have to accept. You have to accept. Why do they have to accept low rates of pay?
In terms of low rates of pay, when we're bargaining with employers, it's part of the conversation I was having with Darren before this process began, is a structural issue. When employers were bargaining with, I don't want to use the word cry poor, but when they come to us and say they just don't have the funding because the government mechanisms and structures just don't provide that level of funding to be able to provide the increase in wages, they can't increase those wages to provide them to us through enterprise bargaining.
We'll come back to that in some detail later. Paul, Mr Gilbert, we'll turn to you now. Your membership is a nursing cohort.
Nurses, midwives and personal care workers in private aged care.
You represent in the state of Victoria.
That same cohort, yes.
And the people that you interact with on a daily basis, who are they?
Well, our structure has an organiser allocated to a geographical area, so each organiser might have between 5 and 40 aged care facilities each, and they report through to an industrial officer. There's 11 of those, and then they report through to me. So often I tend to deal with the either impossible to resolve disputes or seemingly impossible to resolve disputes, high-level disputes, anything to do with the government's nurse-patient ratio legislation, matters that are high risk to the profession, if you like, something, if there's something that's happened that could bring the profession into disrepute and how we deal with things like that. The organisers tend to deal with the performance, conduct, underpayment type issues, but they can be escalated to me if they become, as I said, a high risk sort of issue or otherwise unresolvable. So some of them I end up directly involved with, and some of them I'm involved with through giving advice and support to other staff members.
What are the issues that resonate from that bottom-up process? What comes through on a consistent basis of being concerned to your members?
Not enough staff. Not enough staff. Simple as that. The registered nurse membership have professional obligations. They can only delegate care to people who they have assessed as being competent, and they don't have the staff numbers or the level of skill required for that safe, competent delegation to occur. So it's all about staffing and skill mix.
I know you deal with this in your statement, and we'll get into it in due course, but how does that inform the negotiating process that you're involved with? How do you seek to put the number of staff and care and safety issues into your negotiation processes?
We tend to have agreement provisions around safety issues, so there is a shared interest, if you like, I think, with employers on health and safety issues, not to the same level that we would like, but there's generally some preparedness to do work in that space. On staffing issues, as my statement says, I think we've got 3 approved providers in Victoria who've got any level of ratio type staffing arrangement, and otherwise it's just, you'd have to say, been an impossible thing to achieve in bargaining.
All right, well, we'll definitely come back to that. Ms Tunney, your position, you are from WA and you represent a similar cohort to Ms Alcock?
Yes, I represent carers, enrolled nurses, maintenance and ground staff and catering staff in residential and home care.
And what are the themes that are important to that membership, the membership that you speak to on a daily basis?
Yeah, we consistently hear that they're concerned about low pay, the erosion of existing conditions, that they don't have adequate training, that they don't have manageable workloads, that there aren't enough staff on the floor, and that they have significant concerns about job security.
Thank you. Ms Field, you, like Mr Mathewson, represent an employer body in this area. You work industrially for Laser. What's your daily involvement in the workplace relations context?
Yeah, so Laser represents members from all across Australia. We have a national focus representing members in residential aged care, home care and retirement living, and our membership is across the for-profit, not-for-profit and public and government space. So on any one day I can talk to any one of our members. However, predominantly I do speak to the smaller standalone facilities. So I could be speaking to their CEO, their director of nursing, or alternatively I could be talking to another member in the HR manager. It's quite varied.
The process, could I just deal with the employers then briefly? The process for representation amongst the employer representatives, it doesn't have the historical links to unions, or it's not directly comparable to the union situation on the other side of the fence. How organised is the employer representation for Laser and AXA? Is it more a case of you deal with everyone that doesn't represent themselves?
In my case, it is whoever actually approaches us saying that we need representation and assistance.
Is that on a one-off basis or is that on an ongoing basis?
More so on a one-off basis, for example, in an unfair dismissal claim, if that's what you're referring to. We wouldn't know about those types of claims unless that member approaches us directly. But more broadly, we do represent our members. AXA and Laser partner together in the modern award review proceedings, where we do have more of an organised approach there.
So that's when the aged care modern award is fixed every how many years?
Meant to be every 4 years. However, that recently was repealed from the Fair Work Act.
Right. And when's the next review of the aged care modern award?
The current review, which commenced in 2014, is still ongoing.
Right. Let me introduce that topic because I think it's a starting point for award payment and conditions. The Aged Care Modern Award provides minimum rates for a full-time aged care worker ranging from $20 to $25 an hour. That's for the carer workers. Is that the bottom line? Is that the bottom in terms of pay in Australia for aged care workers? Or do you come across rates that are lower than that? Would anyone like to comment about that?
I'm certainly aware we have some workplaces that are on enterprise agreements that have passed their expiry date that have rates that are lower than that. We don't have any evidence to say whether the employer is paying that rate or that rate, but we know that the modern award rate is displaced because of an extant enterprise agreements. What
does that sort of rate say about the way in which aged care workers are valued? Ms Tunney?
Well, I think it says that aged care workers are really undervalued. Yeah.
Ms Alcock?
I couldn't agree more. I think it places a societal value on that work, predominantly female work, which is undervaluing that work predominantly performed by women.
Ms Field and Mr Mathewson, what is the what do your members tell you about that rate?
I can indicate that our members are consistently disappointed with the rates of pay, and I think they were pleased when the Aged Care Workforce Strategy report came out and Strategic Action 13 indicated that there was a need to lift remuneration in the sector by at least 15% across the board. And for us, that indicates clearly there is a structural need to adjust remuneration. And we do agree with the unions that our industry has historically been viewed as an extension of care work previously delivered informally in the past, and there is a need to look at it relative to other industries and lift the value, the social image of that work and absolutely the remuneration.
Mr Gilbert, we've been talking about a rate that applies to personal care workers. The position in relation to your nursing membership, how much better is it under the modern award for nursing staff?
It's a very, very comparable equation. I mean, the rates are higher under the Nurses Modern Award for enrolled nurses and registered nurses, much the same for assistants in nursing as it is in the aged care award. Just my little bit of feedback about the rate of pay for personal care staff. The comment I hear when I go and have meetings is I could get paid more working on the checkout at Aldi, and it's technically true. And so they sort of see themselves as, why is my life treated as being, or what I dedicate myself to being seen as of less worth than that position. And that's interestingly what they tend to compare themselves to, because they see those jobs advertised with an hourly rate of $24, $25, $26. Our enrolled nurse and registered nurse members are paid more than the personal care worker cohort, but not by a whole lot more.
What's the modern award for a graduate nurse in aged care?
Well, it depends on what role they are undertaking in aged care. So if they get, which we wouldn't encourage them to do, but it happens where you can graduate and then work as a care coordinator, for argument's sake, then that rate would be in the $40 region. But if you come in and do a graduate program, then the rate would be around the $30 mark.
Just on that question, how common is it for a graduate nurse to come in as a care coordinator in an aged care facility?
Uncommon, but it's a question of the ability of the employer to recruit someone some of the time. If you compare a grade 5, what I'd call a grade 5 nurse in a Victorian publicly run aged care facility, they're on 19% more than that same nurse doing that same job in a private aged care facility. Exactly like for like, 19% different.
Do nurses at that level in the public sector get more support from their workplace generally?
Yes, they have mandated staffing levels to begin with, so they know when they come on how many staff are going to be on. They usually have support of clinical educators, further people within the nursing workforce who can provide them with additional support, guidance, HR backup, all of those kind of things tends to be greater in that system.
Just might ask Ms Tunney and Ms Alcock about the difference between the aged care personal care attendant and the public health personal care attendant. How much better off is it to be a personal care attendant or personal care worker in public health?
I don't deal with personal care workers in public health, so I can't.
Ms Alcock?
They will be receiving...
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing. If you could speak closer to the microphone, that would really help things. If you wouldn't mind repeating what you were saying.
Sure, yes. I don't deal with personal care workers in public health, so I can't comment on that.
Thank you.
Ms Alcock?
I don't have the figures at hand, but they will be receiving considerably more pay. If I could provide two examples. When I spoke to workers, one woman retold the tale to me that she had to get someone out to clean her gutters, and that person was paid $150 for an hour of work to clean her gutters, and she was only paid $21 to clean a person, and to everything that goes with that, to provide dignity and care and support to that person. Now, the male worker, $150. That's not fair. And another woman told me that her partner was working in the aluminium smelter, and he was paid $100,000. Now, he was uneducated, he didn't have any training, and the comparison in labour, when she had to go and get a TAFE qualification to perform the same work, and she was only getting paid $21 an hour for that work, possibly $40,000 a year at best, with penalty rates and loadings. And it doesn't necessarily take into consideration also that we have so much unpaid work on top of that. When we surveyed our members, 70% of workers we spoke to, so 1,600 people, reported some amount of unpaid labour. Now, there's so much work that's not being paid, and they're being paid only $21 an hour.
Save a Shift directives from management. Are people familiar with those requirements or those policies?
I am in respect to one major provider, yes.
How does the save a shift policy work in aged care?
It's where you have 5 people rostered on a shift, someone calls in sick and they don't get replaced. And the employer provides some incentive to the site manager not to replace that person.
The alternative being to get a casual
Correct.
at a higher rate. What's the rate for a casual a nurse to come in on an hourly basis?
Well, 25% more than for a part-timer, so it's a 25% loading.
And is the casual workforce unionised? Do you have members in that? That turns to the question of casual work generally. How much casual labour is relied upon in aged care?
It's actually something that we try and bargain for in our enterprise agreements. The modern award provides that if a part-time employee works above their contracted hours, they should be paid overtime. Now, in exchange for not putting that into our enterprise agreements, we provide for 3 things in the alternative. We provide that part-time employees can increase their contracted hours if they routinely work above those hours, and we preference part-time employees over casual employees. So it's one of the things we're really proud of, that part-time employees in those enterprise agreements should be preferenced over casual employees. So we're quite proud that in most of our workplaces in Victoria, most part-time employees should be preferenced over casuals. But it does happen.
And what's the preference of employers? Do you want a permanent part-time workforce, or do you want a casual workforce?
I think on behalf of our members, we could say that the constant and consistent message we get is that permanent work is the absolutely preferred mode of employment. It's reflected in the aged care workforce census, which is done every 4 years. So it's some time ago now, but the figures in 2016 reflected that permanent part-time was the dominant form of employment, around 80% for both residential and home care, and casual sat at about 10%. And in fact, both full-time and permanent part-time had increased from the previous survey results. But I think the reality at the moment in talking to our members is there is some slight increase in casuals that we're noticing, and they're putting in place particular intervention strategies to try and reduce any growing dependence on casuals or agency staff for that matter, because the reality is permanent staff, staff is your most important resource in delivering quality care, but permanent staff are those that will have the ability to provide continuity of care and that higher level of quality.
All right. Conversion from casual from casual to permanent part-time is a feature of the modern award. It is, and it has to be an element of every enterprise agreement that you negotiate. Am I correct in thinking that? What are the barriers for casual to permanent part-time conversion? How hard is it to get a casual to a permanent part-time position?
Well, I'm not sure about the success rates of casual conversion clauses, but our main concern is that part-timers are underemployed. So a lot of our part-time members are on 0 or minimal hour contracts. And like the HWU, we try to get into enterprise agreements, commitments from employers that there will be a process to review the number of hours that part-timers are working, if they're working in excess of their minimum contracted hours, and that the hours be increased if they're consistently working more.
What are the sort of hours that your members work, and what would they like those hours to be?
On average, I think our members work anywhere between 10 and 30 hours a week. So somewhere around the 20-hour-a-week mark for part-time carers, I think, would be the average.
Ms Alcock, what's the position with your membership?
We similarly have underemployment and insecure work for our part-time employees, so engaged on low contracts and them being ramped up into, so engaged on, say, 10-hour contracts and then being engaged on 30 hours a week. So as if they're being engaged as full-time employees.
What's the benefit for the employer in structuring matters in that way?
Well, when should they want to change the roster, they can without needing to consult. It provides maximum flexibility for the employer to change the way they roster that flexibility into the workplace.
Mr. Gilbert, is that a feature of in the nurse situation? Nurses given lower hours but expected to work longer?
It was a very, well, there's almost three parts to it. It was a very strong feature of the system here going back a decade ago and more. I think through bargaining we have largely been able to address that use of part-time employees as pseudo-casuals. I think the other half of the equation that is difficult is because the rate is so low, there is an attraction amongst some in the workforce to remain casual and work 52 weeks a year because it brings their rate up to something like a livable wage. So, you know, I think that most people that we ever speak to do want more hours and occasionally get more hours, but it's still not a static like it is in most other industries where you know you're going to be working 3, 4, 5 days a week. No one gets to work full time. People are working multiple jobs to get an income. So.
Question for you, Mr. Mathewson and Ms. Field. Establishing workforce culture would, I would imagine, may I suggest, involve bringing the employees along with you on the basis that they have some sort of guarantee of hours. Would you? How then do you react to staff that want to remain as casuals for 52 weeks of the year? Wouldn't it be better for them to be brought in as permanent part-time workers?
From a culture perspective, I would say it's the individual's decision as to what suits their personal circumstance. Just echoing on the comments just then, in my interactions with members when we are having the conversation around casual conversion, a lot of the time it is the employee's preference because they've got other commitments such as secondary employment, study commitments, to remain casual and have that flexibility in the way that they work. I don't think I've seen, from recollection, any part-time conversion request refused by an employer.
Ms. Alcock, do you have a similar experience?
The majority of workers who responded that they had multiple employment responded that they did so because they were trying to make ends meet. So I think that's indicative that they need to do that because they're trying to piece together a living wage. And if they were given the option of having security of employment, they would take that.
A worker that wants, workers that you have experience with that want casual to full-time, permanent part-time conversion, how difficult is it for them to achieve that?
It's two-part. The difficulty is in two parts. Firstly, it's raising awareness. I know that the majority of people out there at the moment don't know about their rights to be able to convert their employment. They just don't know about it. And then when they do know about it, it's hard. Firstly, they have to collect 6 months of data regarding their rosters. So the onus is on the employee to prove it, that they've been covering not workers that are sick, on long service leave, on annual leave, on work cover. So they have to prove it. So they have to get over this first hurdle. Then they have to put together a request to be able to substantiate this claim that they can convert their employment. And then if the employer denies it, they have to then go to the Fair Work Commission to get their case heard. So we deal with these claims all the time.
Mr. Gilbert, do you have a perspective about that?
I think one of the other hurdles, and I agree with what Lisa said, I think one of the other hurdles is you have to be performing regular and systematic work, and even our part-time workforce doesn't get to work regular and systematic work. So as a casual, it's how do you get to that hurdle when even the part-time workforce don't enjoy that level of consistency?
Why is there so little permanent full-time work in aged care?
Question better asked of employers, I think.
Mr. Mathewson?
The feedback from our providers is part-time does offer a level of flexibility, particularly if we say focus on home care, which is a growing consumer focused environment, and if we see as the years go on that consumers will be more empowered and make more decisions about how they want things delivered and the timing of those, then there is a growing tension between how you offer that stability of work pattern and respond to the consumer that way.
What about in residential aged care, where you've...
In residential aged care, that's similar feedback, that it's quite difficult to roster around a large portion of permanent full-time. But if I can add to that by saying that we also, there is a preference in some cases for individuals for permanent part-time for a range of reasons, whether that be family responsibilities or the profile of their family and how things fit together for them. And for some people, 4 days a week is for them as large as they want to get. So there is that preference. There's also, in terms of the casual and part-time, we've had some interesting examples ourselves of people that have been casual for 20 years in the same workplace, but they've been there by choice because of the way, for example, one family runs a farm, and for them it's about cash flow, not annual leave and sick leave, and so that's how that fits into the dynamic of that instance.
Can we turn to the issue of negotiating rates of pay in enterprise agreements? I'd be interested in your experience of the trend in the sorts of, in the range that operates in negotiations over time. At the moment, what's the sort of increase that's being sought? What's the sort of increase that's being offered by the employers? And what's the middle ground that's usually reached? Is there a pattern, or is there a body of evidence that can assist the Commission there? How much do you ask for, Mr. Gilbert, when you start off a negotiation for a particular...
Too much, it would seem.
Too much? And Mr. Matthewson, you would agree with that?
I think at times the feedback, certainly from our members, is that the claims are relatively ambit, and that creates some fear at the front end.
But it must be ambit on both sides.
I'd probably accept that, yes.
What's the range? How do you traditionally start off at the moment a negotiation on an enterprise agreement?
Well, depending on the environment, and you go back some time ago and the range was obviously, I would say, a little bit more generous, but in the current funding constraints environment, the range we're seeing is anything from 1 to 3.5%.
That's your starting point, or that's the end result?
Well, it could be potentially either. I don't think our members start at 0 or 0.5.
Yeah. And your members, is there a differential across your membership based upon the size of the organisation?
There's certainly some greater capacity with some organisations to absorb larger increases and not for others, and that's their particular model that they operate. But what we're actually finding far more of is our members indicating that if they are going to deal with a low level of indexation they get on an annual basis, if they are going to deal with funding constraints, if they're going to maintain staffing because they don't want to offer wage increases then have an impact on rostering, that they're choosing with a mind to standard 8 around governance, that they do have to look to their reserves to start to fund some of these.
Mr. Gilbert, what's your perspective from the other side of that negotiation? Do your members have the ability to absorb?
No, but I think firstly, the employer position at the base end is usually we're going to do nothing and we're going to duck and hide and hope you go away. And then the next level up is we'll give you CPI or government indexation, whichever is the higher. And then the next level up in this round has been 2.5% and nothing more. So that's the sort of range that they come from. Our pressure point from our membership obviously is that they can't understand why they don't get paid the same rates as other taxpayer-funded positions. And what they do critically understand is that if they get a high wage increase, then their hours will get reduced.
Ms Tunney?
Yeah, in terms of what we ask for, that differs from provider to provider depending on where they sit in relation to the modern award rates. So ideally we'd want to maintain the same margin from year to year with the award, but in recent years we've seen increases to the modern award between 3 and 3.5%, and in enterprise agreements we're typically getting 1% or 1.5% annual increases, or even CPI.
You mentioned in your statement a particular negotiation where you got a much bigger increase in wages, but there were offsetting provisions about leave that were a concern. Do you want to talk briefly to that example of how you end up in a position like that?
Yes, there was enterprise bargaining negotiations with a large provider in WA, I think in 2011, or in any case I wasn't involved in those negotiations, but we were able to achieve 24% wage increases over 3 years, but that also involved trading off a number of entitlements, including annual leave entitlements. But it needs to be said that came about during a mining boom in WA, and that was a significant factor contributing to those wage increases, and it made that provider the highest payer in WA.
I was actually thinking about the example in paragraph 22 of your statement. You have that one there?
Oh yes.
What was that? That was a more recent example.
Yes.
And what was the increase that you were able to negotiate there?
In the end, we got 1.5% increases over 3 years.
Per annum?
Per annum. So,
And
yeah.
what was the trade-off to get that sort of increase?
Well, there were a number of award entitlements, well, a number of entitlements that don't meet the modern award requirements. So, for instance, the casual loading is at 20% instead of the 25% under the award. There was no provision for certain allowances that are provided under the award, such as first aid, telephone, heat, board and lodging, on-call allowances. The travel allowance, significantly for home care workers, was at 66 cents per kilometre instead of 78. So that really affects home care workers. They're always using their cars. And also significantly, the Sunday penalty rates were at 75% instead of 100% that's under the award. Through a process of us making objections at the Fair Work Commission when the agreement was submitted, we were able to get an undertaking that the Sunday penalty rate be increased to 80%. But it was clear throughout this process that the provider was only prepared to increase entitlements in a very piecemeal, incremental way, sufficient to get it just over the line to pass the boot test.
So to get a 1.5% increase over 3 years, you had to trade off all of those other award entitlements otherwise present in the modern award.
Actually, we didn't have to trade those off. They weren't there to begin with.
They weren't
so,
there.
yeah, we weren't able to improve those.
So explain how then it was able to satisfy the boot.
I don't know. Yep.
What is the boot, Mr. Gilbert? Can you give us an explanation of how it impacts on these sorts of negotiations?
The boot is the better off overall test, which compares the enterprise agreement that the Commission is considering approval of with the modern award equivalent provisions. And I think it's a feature of all of our statements. I don't think it's any secret that we're all a bit annoyed with it, partly because it's based on the modern award, which itself has no history in Victoria. It's an amalgam of a whole pile of state conditions into a common set of federal conditions that don't apply to anyone in Victoria and never have. But when we go to get an agreement approved, the Commission is then looking at the agreement and saying, well, how is it that the modern award says 6 weeks of annual leave, but your enterprise agreement says 5? Well, I'm sorry, but we've never had 6 weeks of annual leave in Victoria for this group of people. So you've got these sort of weird, it's not the end of the world sort of a problem, but it is a problem because it tends to delay or in fact completely scarper the approval of an enterprise agreement, which obviously is a bad outcome for our members. It's not like we've traded something off. They're missing out on something for not getting something that they never got originally.
Is it fair to say that historically the awards are very different on a state and territory basis across the country?
They are indeed, and I think that's one of the dilemmas that we face as unions is some employers understandably get this rather tickly idea that they might like to have a national agreement, which then throws up all of that tricky state historical differences. Every state had their own state industrial tribunals that set state wages and conditions, and they differ quite markedly from Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, Tasmania, etc. And that becomes, unless you're going to build everybody up to some level, it's not going to get approved.
Do I take it that the enterprise agreements in Victoria or in Tasmania or in Queensland generally derive from the awards that the parties in those states have been familiar with over time and that their representatives have worked with over time?
A good 80% or more of the text in an aged care enterprise agreement can be traced back word to state awards.
Mr Mathewson, do you have a view about what Mr Gilbert's been saying there?
I think all that's correct. There is those historical state-based arrangements that reflect that and certainly frustrate where a growing group of national organisations find it very hard to bring that jigsaw into a single arrangement and then try to benchmark it against the national award when in fact it's the local conditions that are more relevant. The other factor that has encouraged that is whilst our organisation was active in the employee relations space in assisting members in bargaining in New South Wales and ACT, and through our template agreement created a level of consistency across that state. What occurred in other states when I suppose what was called industry bargaining or pattern bargaining started to disappear and be prohibited, what we saw is providers going and using their own service providers in terms of industrial relations, and so a whole range of different bargaining agreements has occurred in those states from those historical circumstances, but everyone's also doing their own thing, different expiry dates, different conditions in agreements, so it's become very diverse, very hard to untangle.
All right. Now, Mr Gilbert, I wanted to ask you about how you have, in Victoria, managed to involve ratios in enterprise bargaining. How has that come about?
In terms of private aged care?
Yes.
Well, we've only achieved it with three approved providers, and I guess they have been approved providers who were prepared to step out into the light. I don't mean that in the way it sounded, but it brings some. I'm sure some of the other employers weren't too pleased that they did it, but so TLC included what are reasonable ratios, not good ratios, but certainly a lot better than other staffing levels we have seen.
How do they compare to the public sector ratios in this state?
They're quite comparable except on night duty, and they don't include the in charge. So when they say 1 to 7, 1 to 8, 1 to 15 in that agreement, that includes the nurse in charge of the shift. In the public sector, the nurse in charge of the shift is in addition to that.
Right. And what's the night difference?
I think it's 1 to 22.5 versus 1 to 15.
Now, is that going to be a negotiating tactic that is pursued by your union across Victoria in the future?
We've pursued that in every enterprise agreement. It's just that these are the only three that have agreed to do anything reasonably concrete. We have preserved the 24-hour registered nurse cover in almost all of our enterprise agreements, but you've got to keep in mind that when that was put in the agreement, we had one registered nurse every 30 beds. Now we've got one registered nurse every 100 beds.
What's your success rate for the three? How many have you gotten nowhere with that sort of?
At 157. I think there's about 180 enterprise agreements in Victoria, private aged care. and we've got 3 that have something beyond 24-hour registered nurse cover.
Is that, Mr Mathewson, something that has been pursued in any other jurisdiction other than Victoria?
Not to my knowledge.
Ms Field, have you come across that?
I think I have seen a lot of claims in New South Wales with a ratio claim.
And are they picking up the themes from the Victorian experience?
I couldn't say where the background to that claim came from, but from the employer perspective, my understanding was that the claim was refused on the grounds it was an operational matter.
And when did that particular development start in New South Wales?
I think the first time I saw it would have been around 2017, but that was around the time that I started negotiating, so it could have been prior to that.
Is there a prospect of including a clause along these lines in the modern award, Mr Gilbert? Is that something that's been considered in any action you take to amend the modern award?
We don't think that would be something we'd get successfully put into a modern award.
Yeah. No. What's the barrier for that in the modern award context?
The modern award considerations that the Commission has go to things like, to use capital E, efficiency, productivity, flexibility, everything that counters against having some mandated staffing level that was meaningful.
Why doesn't the Commission have anything or anything to add to the equation about the safety of the patients?
Well, they wouldn't see that as their job. That's the job of the Commonwealth in this particular circumstance.
All right. So, Ms Field, we were talking about the boot. What's your membership position about the way in which the boot operates?
It is becoming increasingly more difficult to get an enterprise agreement approved by the Fair Work Commission without, I guess, significant undertakings from the Fair Work Commission, or alternatively a lot of back and forward between all of the negotiating parties at the time of lodging an EA for approval and going through that process.
And sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, sorry. It's also extending out the time that it takes to get an enterprise agreement to be approved too, and that it does cause a lot of frustrations, I would say not just from the employer perspective, but also the employee side, because then that can have flow-on impacts to new terms and conditions being passed on to staff.
What are the, Ms Tunney, what are the issues about getting the consent of your membership to an agreement that you've negotiated? What's the process that's adopted for giving them advice about what they should do when you reach an agreement?
Well, typically, after negotiating agreement, we will go out to membership and highlight for them the advantages and disadvantages under the agreement. If it's a really good agreement, then we will recommend to members to vote it up. If it's not a good agreement, and if there have been significant, losses for them, then we would recommend that they don't vote it up. Where it's sort of middle of the range and we have low density, then perhaps we would just highlight the pros and cons and then leave it to workers to decide.
What does low density mean in that context?
Well, I suppose it can mean anything under, 20-30%.
In terms of membership?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And what is the typical voter participation in these sorts of negotiations? How engaged are the workers with these processes? Yeah.
Where we have high density, there can be high participation rates, so up to 70 or 80% voter participation. But we also do have agreements where there's been as little as 10% participation rate and the agreement has been approved. Typically, we find in the home care space that there's much lower participation rates, and that's a sector that we find extremely difficult to organise in because people are working in private homes. They don't have regular workplaces and we don't have access to those private homes.
Mr Gilbert, your experience in the same context?
Very similar. The agreements, it's very rarely that you conclude an aged care agreement where you're full of joy and vim and happiness, for reasons I've already said. And we have to go out and say to people, well, at this stage, it's either that, or your preparedness to take protected industrial action, which may or may not improve that, but with your support we will go out and try and improve that. If you vote no, then don't vote no unless you're going to vote yes to protected industrial action, because that's the only other option. And it's not a comfortable place for people who provide care to take protected industrial action.
How common is it?
It's relatively rare, I would say, in private aged care. We've gone through cycles of it being reasonably common, and the Bupa experience was obviously one of those. But the industrial action probably, in terms of the pressure points for Bupa, probably had less impact than finding, 5 by 3 metre billboards out the front of every facility every day.
We'll come back to the Bupa situation, which you cover in your statement briefly. Ms Alcock, do you have a perspective on the matters we've just been discussing?
I couldn't agree more that the difficult position that workers face when they make the decision to vote no is very real, that you either face lengthy industrial action, which for low-paid workers can mean no income if they go to the picket line, or a reduced income if they take a less militant form of industrial action. So, even wearing a T-shirt can mean that your employer could dock your wage by a percentage. So there's a real impact on a worker if they decide to take industrial action to try and force an outcome. And even then, if you take industrial action in the aged care setting, there's a very real possibility that the government will call that action off and say you can't take industrial action because of the impact on your residents. There's a risk to health and safety, which means that we find ourselves in a workplace determination space. And then the outcome is possibly CPI. So you're not going to get a better outcome than what we will get in bargaining. So we're in a really difficult space here.
And in your experience, have you been involved in industrial action in the aged care space?
No, but my colleague was involved in the Bupa.
Mr Gilbert, tell us briefly, how did the Bupa industrial action end up?
What was the outcome?
Yeah.
Not nurse to patient ratios, I can tell you that much, and that was a bit of disappointment to members, because that's, to be honest with you, all they really cared about.
What was the issue that they took action about?
Yeah, that could be a legally tricky.
You've covered it in your statement.
I have.
Perhaps
And look,
you could summarise it.
The context at the time was that there'd been a couple of quite poor agreements proposed by Bupa without consultation with us, so just gone out to members. And then they introduced a proposal to substantially cut the registered nurse workforce. And that triggered...
By how much?
It was, in Victoria, 23 positions.
Was that across all facilities?
Yes.
On the same reduction in each facility in Victoria?
Proportional to the bed numbers, more or less.
Just to bed numbers?
Well, they had... The EFT of the positions was proportional to the size of the facility. So it was actually, I think, 70-odd positions that were being made redundant, but about 40 of those or more were going to be able to be redeployed. So there was a net reduction of, I think, 23 registered nurse positions. And from everyone from carer to enrolled nurse to other registered nurses knew that that was not going to be something that they were going to be able to cope with. Yeah. And so that probably triggered their... angst more so than anything else.
And what was the end result of the industrial action?
They didn't get those positions back. We had to, I don't like the word sell, but I guess it's the only way you can describe it, that the only way we're not going to get ratios out of the likes of Bupa. If we're going to get ratios, it's going to have to happen at a Commonwealth level.
Right. Now, when did that situation resolve itself?
It resolved itself in sort of the November-ish, it must be 2018, is it? I don't know, 2017, 2017.
And has there been any recent developments in that space since that time?
Only that in some cases the care hours have dropped a bit. We took the case to the Federal Court about consultation, and we didn't win that because... for a range of reasons, the Federal Court didn't consider it to be a significant effect and major change. So Bupa were largely free to continue to implement that. Bupa, I don't think it's any secret to this Royal Commission that Bupa are struggling to meet the current accreditation, with the previous accreditation standards in quite a number of their sites, you know, that whether there's a link there or not, I'll leave that to the researchers. But
All right. Now, Ms Mathewson, Ms Field, you don't represent Bupa. Your members are very different entities to Bupa. What's your perspective of what Mr Gilbert's had to say there?
Look, what I can report is the pressures that exist on our members currently, and obviously running organisations in the context of good governance, they would have to, as all businesses do, set targets. What we're finding is they have to be flexible around those targets, particularly in terms of the financial operation of the business, because they're taking decisions now that indicate that they will lessen their ability to provide surpluses to reinvest in the business because they don't want to compromise the care. And obviously one of the critical inputs to the delivery of that care is staff.
Do you come across employers wanting to engage your services in relation to cutting of care staff hours? Is that something that comes across your desk?
Our members do at times contact us in terms of a range of issues described as major change, or others would describe as restructuring. Some of that occurs at the time when we get the announcement of the annual indexation, which this year was at 1.4%, so that's how low it travels at, and they come under pressure to consider how they will continue to remain viable. In most cases, those members of ours that contact us at that point are really struggling to keep their doors open, so it becomes a question of survival. Our brief in that situation is to ensure they comply with the requirements of the modern award or what's in their agreement.
Right. But do you have any direct experience of cutting staff in the same way that Mr Gilbert relayed the Bupa experience?
At various stages in the past, there have been organisations that have at times decided they will restructure their rosters or make different arrangements. I've got to say the more recent trend is an indication that they want to stabilise their staffing arrangement.
Stabilise.
But Mr Matheson, have I understood you correctly about what you've just said, that the viability of some of your members is put at risk by the prospect of increasing wages by about 1.4%?
What I indicated, Commissioner, was that the indexation that's provided by the Commonwealth was announced at 1.4%. So therefore, that's an indicator when they start to analyse and predict what they can offer on the bargaining table in terms of wages.
So, in other words, does that mean that what I should have understood you to have said was that an increase by the Commonwealth of 1.4% is what gets notified, and the viability is caused by what, or the risk to viability is caused by what?
If I understand what you're saying, Commissioner, the Commonwealth announces an increase to subsidies by 1.4%.
Right.
And therefore, for that organisation, which may have limited reserves at that point in time, and I'm probably talking about single service regional providers, who may be in the midst of bargaining, then it becomes a real pressure valve in terms of wanting to meet the wage claims, which may well be valid, of their employees, and then continuing to operate. Also considering that the modern award or the Fair Work increases have travelled generally at around 3%. So most of our providers indicate that when the Commonwealth announces its increase to subsidies, it travels at half what are the announced annual pay rises in the award.
So you've said a couple of times now that that any increase sort of beyond the subsidy would be dipping into reserves rather than, for example, into profits. Why is the link so clearly one of reserves rather than just profitability?
I think the approach we take is to indicate that, in terms of good governance, we would expect our members to have reserves to cover all eventualities that may occur in this space. They have collected those over the course of the years, and they may well be called profit surpluses. Essentially, that's what they are.
But so you're talking about current year reserves as well as past year reserves? I see.
Yes.
So it might be that it's a question of reducing the increases to the reserves that you'd be making on a current year basis.
That's correct. That might be a decision.
I see.
Ms Field, did you have anything you wanted to say on this topic?
Probably very similar to Mr Matheson. We do have similar queries come across our desks. I would say probably more recently those types of queries around redundancies have declined somewhat. And I couldn't give you an explanation as to why. I think just the workforce is starting to stable and members genuinely do want to stabilise the numbers of workforce that they have.
Could that have something to do with the cost of offering a redundancy?
I wouldn't have a view on that.
Does anyone have a view about that? Are employers stretched that they can't offer redundancies? Has that been suggested as a reason why there is stabilisation?
I haven't come across that. I'm not saying it may not be the case, but I haven't come across it directly.
Perhaps dealing with the question the Commissioner was asking you about 1.4 and 1.5% funding increases. If you're tied into a 3-year enterprise agreement that is 1.5% a year, which would seem to be fairly typical, what is the option there for the employer?
Look, for the employer, the option is to look at other efficiencies to ensure that the organisation remains viable. But I've got to say, the ability to find those efficiencies over the years has declined. They're really operating as efficiently as they possibly can in most cases.
Is there a trend away from longer term enterprise agreements as a result of funding uncertainty?
Certainly our membership has indicated that they're less inclined to be tied into longer term agreements when the wage increases are so small, so we are seeing shorter term agreements at the moment.
How often then do you want to renegotiate?
Well, so we've got agreements of 18 months or 2 years instead of in the past where we've had 3 or 4 year agreements. So, but with approval times in the Fair Work Commission, often that means that we're bargaining again within 6 months of just having approved the last agreement.
Mr Gilbert, what's the position of your membership? Do you want to lock the employers in for 4 or 5 years, or do you want to have flexibility in case there's a funding increase in the next 18 months?
We would tend to go for the longer agreement. To the extent we've done shorter agreements, that's been at the employer's approach, not ours.
Mr Mathewson, do you look for a longer or a shorter agreement on behalf of your members?
It would be up to the individual provider to choose, and that varies, but there is a bit of a trend within the current funding constraints to look at how they can take a more short-term measure until they think things might improve.
And what's the improvement that they are looking for?
Our members for some time have been indicating they would like a greater injection of funding into the system by the Commonwealth to ensure that they can undertake the sort of improvements that they need to do.
Is there an expectation of that happening in the short term, medium term, long term?
We'd hope it's sooner rather than later, but it's been a long time till now, and it's been a difficult road for
Ms
them.
Alcock, do you have a view about that?
Social and community will not negotiate agreements beyond 2 years now. It is our members' preference to have an agreement that is locked in to provide some planning for their lives.
And why not then 4 years?
Our members would prefer 4 years.
And what do the employers tell you when you ask for 4 years?
No.
Thank you. Look, can we turn?
Can I just add something to that? In my industrial lifetime, there have been 3 times that the Commonwealth Government have increased taxpayer subsidies to aged care to improve wages, and not once did that deliver $1 in improved wages.
When were those occasions?
First time was under the Keating government, second time was when Peter Costello was Treasurer, and the third time was the last Labor government. And that was converted back into general income by the, I think, the Abbott government.
And what year was that last increase, and how much was it?
I can't remember what the amount was, but it would have been 216, 217, something like that.
Funding increase.
Could I just ask a question?
Yeah.
Is that properly documented? Do you know?
The first 2 are in my statement in detail.
Yeah.
And the last one, I think, was known as the Workforce Compact, and it was money that would be set aside and could only be used if agreements were reached that contained certain improvements, and then that link on that requirement was removed after the change of government, and the money was just flowed out to providers without that link.
And if the money went out without the link, what was necessary to have that link achieved? In other words, what would have been necessary to have the nurses' wages increased?
The compact contemplated an employer entering into an industrial agreement that gave effect to certain wage outcomes.
Okay.
And the money wouldn't flow unless they did that.
So in the 3 examples that you've given, there was an increase in Commonwealth funding, but it wasn't directed to increase wages.
It was publicly stated that it was directed for that purpose. So and I think I quote Peter Costello's budget speech, where it was something like 211 million over 4 years. Yeah. That in his budget speech he said quite clearly was for that purpose. And you will see no change in wage outcomes before and after that event.
So when you went to the negotiating table for the enterprise agreements that followed that, what was the employer response?
Well, we're always underfunded. It just helped us catch up.
If I can add something to that, Council, because we were involved in in that 3rd example of the workforce supplement, and we certainly got feedback from members directly when that 1.2 billion was absorbed into funding that they would look. It was their intention, and it was appropriate considering the circumstances. The ones that spoke to me, that they would flow that to staffing, and where they were negotiating, they could look at increases. But I think the relevant factor in terms of how that was set up is it related directly to negotiating a particular enterprise agreement. And one of our issues with that was the larger providers were quite keen to progress it because they had the capability to do it, and they had agreements in place, and they had the ability to resource those discussions and negotiation almost immediately. The concern we raised was that what about the regional providers that have agreements, but they will have problems resourcing those being renewed?
Problems resourcing those, what do you mean?
I mean, within their staffing structure, they have maybe a CEO and someone who does the finances, but they don't have a designated HR structure or specific resources they can apply to those things. And the other relevant factor, we were concerned that in industry like home care that is developing, that where they haven't got an enterprise agreement, they would miss out on funding simply because they haven't got an agreement. So we wanted to see some connection between not just the enterprise agreement, but some other mechanism that didn't disadvantage what we call the small regional, rural and remote and home care providers.
Let's just talk about home care briefly. The home care providers that you represent, and you represent in this field, to what extent are they engaged in enterprise agreements with their staff? Or is it a far more casualised agency labour hire style approach?
Very rarely will I see an enterprise agreement just solely dedicated to home care. There are a few that I'm aware of that have home care classifications and specific home care provisions within them. However, not more broadly in my experience.
Are they larger providers? Larger home care providers?
Predominantly, yes. Yeah. In my statement, I've referenced a laser model enterprise agreement, and we do have home care classifications under that. That does have a number of single site providers, but they wouldn't utilise those home care classifications. They would utilise the residential aged care.
So to what extent would the home care worker be covered by the sorts of agreements that we've been talking about today, from your experience?
Very rarely in my experience, because most home care workers and providers that I work with operate under the award.
Under the award. Mr Mathewson?
Well, we've seen not only an increase in approved providers into this home care space, some of those would be quite small and wouldn't be subject to or wouldn't have in place enterprise bargaining agreements. So what we're probably finding is the larger players in the home care space have enterprise agreements, but a large portion of home care would be dependent on the modern award, whereas residential care is far more sophisticated and there's a larger spread.
The recent funding increases in home care linked to packages, does that have an opportunity to filter through into wages, in your experience, for anyone's experience on the panel?
No, well, I can say that, I mean, we've obviously got members in some aspects of home care, particularly what used to be the Royal District Nursing Service, which has now become Bolton Clark. And the impact in that instance is that they've in fact, all new staff that have come on board since that time have been put on a very low rate Queensland agreement that's never applied to the Royal District Nursing Service in Victoria. So we're getting the opposite effect of any improvements. We're going backwards quite rapidly in that space.
Ms Alcock, do you deal with home care workers?
We do cover social and community home care. Very few are covered by enterprise agreements, and the enterprise agreements that do exist are zombie agreements that were created under work choice legislation. So they're quite old collective agreements. They provide very few terms and conditions, very low rates of pay under the social and community award. They're really invisible workers. It's really hard to organise them because they don't have a central location, so it's hard to, there's really low visibility, and the terms and conditions provided under that award are really minimal. There are women right now sitting in their cars waiting to go into someone's home and not being paid for that time, and that isn't their time. So they're not paid for kilometres travelled, they're not paid to travel between homes. That's not their time, and they're not paid for any of that work.
Let's talk about that particular workforce.
Before you move on, I just want to come back to this question of 3 times governments have allocated additional money to increase, I think, nurses' wages, I think. Was I correct on my understanding? And 3 times it didn't occur for one reason or another. What would be necessary to make that occur? Does it require, because of the current fragmented distribute arrangements between enterprise agreements and basic awards, does it require a piece of government legislation to make it occur, or what? Mr Mathewson.
One of the things that we've talked about in the past, Commissioner, is the frustration when you look at the award system, which you'd hope set the standard for the industries, is dealt with, but never with the major funder in the room as a party to those discussions. If that's the valid safety net in terms of wages, when that is the first port of call in terms of how you make a decision as the government to support the increase of wages, and it may well be in line with Strategic Action 13 from the Workforce Strategy by that 15%, and then flow that through to the award system as the first step.
Thank you.
Isn't one answer to this to have to bring the Commonwealth to the table and have some form of accord between the peaks across this industry? That is, an understanding, an agreement about funding being tied to increases in worker rates of pay.
If I recall some comments on Monday by Professor Cathy Eager, where she talked about separating accommodation, hospitality and care for a similar reason, to ensure that the funding flowed to that. And it's certainly a structural change that should be, should be considered.
Well,
Isn't-
otherwise, the Commonwealth is just throwing money away and getting absolutely no outcome, and its intention is not being fulfilled. That's right, isn't it?
That can be argued, yes.
Yes.
in this entire process, to what extent does quality and safety, which are the hallmarks of this Royal Commission, quality and safety, to what extent do they inform the negotiating process at the moment? Other than, for example, in Victoria, where we have a limited adoption of ratios in enterprise agreements, how does it ever enter the bargaining discussions that you have?
I think it does inherently. The enterprise agreements have the ability to, enhance wages and conditions for the workforce. The workforce is the most significant contributing factor to quality and safety. So it's probably not overt. It should be, because that's the most crucial input into what we deliver.
Ms. Alcock, do you have a view about quality and safety? How could they be involved in the workplace enterprise agreements that you negotiate?
I think it should probably be considered more, because quite frankly, I think we have a culture at the moment which accepts that in aged care and social community, that if you work in this industry, you should be prepared to be assaulted and sexually assaulted on a weekly basis.
We'll come back to that after the morning tea break. That's a discrete topic altogether. But
I mean, in terms of the quality of care that we can expect from our workforce, you just can't accept it when they're working poor. You can't accept a high quality of care from workers on $21 an hour.
Mr. Gilbert?
I think I'll give an example. Until very recently, and it's still the case even now, that if you accept that someone having a base qualification of a Certificate 3 is desirable to work in aged care, we still get pushback today from employers saying, well, I don't require my employees to hold a Cert 3, so I'm not going to pay the rate of pay that applies to someone who has a Cert 3. So even though because most of the agreements are based on the award that say if the employer requires you to have a Cert 3, you get paid this amount. So the employers say, we don't require you to have one.
How common is that?
It's increasingly less common because our enterprise agreements focus hard on it to make sure it goes away, and it's just been dealt with, I think, in a award review that some of the employers might be able to speak to more broadly than me, because we don't have anybody who's covered by that award, so it's a bit.
And what sort of person are we talking about? Are we talking about a personal carer?
Yes, personal carers. Yeah.
And employers tell you they don't need them to have any qualifications?
Correct.
And what sort of employers, without naming them, are we talking about large organisations or small organisations?
I think the common denominator is probably people who represent those small employers. So it's not something we hear from the more corporate employers. It's the more backyard variety.
That's something they'd never hear from AXA or Laser in the context that you operate, I take it, Mr. Mathewson.
That's correct.
Ms. Field?
Yeah, that's correct.
Just before you move on, just taking up the point that's been talked about how you would bring about an outcome that any increase by the Commonwealth would flow through to wages. How would it work if, Mr. Mathewson, you had an arrangement whereby the Commonwealth were a party to the agreement? What would be the mechanics of it, do you think?
Well, considering the amount of bargaining agreements across Australia, it would be a significant resourcing exercise. But I would expect, if the Commonwealth was inclined in any way, it'd probably be towards being party to the proceedings around the awards rather than actually being direct party to the agreements.
So presumably the current arrangement simply is that there's an amount that's paid to people, and how that then gets divided up between the various expenses that the operators have is largely left to the operators. But if the Commonwealth wanted to ensure that a specific amount be directed to salaries and wages, how might it practically be done?
I think there's an opportunity. Well, I mean, firstly, starting with the award system and then creating a link in the movement of the award system to the various agreements that it acts as a safety net too. So, and whether you could do that through Fair Work. I haven't been a practitioner at that level for some time, so I'd probably have to have a think about the mechanisms for that.
Is it safe to assume that 100% of the wages does come from the Commonwealth?
I think the Commonwealth provides 80% of funding into the sector, so some of, the majority of that, yes, would come from the Commonwealth and some would come from the fees that consumers pay. It would be a different mix per organisation.
Of wages as well as other expenses?
Yes.
Yeah.
But in all likelihood, Mr Matthewson, you'd have to assume that money would largely come from the Commonwealth because of the quite controlled arrangement of fees that apply to users. So the Commonwealth's current contribution of 80% might rise, of the total cost, might rise at the margin to 80.05 or 10 or whatever percent. Yeah.
Correct.
The way of funding it could be delivered on the supply side of the funding. There could be a portion of the funding set aside or earmarked or benchmarked based on a calculation not dissimilar from an ACFI to be applied for staff.
Well,
Linked directly to the ACFI for each particular resident.
Yeah. Or whatever funding instrument is in place now or in the future. But if we're going to satisfy the Strategic Action 13, which is the lifting of the remuneration, then it reads from that, and certainly in my reading, you'd need to connect it, you'd need to make that connection and make sure it flowed directly.
Has AXA or LASER done any work about that we should inquire about?
We haven't done any work as yet, but we're certainly looking to support the work of the Council in that specific action.
Mr Gilbert, did you want to say anything on this topic before we have the morning tea adjournment?
Yeah, I've had a mild panic in my head because if, for example, the government said, yes, let's lift modern award rates in aged care by 15%, that would not make wages go up for people employed in aged care because you're not covered by a modern award when you're covered by an enterprise agreement. So it would be a nil-all draw.
No, but you did say earlier on that you thought it was desirable for there to be the same treatment in this industry as other taxpayer-funded activities. I think they were your words.
Yes.
So how would you bring that about? Mechanically, I mean.
Mechanically, I think it would require a discrete legislative change to the Fair Work Act to enable particular industries to be treated in particular ways.
And do you have some broad architectural idea of what that piece of legislation might look like?
The descriptors around it are already in the Act around where you can have multi-employer agreements, for example. So if they're predominantly taxpayer funded, if they're predominantly regulated in the same way. So all those steps are already there to describe the type of industry we're talking about. What isn't there is some capacity to impose an arbitrated outcome on people who are already covered by agreements. So that would require some legislative change.
I note the time, Commissioner. Is that convenient?
It would, except that if somebody else wants to add on this point, it might be desirable to hear it just before we... I see that Ms Alcock was indicating agreement with all that, and she might have wanted to add something.
Only to say that I think a combination of factors might be appropriate because there may still be employees that fall outside of that scheme. I'm thinking particularly those employed in state residential services in Victoria. So a combination of improving the award rates, a multi-employer agreement, or the ACTU has floated collective bargaining in the past. So there potentially could be a range of mechanisms.
Just on that, Mr Alcock, the state award aged care employees in Victoria, how do they fare compared to those in the private sector in Victoria?
You're asking me how nurses in the state public sector compare, or
the state
carers
public aged care?
State
sector?
public aged care are paid the same as a state public hospital nurse.
And the comparison with the person who would be working at the same level, the same job in the private nursing home across the road?
As I said earlier, that'd be around 19% for a senior registered nurse.
Thank you, Commissioners. That might be a convenient time.
11 o'clock.
All stand. The Royal Commission is now adjourned for 11 a.m. Please be seated.
Thank you, Commissioners. Ms Alcock, before we started talking at a high level about some funding issues, you had a home care worker sitting in a car about to deliver some home care. Could you talk us through the coverage and the sorts of industrial relations arrangements that apply to someone like that?
In my experience, the majority of social and community workers are not covered by an enterprise agreement. So their terms and conditions come from the Modern Award. That award, so the social and community, so the SHADS award, doesn't provide entitlements for travel allowance to be paid between client visits. It provides for split shift arrangements. So workers will only be paid for the time they're performing in someone's house. For a part-time employee, because in my experience, those workers are not engaged as casuals, they're engaged as part-time employees, there is no minimum period of engagement. So they can be engaged on these split shift provisions for, say, 30 minutes or an hour at a time over, say, 12 hours. And they're not paid for the time between between those shifts. So I can speak quite personally about it because my mother is a social and community worker. She is in this situation right now where she can be working for a 10-hour day and she can potentially only be paid for 5 hours. But she will be working the entire day, but she's not paid for that work in between. Now, that's not her time. She's not paid for the work in between where she's sitting outside someone's house, potentially eating a sandwich because she's not paid for a meal break.
That person, the person in that particular cohort, and we're not necessarily talking about your mother, do those people have a Cert 3 or what's their qualification typically?
They potentially have a Cert 3 or a Cert 4 in community care or disability. There's a range of qualifications.
Is there a minimum qualification in home care that you're aware of?
The lowest classification doesn't require one, but classification 2 requires a Cert 3, I believe. And
what does classification 1 involve? What sort of work? Is that cleaning work in someone's home or?
Yes, so home and community would be cleaning, so vacuuming, cleaning, making beds, changing sheets, and then there's personal care, so supporting someone with a shower, making a meal, so personal care for the individual.
All right. That leads me to a topic that is slightly different to the ones we've been discussing, and that's registration for care workers for that sort of work and for broader work. But one thing that is obvious in home care is that people are left alone with residents for periods of time in positions of trust, often when they're feeble or where they have an illness. What's the position of of your unions when it comes to registration of those workers?
Very briefly, I would also flip that consideration that we have workers in vulnerable situations in homes that I can't exercise a right of entry to make sure they're safe because that's someone's private residence. And for WorkSafe, they need to get an order from the court to be able to enter to make sure that they're safe because that's not considered necessarily a workplace. So we have no way of knowing, particularly if they've got family members at home, making sure that that female worker is safe in their workplace.
Do you have? Is there a body of evidence to support a risk to the workers in those situations, Ms. Tunney?
Yes, we repeatedly hear from aged care workers and particularly home care workers that they regularly experience assaults. The home care workers are particularly vulnerable because they're in private residences. They're exposed to difficult situations both with the clients that they care for but also the families of clients. And also they have, as Ms Alcock has outlined, they don't have any control over the actual workspaces that they work in and the sorts of hazards that they're exposed to, also like heat, excessive heat and cigarette smoke, those sorts of things.
How do those... Sorry?
And dogs.
And dogs. How do those disputes arise in the workplace context? How are they raised with you as a union official?
Well, we We just hear that, I suppose, I haven't dealt with any particular complaints, but I hear regularly from organisers that this is an issue that home care workers are reporting to them. Yeah. They feel unsafe.
Are they turning into police reports but with further action, or are they effectively stopping when the care worker goes back to the employer?
I don't know. I haven't. Yeah, I'm not comfortable commenting on that because I don't know personally.
Well,
yeah.
If we could just, we'll come back to worker safety in a moment. Can we just deal with the issue of registration though first? What's the problem with Cert 3 qualified carers being registered on a national basis as a means of facilitating quality and safety in residential and home care?
We absolutely agree that there is a need for registration of aged care workers and also regulation. We feel that it should be more around the issue of safeguarding and protecting residents and something more akin to the model that's being used in NDIS, so that's based on police clearances, reporting of criminal activity, reporting of so-called reportable incidents, those sorts of things. We have particular and significant concerns about who the body should be that administers this type of registration and regulation scheme. We don't believe that it should be APRA. There has been some suggestion that perhaps APRA would be the appropriate body. We don't agree with that. APRA is set up to regulate health professionals, so typically people like medical professionals, dentists, psychologists, physios, typically people who have university degrees, and the scheme looks at the clinical skills of these people and how they perform in relation to those clinical skills. Aged care workers do very different work, and they shouldn't be doing, the work of nurses, and shouldn't be assessed according to the same sort of criteria. We also believe that it needs to be taken into consideration that there is a considerable part of the workforce that is culturally and linguistically diverse, and that brings many advantages to aged care as well. People who come from cultures where there is typically a greater respect for the aged than what we're used to in Anglo-Celtic Australia. But there are also disadvantages for those workers, in particular in relation to English language requirements, and I'm aware that APRA does have specific guidelines about English language requirements that we're concerned that a number of these workers currently in the system wouldn't meet. We're also concerned that, it's a low-paid, low-hour workforce, and that creating excessive barriers to, or false barriers to registration for these people would not be a good move in a sector that desperately needs more staff. The cost of registration is also something that needs to be considered. That couldn't be borne by the workers themselves.
Just on that point, what's the cost of registration in the NDIS system? Are you familiar with that?
In the NDIS system, I don't know, but I do know that with APRA, nurses pay initially a $300 fee and then $170 as well for the renewing the annual subscription. I think that cost would be prohibitive for care workers.
Ms. Alcock, do you have anything different to say about that?
It's the view of the HWU that a registration scheme places the onus on the employee to meet safety screening mechanisms, and it places a barrier to entry. We're particularly concerned about the cost and the burden that places on workers who are already in a particularly low-paid industry, and the barrier that places on them. It would be our preference to have a worker exclusion scheme if one needs to exist, and I outline the concerns we have with the ones that are already established in Victoria. I think it's worth noting that the majority of home care workers in Victoria would probably already be holding a working with children check card, because the work that they're performing would probably already come in contact with children. And that scheme runs a continuous check of their criminal history, and it's not just convictions, it would be charges, and it's particularly active. And I think the concerns that you would be wanting to monitor will probably be picked up in that scheme, at least in Victoria.
What would you suggest if APRA is not going to have this sort of scheme? Who should carry it out? Should it be a national scheme, or should it be a state-based scheme?
One of the concerns that we had is that it needs to have a review mechanism. That is one of the main problems with the disability worker exclusion scheme. And one of the suggestions we had is that potentially the Fair Work Commission could be the review body, because it already has a judicial review mechanism, and there are other authorities that review, refer their powers for review to the Fair Work Commission. We didn't provide particular reference to who should.
That would be something that you could follow up with if you thought it necessary.
Might I ask, why is it necessary to have a working with children qualification if it's not necessary to have one with working with elderly people who are quite vulnerable themselves?
Potentially the Working with Children Check scheme could be expanded to include reference to elderly people. So it wouldn't necessarily require 2 checks, considering that it would be checking for the same criminal history.
Beg your pardon, I misunderstood. So you're happy to see such a scheme cover generalised workers in these different kinds of care fields?
I'm particularly cautious about placing an additional cost burden on incredibly low-paid workers.
Yep,
That's my particular concern. And considering they already have to pay, I think it's approximately $150, which organisations refuse to pay for. If they already have to pay for this one card, potentially the Victorian scheme could be expanded to include, you have to check that you have to work with children. Potentially an additional box could be included that you have to work with elderly people.
Or people with disabilities.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Ms. Alcott. Thank you.
Mr. Mathewson, the perspective of employers when it comes to these sorts of registration schemes, is that something that you want?
Look, we think the time has come to look at a scheme for particularly care workers. One of the reasons for that is our focus, particularly in our workforce development exercises, is around supporting right fit workers as well. So that's a philosophy we push, but also to professionalise and put them in the position that they should be in, recognised as a key contributor to the aged care team, whether it be home care or residential, and also reflecting the fact that over time there will be specialist elements to that role. And I know one employer is looking at a dementia support worker role, which is they see as a specialisation. Our view is there's an ability to offer some positive licensing, and there are online ready-made products at the moment that could be looked at and linked in with an overall scheme. I acknowledge what Ms Alcock said in terms of there are currently vulnerable people checks and state-based schemes, so we've got to ensure we don't create another kingdom, that we utilise the resources that are currently there, but we think it has positive elements. In terms of negative licences and potentially exclusions, we've had some discussions about this because we would need to ensure that the individual is protected in that. Where we've landed is really looking at an independent body to make that exclusion, because, you know, at the end of the day, you're playing with someone's life.
Well, who would that body be? If it's not APRA, who would it be?
Look, we haven't developed a view on who essentially that could be, other than there are a range of institutions in place at the moment, whether that be the Workforce Council, the Quality and Safety Commission, various state-based schemes. So they should all be considered at this point.
In terms of cost, it would be a significant benefit to the employer to confirm the workforce, to make sure that they are safe, at least from this perspective. Why wouldn't the employer pick up the cost of registration for the workers on this?
Certainly our members indicate that it's an absolute benefit to them, and we think the industry and the government has a role to play here. We do accept that it's a low-paid workforce, and the capacity for them to cover the costs of such a scheme is limited.
Ms Field, does Laser have a view about worker registration?
That was actually outlined in the statement provided by our CEO, Sean Rooney.
Mr Rooney?
Yes,
All right,
it is a policy matter that sits outside the scope of my position.
We'll be tendering that in due course. Is there anything you wanted to say about this issue?
No, thank you.
What about you, Mr Gilbert?
I think we've got a pretty unambiguous position. We do think that AHPRA has a role to play, particularly the Nursing and Midwifery Board. Personal care work, at least certainly in the residential setting, is a subset of nursing work. It's work delegated by nurses according to care plans created by nurses. And it's in fact the same work I did as a nurse in 1986. So AHPRA already regulate people who are vet educated. Enrolled nurses, for example, are vet diploma educated. It's not only tertiary qualified people. It's an embedded system. As I said, nurses have to delegate work to people who are competent to do the work, and without the board telling, so the current qualification, for example, is delivered badly. And I think there's plenty of evidence of that to this commission, is being delivered badly by some RTOs. If you become regulated by AHPRA, and particularly the NMBA, then the deliverer of the course also has to be approved by the NMBA. So it adds a degree of safety and quality. Criminal police checks, you know, they have a place, but what professional registration achieves is a fit and proper person kind of test. And to give an example of that, as a nurse, I can't go out, well I can, but I get into trouble, if I go out saying don't get vaccinated, it'll cause autism. Or is it the other way around? Anyway, no, it's that way. If I do that, I can be subject to consequences by the board. That's not a criminal thing to do. That's professional behaviour. And I think what we see as the vision, if you like, is a workforce that's well paid, proud, that the community has confidence and trust in, and they're all things that can't happen in isolation from several things happening at once, of which we say registration is one. And the Commonwealth supporting the cost of that is another, and transitional arrangements for people's qualifications, different English language standard is another.
We have a panel dealing with this particular issue later in the week, but thank you for your views. The issue of worker safety is a very important issue, and I was wanting to get your perspective on that, Mr Gilbert. How often are the members that you come across put in danger by the work in aged care?
Can I just comment briefly on the home visit side of things? Obviously, we've got members who do that. There is a code in Victoria for the safety of workers who visit people in their homes. And that requires, for example, a two-person risk assessment being done prior to anyone going there on their own, a return risk assessment in the event of a change in circumstance. So there are things that lend themselves to broader application. I think we've got a very immature industry when it comes to health and safety, whether it's residential aged care, but particularly home care, is really, really immature. The concept of a risk assessment would be a mystery to them.
OH&S, worker OH&S, how does that see itself, how does that arise in the Australian residential aged care home?
In a residential aged care home, it happens predominantly with manual handling, and we've obviously championed over 10, 15 years a no-lift process, and you're now seeing that embedded in lots of aged care facilities where there's tracking in the ceiling and all those kinds of things too. When I started, there was one lifting machine for 30 residents, and it took you 15 minutes to get near it. Now, we've got a very embedded, good system around manual handling if it's properly monitored in residential care. In home care, not so much. You can have a very dangerous shower arrangement where it's slippery, it's got a high wall, the resident client slips, the nurse tries to catch them, that's where they injure themselves. It doesn't have that same maturity. And the other problem with the home care industry is if you've got a good operator who does take all of those steps to provide a safe workplace and pay people well, they'll get trumped at the next contract by someone who won't. And we're seeing that over and over and over. There's no flaw on what a contractor has to do.
Assaults on staff in nursing homes, how common?
Very common. It's There are a couple of sort of aspects to it. I think sometimes you can be assaulted because you happen to be down doing up somebody's shoelaces and it's a matter of convenience. I've never understood. Sometimes I've been assaulted in my history in that same circumstance. On other occasions, it's a consequence of being rushed. People are rushing people to comply with their timelines. And that's creating a situation where someone who's already got issues around their mental competence is getting frustrated and angry at being forced down a path, and that's a consequence of being rushed. People are getting 6 minutes to get a resident out of bed, washed, in a chair, in a lounge room. It's just madness.
Does this issue get raised at the negotiating level, at the workplace enterprise agreement level?
Yeah, and we get told, well, you go to talk to the Commonwealth about it. If you get more funding, we might do something about it. But as I said before, my evidence is that it's not just funding, there has to be mandating that goes with that funding.
Mr Mathewson, to what extent do the employers you deal with engage with worker representatives on these issues?
Well, look, in terms of home care, and it's a developing industry where health and safety, we need to strengthen the systems, but it's also a difficult area because you have got a dispersed workforce. The care coordinator role in the home care system is crucial, and having those protocols and processes around ensuring, when you take a new client on, there is a health and safety assessment done is crucial. But it's difficult circumstances, and I'll provide a couple of examples. We have a client who hoards, and there are a whole range of other challenges around that particular site. They attempt to deliver services, they withdraw. The care coordinator does the assessment, indicates they can't send a worker into this sort of environment, and that is then subject to a complaint. At the time it was the Complaints Commission, and then a story in the media. That's a problem for the provider, who at the time is protecting the worker from those circumstances. Another example, particularly in rural areas, where the visibility of firearms is a concern for workers, and the care coordinator has to make a call that in the circumstances, if they're not removed, they feel the worker is unsafe in those. A common one is around passive smoking, for example. An older person who still has the right to smoke in their own home, but the worker should be protected in those circumstances. The care coordinator role is crucial in that, in terms of negotiating an arrangement where at least that doesn't occur while the worker is there, so that at least the client then gets those services. In terms of residential care, we know there are workload issues, and we've made many statements in the past in terms of increased staffing. But again, there's some complexities, and I only heard of a case the other day where a podiatrist said he couldn't continue to provide services to this individual because every time he got down, he got kicked. And then it became and ultimately, when they spoke to the resident said, I don't want anyone touching it. I don't want anyone down there. I'm happy with the way things are. Now, that's a difficult circumstance when particularly the clinical staff know the potential result of that, but there's a choice that the resident makes, and everyone at the end of the day has to watch on a challenging situation.
Ms Alcock, Ms Tunney, health and safety in the negotiating process, does it ever raise its head? Is it ever addressed?
Well, in terms of workload management issues, yes. We have been successful in some enterprise agreements in getting workload management clauses into the agreements. But I don't have any kind of stats on the success rate of those or the effectiveness of those sorts of clauses. But
what in effect do they do? What does a workload management clause do?
Basically, just setting up a process that can be followed when someone has workload issues. That there's kind of steps that they follow and who they go to. And
a grievance process?
Yeah. So ideally, we would link it to the dispute resolution clause, so that if workload management issues aren't able to be solved at the workplace level, that they then escalate to some kind of external body that can then make a decision.
Ms Alcock, do you have a similar situation?
Similarly, it's incredibly difficult to try and get those clauses inserted. We also try to negotiate staff replacement clauses, that if a staff worker is unwell or if a vacancy arises, that vacancy or employee needs to be replaced as soon as possible, but they're really incredibly difficult to get inserted.
All right. Can I raise a new topic? Cameras. What's wrong with... We heard evidence yesterday of a family putting a camera in the room to make sure that the camera was up to standard, was safe for their loved one. What's the position of the employers and the employees about whether that should be allowed?
We have had some feedback from membership about this. I know of one facility in WA that has given families the option of putting cameras in rooms, and then if families wish to do so, then a notice is put outside the resident's room, and so that staff are aware that there's a camera in the room. Members at that facility have told us that they're fine with that, but so long as they know that there are cameras there, they're happy, but members aren't happy with the idea of being filmed and not knowing that, yeah.
Mr Gilbert?
Yeah, it's dichotomy is the right word. I think professionally it feels weird. When we're so used to being taught about privacy, that the thought of filming somebody in that intimate situation seems quite out of order. Having said that, I've seen some of the horrible videos that have arisen from that, and had they not, it's intimate care, it's one-on-one, there's no one supervising that. My fear about it is, are we going to have a generation of people sitting around TV screens watching videos all out to see if somebody's doing something wrong, and is that going to come out of the money that's currently going into care? You know, I can see and understand why families do it, and I wish there was another way. That's probably the best way I can describe it.
An approach...
There are clearly people who shouldn't be working, or who are showing behaviours that show they're not fit to work in this environment.
Ms Alcock, did your membership deal with this?
I agree that there are some people that just shouldn't be working in the industry, and we don't want to represent those people. We only want the highest quality care for residents. My only concern is that you're going to see the result of unsafe practices borne out by facilities not rostering people. And by that I mean, if you roster someone 1 to 30 and a resident is compelled to go to the bathroom and you don't have time, say you're at night and your pair is in the other facility and you don't have time to get that other person to your facility, and that resident gets up and they fall, is that going to come back on the worker because that's a 2-person assist and you've been directed not to help them? You know, that's filmed, that person fell and you're responsible for their care, but you were directed not to help them because your pair isn't there yet. And our workers get disciplined for situations like that all the time.
Well, that's my next question. Your claims of assaults by care workers and nurses seem to be escalating. If reports are correct, wouldn't this be a way of protecting them, to establish objectively what happened in a person's home?
Yes.
So what's the end result from your union? What would you be happy with in terms of cameras in rooms?
We need to make sure that workers are always aware when there is a camera and when it's on, and aware of footage. We had a very recent example where there was footage and the worker, being conscious that that footage may be deleted, went to film it himself, and then to use it for a subsequent case, was disciplined for it, and then the workplace did go and delete it. So thankfully he did film it. So mechanisms in place to record certain things potentially.
Mr Mathewson, do your members want cameras in place?
Our members are certainly raising this issue now, and we've recently put out a guidance document, which we've really called a working paper, to provide our members as much information as possible in considering requests and looking at it as an option. We haven't taken a position either way. Our view is that we should build the capability of our members to understand, one, the legislative parameters around it, the various issues they need to consider, including consulting very closely with their workforce, and opening up communications with families. I've got to say, as this discussion was occurring, my mother's voice was ringing in my head. She'd spent a number of years in residential care. I've got to say, she'd kill me if I ever considered such a thing.
Yes.
But that is also reflects the individual nature of each person and family.
Yeah. Ms Field, is Laser moving in any direction here?
We do have a position, however, it is a policy position which I can't speak to because of the nature of the role I'm in.
And we can find that through other means, I take it.
Of course.
All right. That leads me to wrapping up the panel discussion and giving each of you an opportunity to indicate anything that you wish to convey to the Commission about the way forward, what the sector might look like in 5 years' time if there was reform in this particular area. Ms Field, do you want to go first?
I think I've probably outlined everything I wanted to outline in my statement. So nothing further to add. Thank you.
Ms Tunney?
Yeah, I suppose we would like to see increased funding into the sector, mandated minimum staffing levels, that there be, training and continuing professional development provided for aged care workers, that funding be address the total needs of residents, so not only their clinical needs but also their basic physical needs and emotional and social needs.
What about in the IR space? What could happen to make getting higher quality, more safety in the workplace, both for your members and for the residents they look after?
Well, I suppose there are some changes that could be made in relation to enterprise bargaining, but we don't believe that enterprise bargaining is going to be the solution to the problems in the sector, and that fundamentally it is a funding issue.
Mr Gilbert, what's your position?
I'll just sort of reiterate what I said before about I think we've got to inject some pride into the work so that people are proud to be working there, and equally importantly that residents and their families have a level of, more than a level of confidence that what they're doing is in the best interests of their family member. And at the moment that's simply not happening. I think, as I said, the regulation of the workforce would be a big step forward in that space, with all of the points that everyone has made about the low pay, the English language test, those sorts of things that you'll no doubt go into this afternoon. I think it has the capacity to generate a clear career path for people in aged care, either within aged care or across other parts of health, which I think is a good thing, because if somebody doesn't want to work in aged care, then they shouldn't be there. So giving people career opportunities width-wise and height-wise is a good thing. I think the Commission has had so much... It's really sort of dawned on me more and more in the last few weeks that staffing levels are currently set by reference to the Stewart-Brown report, I've decided. With reference to what? The Stewart-Brown report. It's a firm of chartered accountants, I think, who take data from about 900 aged care facilities, and then they send that out to their clients, and you can compare how much you spend on meals compared to another facility, how much you spend on care compared to another facility. And when I've been looking, which I've had the obvious pleasure, fortunate to be able to do so, at the statements of people and the evidence before the Commission, is that they use that to decide whether their care is at the right level. If I'm sitting at this comfortable level that's kind of like most other people, that's good enough. And that's the benchmark they're now using to set staffing levels. Whereas, and then we're copying criticism about ratios being a blunt instrument, when what they've got now couldn't be more blunt. It's just comparing, I'm not as bad as that person, and in the event that I have got higher staffing levels, then my directors are going to come down on me to make me drop them. And I think you've seen that evidence quite vividly. Ratios we have nursing hours per patient day in a number of states in various areas already, and we're advocating for a case mix based funding system. that is linked to mandated minimum nursing hours per patient day, which includes a skill mix of personal care staff and nurses. That will turn into a ratio. It's just the nature of the industry. And a ratio is simply X number of staff for X number of beds. There's already ratios now, they're just dreadfully low. So if we implement ratios, the benefit of that, of course, is it sets in stone that that money is for care and that care will be delivered and there's no gaming opportunity. The 5-star system haunts me a little bit. I can see the initial attractiveness of it. But as I said, the employers currently compare with each other what is an acceptable level of care. They could drive that star level down through that comparison process and then we'll end up back where we started from. I'm also fearful of doing any more long-term background work because I think we've said in one of our statements, it's time to stop kicking the can down the road. We've had 20 reviews in 20 years and things haven't been implemented. Sending things off for another review or having a marketing program to improve the image of aged care, seriously, it's time things were put in place and we know what needs to be put in place and we need to make it unambiguously uncomfortable for the Commonwealth to put those things in place.
Ms Alcock, would you like to say anything?
Only to say that workers in this industry enter it because they care deeply about providing high quality care to residents. And I think it's probably true to say they don't enter the industry to earn incredible amounts of money. They know they're not going to come out with $100,000 a year, but we're not going to be able to retain workers unless we increase their rates of pay and we make the industry safer. We're just not going to be able to retain workers and we're not going to be able to generate and attract the next generation of high quality workers either. I think from the HWU's perspective, we need to increase funding and that funding needs to be directly linked to wage increases and increases in staffing as we've discussed today. We need to respect the work of our carers and our cooks and our cleaners and our leisure and lifestyle workers and everyone else in the industry that are critical to the provision of care. And it's not just personal care workers and nurses, it's the entire gamut of the workforce that provides high quality of care to residents, particularly leisure and lifestyle workers. Without that key component in the mix, the skills mix to residents, you don't have any quality of life in residential care facilities. And without minimum safe staffing practices, we can't have a safe workforce. And I'm convinced that we will potentially have a death in residential aged care unless we address occupational health and safety seriously.
All right, Mr Matthewson, you've got the last say. And is there anything you want to say about the EGAR research that was before the Commission earlier this week?
Thank you. I'll come to that in a sec. I just want to touch on what Mr Gilbert said in terms of Stuart Brown and say it is something that providers do have a look at. I don't think it's right to say all providers slavishly follow the benchmarks and their reports offer ranges for consideration. The other thing I'd say is that when we utilised Stuart Brown for a regional group of providers to assess their inputs and how they compare nationally, what we found, and a number of those were already in the survey, is that their staffing inputs were quite higher. In fact, and a number of those were already in that benchmarking survey. So they were making their own decisions. The other thing I'd say is you know, on a average, 70% of all of the subsidies that we receive go into wages and salaries, and that's fairly constant. It's just that our view is the subsidies aren't high enough to build on that. The four elements I just mentioned is our view is that the matter of care, the workforce strategy report is crucial and that the 14 strategic actions need to be accelerated, they need to be implemented and they need to be well resourced and funded. The second point I'd make is around the University of Wollongong report that was recently forwarded to us. And look, we've taken an initial position from our point of view that this potentially acts as the circuit breaker because it does offer a move away from a blunt instrument that the industry can consider. It does recognise resident acuity. It does offer the opportunity for transparency for residents and their families and the community. We think that's an important aspect here in building confidence. We think it could do with some work and some co-design work, and we note the responses of other parties and think they're constructive contributions that should be considered in it. But we think there is enough flexibility if that was converted into a staffing model and it had that allied health component and a number of other components around holistic care. We think it has real potential. We do acknowledge the one concern that it is a star rating system, and then when you look at what the US have done over the last 10 years is they've star rated, they've measured. Our view would be is we need to take a different approach of yes, absolutely use the star rating, but then we need to agree on what's the community benchmark that we think should be reached and funded so that people have confidence. And I know, that could be anything between 3 to 5 stars, and Professor Kathy Eager did say she just came up with their subjective terminology, but we'd need to consider that. But absolutely there needs to be an agreed community benchmark that we all reach, and the community absolutely should expect. My third item relates to really the bargaining environment, and also relating that to Strategic Action 8, which is a consideration amongst all those strategic actions of all the parties getting together and collaborating around a workplace relations framework that accepts that we're in an industry that is transforming, and what are the things that we can put in place. I've already learnt something today around, our view, or the one that we've considered is quite narrow about utilising the award system, and it's worthy of discussion with my colleagues from the trade unions about how we can utilise the Fair Work Act to ensure that wages are lifted if we're given the opportunity to do that. So I think there's an onus on all of us to get back together, look at that Strategic Action 8, not say everything else we can do in that matter of care report we can do, but that one's quite difficult. I think we need to actually face the difficult one and have those discussions. And my last comment is, what we're doing at AXA is we've brought our workforce development unit and our employee relations unit, we plan on bringing them closer together, because our view is they've been separated for too long, and that finding the right fit employees and creating that critical ground for our most important input means that we need to take a holistic approach ourselves in this space.
Nothing further, Commissioners, from me.
I found this session particularly useful, so might I thank you all. One of the things we haven't talked about, and this is important when you're thinking that as a Royal Commission we will be looking to make major changes to the sector. And one of the most important things about major change is I think, feedback from the front line. And this industry, as we've seen right throughout this Royal Commission, has had problems with complaints from users and their families, but we've heard very little apart from nervousness amongst staff around how they raise concerns they have and ways to do that effectively. So do you have suggestions around what needs to happen to really give a step up in the acceptability and the normality of frontline staff feedback to leaders in the industry?
I might start, if you like, Commissioner. I think the leadership of the industry now needs to undertake, and many are involved in that process or commencing, utilising the resource that the workforce gives and the knowledge and engaging at a higher level with that group. It's an important part of developing a progressive organisation, and we've certainly seen examples of that. I think lifting the image of the work is extremely important, and I don't think that's just about marketing. That's about community conversations right across the nation about ageing itself, and then lifting that conversation up and connecting it to the most important group of people that support a a wellness and a holistic ageing process, and that's the workforce.
Thank you. Yes.
To provide feedback from personal care workers, they don't feel empowered to provide direct feedback, and when they do, they don't feel listened to or heard, particularly I think because there's such a hierarchical structure in residential care facilities, from the personal care worker to the enrolled nurse to the registered nurse. If a personal care worker raises the concern with the registered nurse, they often don't feel heard. There are plenty of facilities which don't allow personal care workers to actually physically write and document complaints. They're not allowed to document a concern about a resident. So that's one change that needs to immediately be changed. I think one of the facilities was actually named in one of the witness statements through our submission that they're not permitted to write incident reports about residents. So one of the practical changes I would suggest is having at least one person in each facility being that person you can go to, that if you're not being heard by someone, that you can go and raise your complaint with that person, and that's the person that can hear you and can be the voice for those residents. Because I think by nature of that hierarchical structure, that they just don't feel empowered to raise concerns.
But it's also not just raising concerns, it's about suggestions about how the place can work better, how we can get more relation-based care and the thing and so on. Do you want to talk about that?
Yes. I think particularly because it's the personal care workers now that are providing that direct one-on-one care every single day with residents, that there's such a disconnect with those individuals being respected in the work that they're performing now, and there is no feedback. There's no one talking to those workers, listening to their feedback, hearing it, and then feeding it back to management structures. I think a lot of emphasis is being placed on nurses and hearing their feedback and working that into the structures. It's the personal care workers that are not being listened to, and they're the ones that are on the ground providing direct personal care every day, changing residents, showering them, hearing their concerns when they're helping them into bed at night. I don't think those workers are being heard.
If I can just add, Commissioner, and I'd add the other staff as well. The most important staff to my mum were the catering staff, and they were the connector for her, and they were the people that she spoke to, and they were the people that were incredibly respectful to her.
Yeah, someone bringing the cup of tea at night and a coffee and serving the meals.
Thank you. Unless anyone else wants to comment.
But just there are a number of the more larger approved providers who've adopted a, forgive me, I forget the terminology wrong, but some sort of web-based software that allows staff to provide de-identified suggestions and concerns back to management, and that information is available to assessors when they visit, and it's available to the broad staff group. So whilst you're obviously you'll get some good suggestions and some curious ones, it's a vehicle that is potentially worth exploring more broadly. That there used to be a suggestion box of, painted brown on the wall that nobody put anything in for fear of being seen putting it in there. Now with the software capacity, you can do that at home, de-identified, they don't know it's you, and that is a mechanism that is available.
Yeah, a simple phone app would do the trick, I would have thought.
Yeah, there is.
Commissioner, if I could just add to that as well. Obviously, there are various reasons why workers feel that they don't have a strong enough voice to address issues like workload management and their pay and conditions. But one of the most important things that we think needs to be taken into consideration is that these are particularly vulnerable workers on low pay and low hour contracts. And so it's even more difficult for them to raise concerns because of the consequences that they can suffer in relation to that.
If I could also add something, I think it also comes back to a workplace culture. That I guess there isn't a workplace culture element to this discussion. I think in a lot of facilities, just in my dealings with members, there are the channels to provide feedback and suggestions, but a lot of the time, those avenues aren't always understood by employees, and therefore they don't feel empowered to utilise those channels because they don't know that they're there. So I think it's education to employees, leaders. There's a broader discussion, and that's my personal view around how we can actually enhance the sector and provide more channels for feedback and complaints to make it better.
Thank you.
Well, thank you to each of the panellists. They've been very, very helpful and very, very informative. I think we've now... They can all be excused?
Can be excused, yes. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you to each of you.
While that's... Some documents to tender, Commissioners. Three statements of witnesses who are not giving evidence. The first one is WIT 0487 0001 0001. That's the statement of Carolyn Smith, dated 26 September 2019. Ms Smith is the Secretary of United Voice WA. Her statement includes information about working conditions of United Voice members, largely personal care workers, and enterprise bargaining in the industry. I tender that statement.
The statement of Carolyn Ann Smith will be Exhibit 11-24.
The next statement is the statement that Ms Field referred to of Mr Sean Rooney. It's WIT 0536 0001 0001 of 2 October 2019. Mr Rooney is the Chief Executive Officer of Laser, and he has provided a statement to complement the statement of Ms Field in the circumstances in which Ms Field described it during her evidence. The third statement is WIT. I tender that statement of Mr Rooney.
Yes, the statement of Mr Rooney will be Exhibit 11-25.
The third statement is WIT 0471 0001 0001 of Nadine Patricia Williams, dated the 30th of September this year. Ms Williams is the Deputy Secretary Skills and Training in the Department of Employment Skills, Small and Family Business. Her statement addresses the involvement of the department in terms of training for the aged care workforce, and particularly with regard to the Aged Services Industry Reference Committee. I tender that statement.
Yes, a statement of Nadine Williams dated the 30th of September 2019 is Exhibit 11-26.
That concludes my evidence for this morning, Commissioners. Mr Rosen will take over.
Thank you, Mr Foster. Yes, Mr Rosen.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioners, before I ask for the two witnesses in the next panel to be sworn or affirmed, there's a housekeeping matter I need to deal with of some significance and relevance to the evidence that's going to be given by these witnesses. It's best done by reference to the transcript of the evidence that was given by Professor Eager on Monday, and I think the simplest thing would be to ask for transcript page 5790 to be displayed on the screen. While that's being done, Commissioners, this was the evidence given by Professor Eager, in which she expressed the view that if the Nurses Federation ratios, if I can use a shorthand expression, were to be implemented, they would attract a star rating of 3. Commissioners may recall that evidence being given on Friday. The transcript is now on the screen. If it, line 46 could please be highlighted. Perhaps if the next page could also be displayed side by side with this one, might be the simplest thing. The relevant part of the transcript starts the bottom of page 5790, and you can see that Professor Eager at line 46 said, the other comment I would raise, and I know the Nurses Federation is giving evidence on this, the Nurses Federation has developed a model, and when we mapped it to these standards, the Nurses Federation model is equivalent to 5 staff for registered nursing and 1 staff for total care, giving a 3-star rating. Commissioners will recall that was the evidence that she gave. Overnight, Professor Eager has communicated with the Commission by way of an email, which I've now asked to be displayed on the screen. It's RCD, actually it's tab 215 of the General Tender Bundle. This was an email addressed to me, copied to a number of other people, including Mr Bonner, who's the witness about to give evidence, dated the 15th of October 2019 at 4:50 p.m. And Commissioners, as it's being brought up, I'll read it out. Hi, Peter and Rob. Rob Bonner, ANMF, approached me at the conclusion of yesterday to query my comment that the methodology in the ANMF report would result in a 3-star rating. My colleague Carol has checked the figures today, and as Rob recognised yesterday, we did misinterpret the numbers in the ANMF report. The ANF methodology results in an overall 5-star rating, not 3 stars, as I stated yesterday. The details are below. My apologies for our error in interpretation, and I would appreciate it if you could correct the record. Yours sincerely, Professor Kathy Eager, etc. And then, Commissioners, you will see displayed on the screen the table which was included in the report. And at the risk of giving evidence from the bar table, and I'm no doubt will be corrected if I get this wrong, the relevant part of the table where the Nurses Federation figures would lie would be in column 4, row 5. I see Mr Bonner and Professor Willis nodding. I'm relieved about that. Perhaps if that box could be highlighted, perhaps that is in excess of 63 minutes of RN minutes, and between 242, it's the next box down from there. So column 4, row 5, that's it. Cutting a long story short, Commissioners, that's the state of the evidence in relation to that matter. We have sought from Professor Eager a brief supplementary statement just confirming that, which when it's obtained we will tender.
Why don't you just tender the email?
And I was just about to do that. I'll do that by reference to the code RCD.9999.0259.0001. It is actually part of the general tender bundle, so it's effectively in. Yeah. Commissioners, are you saying that a supplementary statement would be unnecessary in this circumstance?
Probably.
I feel we've had it clarified.
It'll say probably no more than the email, and
exactly. So
we'll take it on board.
We'll take that. Yeah.
If that position changes anyway, we'll let you know. With that matter being dealt with, I formally call Dr. Eileen Willis and Mr. Robert Bonner.
Please repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Emeritus Professor Willis, could you please state for the purposes of the transcript your full name?
Eileen Willis.
Thank you. And Dr. Willis, I think, is your preferred title.
Thank you.
Nice to have a choice, I suppose. Dr. Willis, you, together with 2 of your colleagues, Dr. Julie Henderson and Dr. Ian Blackman, have prepared a witness statement for the purposes of the Royal Commission.
We have, yes.
And its code is WIT.0465.0001.0001, and that'll be displayed on the screen in front of you. Can you confirm for us that that is at least the first page of the witness statement that you've prepared for the Commission?
Yes, it is. There are 2 corrections.
I would ask you to direct our attention to those now, please.
Right, so paragraph 5, the second federation is spelt incorrectly.
So we're on page .0002, paragraph 5,
Yes, so you see Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation and the E is left out.
About 10 lines
Yeah, 10
into
lines down.
paragraph 5A, immediately before the acronym ANMF in brackets.
Yes.
So instead of, you'd ask that that be spelled correctly as
Absolutely.
Federation, all right? We'll make that change, thank you.
And the other one is paragraph 18, and the reference to James Buchan, his name is there twice and it's together, and there should be a full stop.
So in the second line of paragraph 18, you would ask that Professor Buchan, is that the correct pronunciation?
Buchan.
His name only appear once?
No. Mr Rob Bonner recommended Professor Buchan,
Yes.
full stop.
Yes.
Professor Buchan is
I see.
adjunct professor.
Thank you. So the full stop's to be inserted between Buchan and Professor. And at the risk of stretching the friendship, is there also a small typographical error in paragraph 8? At the bottom of page .0003, in the line commencing, our understanding was that. Looks like the word "the" has crept in there unnecessarily.
Yes, I was comfortable with it, but happy
okay.
enough to take it out. It was, for the 2015 Senate inquiry.
No, I mean the where it first appears in the line. Our understanding was that the "we."
Oh, sorry,
You
yes.
see that? If the
Yes,
word
thank
"the"
you.
was deleted, that would be
Yep,
better. Right.
thank you.
With those changes being made, Dr. Willis, are the contents of the statement true and correct?
Yes, they are.
And you're in a position to say that on behalf of the two co-signatories, Dr. Henderson and Dr. Blackman?
I am.
And I tendered the statement of Dr. Willis, Dr. Henderson and Dr. Blackman dated the 30th of September 2019, Commissioners.
Well, the joint statement of the Doctors Willis, Henderson and Blackman will be Exhibit 1127.
Places. Mr. Bonner, welcome back to the witness box.
Thank you.
You were asked some questions on Monday in relation to an earlier witness statement that was tendered. You've also made a witness statement for the purposes of the evidence you're about to give presently.
I have.
And the code for that is WIT.0488.0001.0001. That should be displayed on the screen in front of you. You had a chance to read through that before giving your evidence today, Mr. Bonner?
I have.
And anything in it that you wish to change?
No,
Contents true and correct?
they are.
Tender the statement of Mr. Bonner dated the 2nd of October 2019, Commissioners.
Yes, the statement of Mr Bonner of the 2nd of October will be Exhibit 11-28.
Commissioner, please. 28 it is. Mr. Bonner, I know that in your statement you set out, excuse me, some relevant biographical details. I just want to very briefly summarise those if I could, because I'm not sure that you were asked about them when you gave evidence on Monday. You're the Director of Operations and Strategy with the ANMF, that is the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation, South Australian branch.
That's correct.
You've spent 34 years working with the Federation in a range of capacities, which has seen you representing nurses in the aged care sector for many years.
Yes, I have.
You are on and have been on a range of committees associated with aged care. They're set out at paragraph 5 of your statement, and I don't need to go through those, but that is the case that
That's
you
correct.
are. And importantly, for present purposes, since 2014, you've coordinated the work of the Federation, which has led to the National Aged Care Staffing and Skill Mix Project report.
Yes, the most current phase of that, and I was engaged in the earlier report before that time.
And I'll ask you about that. The more recent aspect of that work, the project report that I'll ask you about in a moment, has been a collaborative project together with Flinders University.
Between the ANMF, Flinders University and the University of South Australia.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Willis, a appropriate segue, I think, to ask you a little bit about yourself. You're the an emeritus professor at Flinders University in South Australia.
That's right, yes.
And before 2017, you worked at Flinders University for 30 years.
I did, yes.
And you were working as an academic, teacher and researcher in the Faculty of Medicine, Nursing and Health Sciences.
That's right, yes.
You, at one point, were Deputy Dean of that faculty.
I was for 3 years, yes.
For 3 years. And your PhD, importantly, explored the impact of policy reform on the working time of nurses in the acute sector.
That's right, yes.
And you've performed extensive research on the work of health professionals.
Yes.
For completeness, the qualifications and experience of your fellow researchers, Dr Henderson and Dr Blackman, are set out in the witness statement that is Exhibit 1127 at paragraph 4B and 4C respectively.
That's right, yes.
Before I ask you about the details in your statement and the report, I thought I might introduce this session of the evidence by asking that a legislative provision be put up on the screen, which I want to ask you about. It's Section 54(1)(b) of the Aged Care Act, Commissioners, and it's at RCD.9999.0002.0288. If Section 54(1)(b), which is about a quarter of the way down the page, could be highlighted, please. Summarising the opening words of the section, one of the statutory responsibilities of an approved provider in relation to the quality of aged care is, as we can see, to maintain an adequate number of appropriately skilled staff to ensure that the care needs of care recipients are met. My question, perhaps firstly for you, Mr Bonner, and you'll be familiar with that statutory requirement, and you'll be familiar with both the current standard and the previous standards which reflect that. Why isn't that good enough to ensure appropriate staffing levels in our aged care facilities?
I mean, the provision in the vernacular is that as long as a piece of string. So in whose eyes have we the appropriate number of skilled staff, and what are the needs of residents that we're seeking to meet? And that's been an issue that 2 Productivity Commission inquiries have grappled with over the last 2 decades and asked the question about how do we go about quantifying that. There has been no accepted standard in this country at least, about what the appropriate answer to that is. So it has always fallen into matters of opinion, matters of conjecture, matters of debate. When the standards organisations have been going in and assessing that, of course, there's been no real measuring stick that will allow them to determine on any objective measure whether or not the staffing numbers and mix are appropriate to the needs of the clients.
Dr Willis, anything you'd like to add to that?
Only to say that objectively that we have done research in which the workers say they cannot do all the work that is required. So it's clear that it's not met.
The reason I ask you is because, from me anyway, for what it's worth, there's a paradox at the heart of all the issues we've been examining this week, and it's this, that we have a statutory requirement which on its face would appear to be likely to achieve that outcome. One would expect it would achieve the outcome of having an adequate number of appropriately skilled staff, and yet the evidence from Professor Eager on Monday was that more than half of our aged care facilities don't have an adequate number of appropriately skilled staff, and that's consistent with so much of the individual experience evidence that we've heard in this commission.
Absolutely, and it's consistent with the thrust of our report, although there is a different approach in terms of the outcome of that.
Before we come to your approach, I wonder if I can just tease this out a little bit further with you. Is the problem here the wording of the provision, or is it the way it's enforced in practice by the various regulators, presently the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission, or is it both?
I think it's probably both in my view. There's no guidance about what appropriateness or appropriately means. So it becomes, as I say, a matter of whose best guidance or best view applies. I think that if there were provisions contained in the Act that gave guidance, in our view, direction about what appropriate was to be taken to mean, then you could hold people accountable for whether or not they were meeting those standards. But currently there's nothing there that would allow the agency to really apply rigour.
Mr Bonner, I imagine from your experience with the union, you'd be familiar with the modern occupational health and safety laws which set performance standards in a statutory provision, not unlike that type of provision, that an employer shall provide a safe workplace so far as is reasonably practicable. And then sitting under that, we have regulations and codes of practice which provide some detailed guidance,
correct,
both for employers and for regulators,
yes,
in relation to the enforcement of such a provision. Is that a model that could potentially be adapted in the aged care area?
Exactly. I mean, whether the mandating occurs within the Act itself or in regulation that has effect under the statute, I think is a matter of convenience. But for us, it's about providing a legal platform that requires a level of performance that is enforceable across the sector.
It's fair to say, isn't it, that a vague standard that's not enforced is not really in anyone's interest. It is not really in the interests of providers either, is it? Or what do you say to that?
I mean, I think that it gives a cosmetic appearance of interest in quality that's not really provided with any capacity for it to be enforced or given rigour. So I think it's unhelpful all round.
Dr. Bull, is there anything you want to add to that?
No, I'm supportive of Rob on that.
It's an appropriate point at which to start to ask you about the report that was jointly produced. There's a bit of background to the report. Perhaps we'll get the report brought up on the screen. It's tab 1 in the documents already tendered, Exhibit 1-20. This was tendered back in the first Adelaide hearings, Commissioner Briggs. Documents already tendered, tab 2. I stand corrected. Thank you, Ms Hill. Might start with you, Mr Bonner, because according to your statement, there's some background to this report, which have... No, I'm sorry.
That's not it.
Exhibit 1-20.
It's referenced in my statement at 6.1, if that's helpful.
It is tab 1. Can we try tab 1 in the documents already tendered?
That's it.
That's it. We've got it? Excellent. Okay. In your statement, Mr Bonner, you explained to the Commission that there was some work that had been done earlier that the union had been involved in, the Federation had been involved in, which informed some of the thinking in this 2016 report. Can you just briefly describe that to us, please?
Yeah, the stage 1 piece of research was really looking at trying to get a picture about what the patterns of staffing were across the industry, and looking to see whether we could determine from that initial piece of research whether there was consistency, whether there was any particular differences due to the sector. We were still dealing with the fallout from the collapsing, if you like, of low care and high care into a single stream, so working out whether or not there were differences in practice there. Originally, the intention was to follow that piece of work with a direct observation study similar to the one that Professor Egar described on Monday under the RUCS stage 1 sample, but that changed as a result of consideration of the findings.
As a result of
consideration of the findings at stage 1.
Okay. If we could go to paragraph 6 of your statement, please, which is on page .0004.
Yes.
Consistently with what you've just told us, you say stage 2, I'm looking at the second line of paragraph 6,
Yeah.
stage 2 built on an earlier project which resulted in the ANF Aged Care Staffing and Skills Mix Project final report produced for the Department of Health and Ageing in June 2012. So the client there was the then Commonwealth Department of Health and Ageing?
It was.
And what became of that work or that report?
The department declined to allow us to publish the report, and it's never been released.
Okay. And are you able to assist the Commission with understanding the link between that earlier work and the 2016 report before I ask you about that?
Yes, I mean, what that report did was to identify some significant variation in the staffing of aged care facilities of similar type and size. So with similar mixes of clients, huge variations between the better staffed and lower staffed facilities that weren't really explainable by reference to the client mix, and the consultants that we used in that stage used the Medicare database to access some of the information about the residents that would give us some of the kinds of observations that the University of Wollongong study is doing in a much more sophisticated way by looking at the overall case mix records of clients. So it became clear to us that there was nothing in terms of the demand for care or need for care for the clients that was linked with a staffing product that was then being used to allocate the resources. So that became the driver, if you like, for that second piece of work, which was establishing what the demand for care was, rather than just looking at supply.
Just pick up on something you said there and take you on a slight tangent if I could. That is, you talked about the wide disparity in staffing levels for similar groups of residents. And it called to mind something that occurred to me when Professor Eager was giving her evidence the other day, and that is that it's too simplistic, isn't it, to say that this is all about funding. That is, if funding was increased, more staff would be employed and perhaps higher wages would be paid, because we know that under the current funding arrangements, which apply broadly, equally across the sector, some providers are operating at 4 and 5 stars, whereas others are obviously at 1 and 2.
I think that we need to remember the time frame since that stage 1 data was being crunched, which was sort of 2011 and 12. Yes. And without repeating it, my observation would be that there's been a narrowing in terms of my general observation in terms of the bandwidth, so that the top providers have come down. Yes. In terms of their staffing levels over that period. So I think there's been some compression, but it's right to say that there's no logical explanation looking at that particular study that says funding results in different, the same staffing outcome.
Well, can I tease that out? Maybe there is a logical explanation. Perhaps some organisations are just better managed and can achieve better outcomes than others with the same funding. Is that a fair observation in your experience?
I don't think that we had any data to say that outcomes were any better or worse as a result of the particular models. What we found was that public sector providers were overwhelmingly providing better staffing for the same groups of clients than non-government providers, but that there wasn't much of a difference between the staffing allocations that would be used between the not-for-profits and the for-profit sectors, which was not what we expected to find, to be frank. We sort of started with a view that the not-for-profits would probably be better off, but the evidence didn't bear that out.
I didn't have those last words, Mr. Vonner.
The evidence didn't bear that out.
Right. Dr. Willis, anything you would like to add at this point to that observation?
I just concur with what Robert said.
Thank you. Now, if we could turn then, please, to the methodology that was utilised for the 2016 report. and I would ask that that be brought back up on the screen. That's document already tendered, tab 1. Thank you. In your statement, which we can just leave that on the screen. We don't need to go to the statement for the moment, but you describe essentially 3 or perhaps 4 stages to the research, and I want to take you through each of those, starting with you, Mr. Bonner, and then Dr. Willis. Please feel free to jump in at any point. The purpose of the research was to establish, was conceived as a means of establishing demand for care in the residential aged care sector and appropriate staffing levels to reflect care needs. Is that a fair description?
Yes, that's correct.
We know that at times this work and the campaign that the Federation has been actively running is derisively referred to as a ratios system, and that it's a blunt instrument. We heard the previous witness, Mr. Gilbert, talking about that earlier. It is, on the contrary, isn't it? It's a methodology to achieve appropriate staffing levels within the parameters of the work. Is that right?
Absolutely. I mean, this was about establishing whether or not we could derive groupings of residents that were meaningful in terms of the care that they required, both in terms of volume and the type of staff providing that care that was responsive to their particular circumstances. So it was never intended to produce a single outcome that would apply to every resident in terms of the care they received each day of the week in their particular aged care facility. It was about coming up with an appropriate number that dealt with the industry as a whole.
Are we right to start with the resident profiles, or is that a good place to start with our examination?
Yes, that's fine.
Right. You've just said a moment ago that what you tried to do was identify resident profiles that broadly reflected particular care needs. Is that right?
Yes, what we did was we gathered de-identified resident care plans and assessments for about just over 200 residents from a variety of facilities, and then subjected those to analysis in terms of what the presenting assessments were, what the interventions tasks, for want of a better word, were that sat arising from that, and then calculated the amount of time that should be spent in delivering that care. I should say that we already had access to an observational timings database because we'd done joint work with the Department of Health in South Australia that collected 180,000 observations of time that was spent by nurses and care staff in the delivery of those interventions in the state system.
Now, you gave the 6 resident profiles names.
Yes.
They're made up people,
Absolutely.
aren't they? They're not actual people.
We arrived at, from the analysis, there were broadly 6 groupings or sort of areas where there was a concentration of hours of care that related. So natural clusters in the data. In order to explore those in the second round, which was a qualitative piece of feedback and validation, we wanted to be able to describe those to focus group participants, and so we used the device of creating a name for those. So VULA was our basic category 1 of client, through to the other people, so that people could describe the person rather than talking about categories in a sort of relatively cold way.
Let's go to VULA, perhaps. Resident profile number 1, page .3197 in the report.
Yes.
And just whilst that's being brought up on the screen, that's .3197. So this is a category of resident care needs, it's not unlike the 13 categories that Professor Eager told us about on Monday. Is that right?
Indeed. I mean, the methodology that she's used in the University of Wollongong approach has 16. We've ended up with 6.
I think 13.
Sorry,
she
13.
told us.
Yes.
Because they added them. And she hasn't named them. They're just categories 1 to 13. If we can just identify the characteristics of resident profile 1, what's the significance of the personal information, age, widowed, and the language skills? What's the relevance of that?
It was to try and give some background to the kinds of things that would influence care for a resident in an aged care facility. So the fact that you were dealing with someone who is from a non-Anglo-Saxon background, has particular cultural needs, her family circumstances in terms of support, social engagement and the like are relevant to the kinds of work and support that you would want to do in providing care to the character. So this was the kind of social circumstance that was relatively normal for residents in this group.
You haven't, importantly, as I'm understanding it, you haven't limited yourself to the clinical characteristics of the person in the profile.
No. And indeed, if I can sort of make the point that there's been, I think, unhelpful characterisation of nursing and personal care that comes from a misunderstanding that nurses and personal care workers are somehow constrained to medical-related interventions when that's one part, but by no means the scope of nursing practice. So nursing is a biosocial, psychological, holistic professional practice area and cuts across a whole range of areas that don't fit neatly into what some people would describe as clinical care.
Or a medicalised model, as it's
precisely
referred to. And that's certainly the way nursing is taught in universities in a contemporary setting, is it not?
And has been, I would argue, since at least the 1980s.
Yeah. Now, as far as the clinical needs of VULA, category 1, we see them at the bottom of the page there.
Yes.
Significant medical history, dementia, hypertension, but well controlled on medications, and osteoarthritis, regular pain management and therapy.
Correct.
With no allergies or alerts. No. I'm correct in understanding, aren't I, that category 1, this is the lowest category of care needs?
It was, and to be fair, the feedback that we had in the focus groups and is reported is that it's unlikely that VULA would find herself in residential aged care if she hadn't already been in there at the time the study was being conducted. So importantly, we need to remember this work is now 3 years old.
Yes.
And there's been a gradual ramping up, as you know, in terms of the acuity of residents in residential care and greater attention paid to home care of people such as this category of person who would have found themselves in aged care in the past.
That's consistent, is it not, with the evidence we heard from Professor
absolutely.
Eager on Monday?
And the expectation is that will continue to incrementally grow.
Without going through each of the resident profiles, for reasons of time, can we jump to profile 6, which is the highest need category? That's page .3212. Do you have those numbers in your copy there? You probably don't, but
no, it's fine.
You know your way around it.
I found Norma.
Terrific. Can you tell us about resident profile Norma? What is it about a person in this category that puts them into the highest care needs category?
I mean, I guess that this person aligns with the special category that Professor Eager described as adding to the case mix approach in her study, which is active end-of-life palliation. So Norma has significant experience of cancer and has been admitted to assist her to die.
Professor Eager told us about the importance of a case mix approach to these classifications. This is also a case mix approach, is it not?
Indeed, there's a huge amount of similarity in the way that we have used and constructed this tool. So the assessment instruments that are used in this process and in the later process of the RAS that's connected to my statement, we've used many of the same assessment tools as have been used by Professor Egar and her team to develop the case mix approach. So there's a consistency between the two instruments in terms of what assessment tools get used and what they result in.
Yes. Did you a moment ago say RAST?
RAS, the resident assessment tool that comes in my later statement.
Yes, thank you.
Which is the simplified version of this piece of work.
Is there anything further you need to tell us about the resident profiles, Mr Bonner or Dr Willis for that matter, to assist us in understanding the research?
Just to, and hopefully not to sort of take you past the next stage of the research, you will see that under each of the names, there's the evidence-based nursing resident care hours per patient per day, and then there's the focus group moderation score in each. What we did was to look at the interventions for each of those residents that are on, if you look at Norma's, on the next page of Norma's profile, you see...
just while that, I'll just get that brought up for us. That's .3213, page 63 of the report.
Yeah. So you'll see that, consistent with what I've described, there's a series of assessments of her needs, and then the next table down, resident profile 6 care provided across shifts. There's then a list of interventions that sit underneath those assessed needs that are specified to be delivered on each of the shifts over the 3 shifts over the day. So...
if I can just jump in there if I could for a moment, Mr Bonner. So if we just take a simple example that's easily understood, the continent status of Norma, we can see in the top box that she's incontinent. That's the identification of the need, is that right?
That's correct.
And then you've got what flows from that in terms of what you called interventions, but are the tasks is a word
which
that
particular
needs
services,
to be carried
functions, tasks are you going to do during that particular period of time.
And whether they need to be done in each shift or only one shift. Right.
Or whether they have to be done 4 hourly, as might be the case with oral medications, for example.
Yes.
So the frequency is relevant as well as the response. And each of those interventions has a time that sits with that is a standardised time that we collected in the earlier piece of work.
Can I just tease that out if I could, please, because that's a very important consideration. The assessment of the time taken, we'll take a simple example in the middle box, sponge in bed, AM. What's the science, if I can put it that way, behind determining how many minutes are needed to do the sponge in bed?
I can perhaps deal with that best by going to one of the appendices or attachment to my statement.
Yes.
And it's marked ANM 0011 0001 0041.
Okay, that could be brought up.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. It's very helpful. Thanks, Mr. Bonner.
And this is Norma's profile using the modified assessment tool that I talk about in the statement. And if you flow through about 4 pages in...
So to 004...
444.
0044?
That's the table, yes. That will give you the breakdown of each of those interventions in the second column.
If we could perhaps expand the second column, please. And where would you draw our attention to?
So that's the list of interventions that's consistent with the kind of table that we saw earlier.
Sort of the second main box, thank you. That's it.
Right. That's the intervention list that sort of matches, if you like, the the abbreviated interventions. So sorry, it's about font size 2, I think. But if you go over to the right-hand side, so the final group of columns,
Yes.
you will then see next to
the
each.
right-hand 1/3 of the 2 pages could be highlighted, perhaps.
So yes, there.
Thank you.
And if we can just blow that up, you will see next to each of those the time that's associated with each of those tasks by shift. So that's the
Expressed as minutes, are they?
expressed in
Or
minutes.
fractions of
So
minutes.
12.96 minutes,
Yes.
which was the standardised time after we collected the data across the system. So for meal supervision, that's 12 minutes and 12.96 minutes. And this is where we get ourselves into trouble because of the 46 seconds or 0.46, and then 5 minutes, 0.46 for hydration status being assessed.
Okay. Just for completeness, what lies behind those numbers? Where have they come from?
They have come from direct observation and timings of those interventions being undertaken across a range of South Australian health environments. As I say, 180,000 observations of people doing those tasks. In order to get into the scoring in the database, you had to be able to see it performed in that environment at least 10 times, so the data could be standardised along the way. So a very rich database. All of the collectors of the data went through a central training process, and the results were then moderated by SA Health's chief statistician to make sure that we were not making ill-informed statistical choices, as would be the case if we were left unsupervised.
Now, Dr. Willis, you've been sitting quietly and patiently there whilst that's all been explained. What role did your team play in relation to this aspect of the work?
We conducted focus groups in Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland, South Australia, and we did one remotely for rural and remote nurses. We took the 6 case studies, and 2 people from ANF came to the focus groups and talked through the case study. Dr. Terry Gibson from the University of South Australia and Dr. Louisa Toffley ran the focus groups. Terry was the lead, and what they did in the focus groups was to get the registered nurses to look very carefully at the profiles and say, is this accurate, or are we overstating the care that's needed, or are there particular care tasks that have been left out? And so that was recorded. We ran 2 in Victoria and 2 in New South Wales, 1 in Queensland. So we brought that data back.
Yes.
Louisa and Terry did the first analysis of it, so it's transcript, so you're needing to look at what people say. What we did then was to write...
Before you move on, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you said that the people that were spoken to were registered nurses.
Yes.
Was it only registered nurses that were involved?
It really was only registered nurses. There were 3 other people who actually came along to the focus groups, but we had actually advertised for registered nurses with experience in working in residential aged care.
And that's by distinction from enrolled nurses, for example?
Absolutely,
or personal
all
care
care
workers. They weren't involved in this process?
They weren't involved.
No, okay. Is that significant, do you think, looking at it from the point of view of the validity of the research? Does that matter from...
I think so. I think particularly when we came to do the missed care survey,
Yes.
the observation there is that registered nurses observe more of the care that's missed than other categories of workers. They've got a better overview of what the resident requires.
Right. So it's relevant in the sense that perhaps it adds to the validity of the research
yes.
rather than detracts from it.
Yeah.
I see. Mr. Bonner, do you want to...
It was important because this is an assessment-driven process, and assessment, by and large, sits with the registered nurse in terms of making that and then devising the care plan, which is then delegated to others on the way through. So it was, if you like, a natural thing to flow from that the majority of people who would want to participate and came from that group.
I fully appreciate what you're saying, and in fact, I think it's really right. I suppose my question is, did your analysis enable any assessment of the personal interaction time that might be required in order to provide a good quality of life? And nurses might not necessarily be the ones best equipped to assess that.
The timing studies cut across class categories. So we were able to observe the communication and wider activity that sits around the task that's being performed. I think that what our timings would not collect were some of the kinds of interactions that Professor Egar talked on Monday that occur in the corridor.
Yeah.
For example, where you come across a resident and there's a need to engage or a wish to engage. So they wouldn't be captured in terms of an active intervention. This is about planned, structured care rather than ad hoc responses.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
There's another example in the case study on Vula, where the nurses in the focus groups pointed out to us that if Vula woke up in the middle of the night and wanted to go to the toilet, it's just not 10 minutes taking her to the toilet. Given that she's got dementia, it would require perhaps getting her a warm milk drink and sitting with her for a few minutes. So doing that kind of emotional, interactional work, which would stretch it out to 20, 30 minutes.
And of course, we've heard considerable evidence, particularly in the Sydney hearings, that without that time taken when someone has dementia, especially high-end dementia, there can be consequences in terms of behavioural problems and the like, which can themselves add to the work involved.
And if I can say, that was at the heart of why this approach. Because if we had just gone out and looked at care where staffing was insufficient or not of the right mix, then what you would observe is the inadequacy that's already there, rather than working from what is required and then building the hours from a zero base. So that's the difference of our approach from Professor Egar's team approach, which was they are observing what is there with whatever constraints are around it. We were building for the assessment, building what should be occurring with clients, how much time is required regardless of what was there. So it allows a freer thought process and planned response to the staffing question.
And if I can just tease that out, I take it from that you mean with the work done by Professor Egar, tasks may have been completed in less time than ideally would have been available for those tasks because of all the pressures we've heard about in the system.
That's correct. So, or in her work, the staff were recording and scanning their tags as they delivered service to a client. If they didn't get to do it, then nothing gets scanned and therefore it's not captured. Whereas in our survey, we were saying this should occur this many times during the day and therefore the time gets allocated for it. So it's more of a what should be occurring, what is needed to occur, rather than just observing what is there.
The outcome of that process was examined through a Delphi study, which you refer to.
We moderated.
Well, yes, in the sense that the formula, as it were, or the methodology for staffing was moderated through the Delphi.
Not the numbers.
Not the numbers.
No, I understand.
No, not the numbers.
Yes,
so that was, So the Delphi went out to residential aged care managers, who we assumed would be mostly registered nurses, but not all. Just over 2,000. We got the addresses from a Commonwealth site, sent them a letter indicating that we were doing this Delphi. Would they engage in it? They then had to type in the address into their internet in order to get to the Survey Monkey and fill out the Delphi. We had 102 responses from about 2,000 letters that we sent out to aged care centres.
Just go back a step if I could. A Delphi study is a study...
Study of the experts.
Right.
So what you do is you ask the experts, we would like your expert opinion on these particular questions, and the major one for us was, do you think this particular methodology makes sense and is accurate? We would hope that if we didn't get an agreement, a significant agreement, and you need really about an 80% agreement on most of the questions, you then send it out again and say, well, you know, these are the results we've got, what do you think now? And we were prepared to send it out about 3 times. But in the 102 responses that we got roughly 90% agreement on all but 2 questions.
And the data flowing from that process, I won't take you to it because of constraints of time, but it's all in Chapter 6 of the report.
It is, yes.
Yes.
And yes, that was managed by Dr. Kay Price.
Now, can I draw your attention to the summary of all of that? So with each of the categories, a number of hours and minutes of time was determined as the appropriate amount of time needed to provide care for that resident for a day.
That's right.
Correct. And that's where we get the acronym which we saw up on the screen a moment ago. Just make sure I've got it here. RCHPD.
Resident
Care
hours per patient,
hours
per day, yes.
per day.
Care hours per day.
And if we could go to page .3159, just while that's being done, I note the time, Commissioners, I could probably conclude the evidence of this panel within 15 minutes, if that would be considered an appropriate approach. Thank you. So .3159 is part of the summary at the front of the report. It has a box, blue box, which you'll see, page 9 of the report, Mr. Bonner.
Thank you. I have it.
And we see in point 3 an average figure of 4.30 resident care hours per day, or 4 hours and 18 minutes of care per day is the average figure that emerges from the 6 categories.
That's correct.
Right. I want to ask you about the next part of that, which we can see if the point 3 in the box could please be enlarged. We see that the 4.3 hours, or 4 hours 18 minutes, is broken down into percentages. 30% registered nurse time, 20% enrolled nurse time, 50% personal care worker time. And the statement there is that that's the evidence-based minimum care requirement and skills mix to ensure safe residential and restorative care. Firstly, what does the reference to restorative care mean there?
So this was addressing a real focus on the living well of residents. So rather than just assuming continual and gradual decline, that there was the opportunity to recover health where that's possible. So improving functional condition, improving response to management of chronic disease. So that's the philosophical approach to it.
Yes. Dr. Willis, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I think Rob's right. It's about restorative and reablement.
Yes.
Yes.
And Dr. Price in our team was had an overlapping appointment with her role from University of South Australia with a leading aged care chain that was actually actively engaged in piloting that work in the state. So I think it was part of her particular focus was to make sure that we were examining those components through the study.
The breakdown of the 30, 20, 50 is what I'd like to explore with you. How does one come up with those, or how did you come up with those figures, rather?
So if I can refer you to table 2.3 in the report, which is on page 28.
So with our coding, that's .3178. Table 2.3, sample from observation, timing and motion database.
I've already talked you through the interventions broadly.
Yes, that was the table you took us to earlier.
That's right, the norma. Down the right-hand side here, what you will see, it doesn't occur at resident level, it occurs at facility level for reasons I'll explain. You'll see a staff class next to each of those interventions. It's not prescriptive in saying that every time pressure care will be performed by a personal care worker, but what we did was to assess the lowest of the 3 levels of work, a PCW, enrolled nurse or registered nurse, that was competent to perform the role, was within their scope of practice, and then allocate the intervention to that class. So when we were rolling up the timings, you could get a sense of the balance overall. The reason that doesn't sit with the individual is it doesn't make sense to allocate that to individual residents. It's the total volume of care across the set that's important, and that gave us the split between the 30, 20, 50 at the end of the exercise. That was a consideration of how often those interventions arise and who is able to do them most likely. I just want to make the point really clearly that it's critical that registered nurses, in order to inform their wider work, also engage in the fundamentals of care. So it's not saying that because a care worker can do that work, that it always should be. And indeed, there's very clear evidence to say that that the other classes of workers should be doing some of that work as well.
Yes. Just if I can clarify this aspect of the work a bit further, some tasks would presumably be unarguably only the role of a registered nurse, yes, particularly in relation to medications, yes, and the like. Mm-hmm. At the other end of this of the spectrum, if I can put it that way, other tasks would be unarguably a personal care worker's responsibility, might be sponging or showering, yep, or those sorts of tasks. In between, there must be a grey area where there's a degree of judgment involved.
It's, I mean, oral medications, are the usual one where things get a bit hairy in terms of who should be doing what, and that's the fourth one up from the bottom of that list, and we've allocated that to an enrolled nurse. We believe that the evidence is that's the level at which there's sufficient educational preparation for safe delivery of that function, yes, consistent with the scope of practice and educational prep. Now, there are care workers out there who are administering medications, we concede, but we don't believe that that's appropriate, and therefore the class that's allocated to that in our study was EN.
I guess what I'm getting at is, are some of these categories ones in which reasonable but educated minds could differ?
I think at the margins, I think that the broadness of it would be no, there would be a broad alignment,
yes,
of view.
Dr. Willis, I think you want to add something.
Rob mentioned, he used the word fundamentals of care, and so I think behind that notion is that you would expect the registered nurse also to do some personal hygiene, simply because in doing so, as he's mentioned, she or he would have a broader notion of what she might notice, that the client is getting a pressure sore or needs some reassessment about their care needs. So while you mightn't have the registered nurse doing the fundamental hygiene care every day, you would expect that they would be familiar and do some on the wards, on the floors.
And that goes to some relationship with the evidence of Professor Egar on Monday, which was that we need to make sure that the registered nurse time is not spent on documentation and ACFI claims and quality assurance activity exclusively, that we're actually seeing registered nurses in the delivery of direct care to clients in this kind of proportion.
Now, if I've understood the evidence given by Professor Egar on Monday, and we've all heard you say that there's a deal of overlap between the work that she's done and the work that you've done. One point of difference, though, might be this, if I understand it correctly. Her evidence seemed very clearly to be that a replacement for ACFI in the form of ANAC, as she described it, arising out of the RUCS work, excuse all the acronyms, was necessary before making any significant change to these sort of staffing aspects. Do you have a view about that, Mr. Bonner?
We would disagree.
Why is that?
With that approach. We believe that there's a compatibility between our position in relation to mandating safe, effective minimum staffing levels alongside prescription about what staffing inputs there have been under a case mix approach for quality assessment overall, which is the thrust of the CMS system in the US. It's not used for allocation or future rostering of staff. It's used for retrospective guidance in terms of what measures of quality have been achieved from the system, considering those staffing inputs. This tool is about helping people understand over time what they should be putting in the rosters this week, next week and the month after, by constant refreshing of the resident profile over time.
Dr. Willis, did you want to add anything to
Yeah,
that?
I'm not familiar enough with Cathy Eager's proposals.
I should note for the record, Mr. Bonner, that the Federation has put in a detailed written response to to Professor Eager's work, and that's part of the evidence before the Commission. I won't take you to it now. Is there anything else you want to say about Professor Eager's work at this point?
Look, I think that the point that we would make fundamentally is that we would disagree with Professor Egar's characterisation of the 3-star rating as being somehow, and she said herself it was her label rather than something objectively within the system as being appropriate.
You described it as a bare minimum, in fairness.
Yes, that's right. It was labelled as appropriate, and that causes us concern because it's very clear from our study that staffing levels of that number and of that mix would fail to provide the adequate staffing for categories 4, 5 and 6 of our residents in our study.
Yes.
So it would mean that for half the resident profile, at least there would be inadequate care.
And the most needy
in terms of volume, and the growing proportion of people in the system. And secondly, we would say that the skills mix that's derived from the CMS system using the American model is grossly inadequate when compared to the skills mix that is arrived at through consideration of the intervention level of activity in our study.
One thing that's missing from both your work and the work of Professor Eager is the allied health dimension. Do you want to make any observations about that? Is there, put that another way, could there be some tweaking done to include a component of allied health done to your system?
Indeed. We've already identified an intervention timings database for allied health. It would be a simple matter of doing the same kind of work as we've done for nursing and personal care staff to identify the interventions that are found in aged care and then derive from those timing studies the amount of time that could be added to another module of this piece of work. So it's not, now that we've got the sort of theoretical construct nailed, it's not all that hard to bolt on the suite for allied health professionals.
But it wouldn't substitute for the care that's missed at the moment. For example, one of the major cares that missed is oral hygiene. You're not going to see a speech pathologist take up that missed care. So you would still need a mandated staffing level of registered, enrolled and care workers.
Yes. And certainly our piece of work was never to explore the total aged care workforce input into residential aged care. It was focused on nursing and personal care. But the approach, as I say, is adaptable to be added on to in terms of those other inputs.
In your unpublished stage 2 report, did you make an estimate of the additional cost that would be required to have this kind of proportionality?
There is another study that I think that we had commissioned subsequent to this report, conducted by another team from Flinders University that modelled the costs. Commissioner?
Do you have any sense of what they are? Just in indicative.
Could I ask that it be brought up because it's in evidence, Commissioner? It's documents already tended tab 2, Exhibit 121,
Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself.
No, that's. I'm sorry to cut you off, Commissioner, but I just thought it might be helpful to have it. And the costings are in the document at .3314. Just whilst that's being brought up, hopefully to assist everyone, the magic figure is $5.3 billion for implementation of the report in 2016, but it's important to understand that the authors of the report identified a number of offsets against that. In other words, increased taxation revenue, reduced workforce attrition and so on. And the bottom line is this, Mr Bonner, isn't it, that the authors of the report calculated that it would be at least benefit cost neutral?
Optimistically, I think that there would be I think it's 2.7 in raw costs. If you look at the summary on the pages marked with platinum 3.
If we go to .3314 at the bottom of the page, the final paragraph in summary.
Benefit cost neutral, correct.
There is a recognition in the research, isn't there, of limitations?
Absolutely. I mean, there are a range of assumptions that were used in modelling the costs, and they include expectations in terms of reduction in transfer, for example, from residential aged care facilities to acute care hospitals.
Yes.
Now, they are costed and the assumptions are published in the report. So they've been explored somewhat and are open to verification or challenge.
Commissioner Briggs, does that adequately address that question?
Yeah, I'm assuming the raw costs at 2.7 billion is per year in 2016 dollars with that level of acuity. But when you say at least benefit cost neutral, that means in terms of tax returns from employing more nurses and what have you.
That's right, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, overall.
And there is a recognition, is there not, that that's from 2016 onwards, that's bound to be an increasing figure on both sides of the ledger.
That's right. The savings will equally be mounting as well.
Thank you.
They're the questions that I have for Mr Bonner and Dr Willis.
Well, thank you both for that. Very informative, very helpful. Thank you. 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock.
All stand. The Royal Commission is now adjourned.
Yes, Mr. Ross.
Commissioners, I call Kim Leanne Peake, who is seated in the witness box.
Yes, thank you.
Repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
that
the evidence I shall give
the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms Peake, for the purpose of the transcript, could you please state your full name?
Kim Leanne Peake.
And you have made a further witness statement for us, having made previous statements. This one has the code WIT.0481.0001.0001, and that should be appearing on the screen in front of you now, I hope. It's a statement dated the 4th of October 2019, and is there one typographical error that you would seek to correct in 12.2?
Yes, please. And it's just, I think there is a typo where we've used the word rations rather than the word ratios.
Yep. Okay. An unintentional error, I'm sure. And with that change, are the contents of the statement true and correct?
They are.
Tender the statement of Kim Leanne Peake dated the 4th of October 2019, Commissioners.
All right, well, that statement with the amendment will be Exhibit 11-29.
Pleases. Actually, there is a further, some further information which you've provided to us. I'll ask that be brought up on the screen. It's WIT.0481.0002.0001. And these were some additional questions that you were asked from memory in conference, I think. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this is some further information. Do you see that on the screen in front of you, Ms Peake? It's coming up now, I think.
It's still coming.
I think you're familiar with the document I'm talking about. Have you had a chance to look at that before giving your evidence?
I have.
And are the contents of that true and correct?
They are.
It may, Commissioner, be appropriate perhaps for this to be marked the same exhibit but B rather than A, might be a suggested approach. It's related to the statement.
It may as well just form part of this one exhibit, mightn't it? It's easy enough to identify this document. It's on...
from the coding, yes, that's quite sufficient.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
We'll include that as part of 11-29 then.
Commission pleases. Sorry about all that. Ms Peake, you have been the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services here in Victoria since 2015.
That's correct.
And as you've indicated, you've made other statements and you've previously given evidence here, including in the first Melbourne hearing a few weeks ago about young people.
I did.
Yep. For present purposes, you've been asked to give some evidence about the Safe Patient Care Nurse to Patient and Midwife Patient Ratios Act of 2015. And you've done that in some detail in both the witness statement and the additional information. I thought I would start, before examining that legislation, I'd like to ask you a little bit about the public sector aged care part of Victorian aged care services, and maybe we can do it by way of a summary because it is all set out in your statement. There are 73 health services running 178 public sector facilities in Victoria.
That's correct.
Yep. And just so that we're clear about that, those 73 health services, they're primarily government-owned services, is that right?
That's correct, yeah. Yes. They're all government-owned facilities.
Right. Okay. I'll return to that, but for the moment I understand. In them there are 5,600 beds, according to your statement.
Yes.
And that represents 11% of the Victorian aged care sector.
That's correct.
The remaining 89% being private.
Correct.
Either profit, not-for-profit,
or not-for-profit.
or so on. Okay, thank you. Now, they are concentrated in rural and regional areas?
They are, but there is also a range of public sector residential aged care services across metropolitan and larger regional as well.
And importantly, in a number of regional areas, those public facilities are the only aged care facilities that are available to the population.
That's correct, particularly in smaller rural locations.
Yes. Now, importantly, for the evidence you're going to give about nurses and nursing ratios, the resident cohort in Victoria's public sector facilities present particularly complex challenges in terms of their care.
That's correct, and particularly in our metropolitan and larger regional services, the acuity of the residents is higher than in non-government services generally.
So I want to ask you a little bit about that. Firstly, how are you able to say that? What's the information source that enables you to make that observation?
Yes, so there is information that is collected about the complexity of residents through the aged care funding instrument, and on 2 occasions in the last few years we've done an analysis of that data. In the first instance, that analysis was conducted by the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. That was in 2014, contrasting the ACFI data for public sector residents versus residents in non-public sector services. And then more recently, we commissioned a further piece of work which is recently reported, looking at 2018 comparative data.
I'll ask you about the first of those data sources, which is from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, and you cite that in your statement, and it's significant, I think, isn't it, that it's 2014 data. It's at page 20 of your, paragraph 20 of your statement, if that could be brought up, page 0003. That more recent study that you referred us to, are the findings of that consistent with the 2014 study?
They are. The method was slightly different, but the findings are consistent.
And what is it about the cohort that dictates the greater complexity? For example, is it to do with the age or what other features?
Yes, and part of it is that there are a higher number of slightly younger residents who have more complex needs, but across the board there are a higher proportion of residents that have either complex healthcare needs, complex psychosocial or behavioural management needs, or more broadly psychosocial care needs.
You detail some of those features of the cohort and some of the particular health needs at paragraph 17 of your statement, which I'd just like to ask you about briefly. And I note that the references there are not only to complex health needs, but also behavioural needs and psychosocial needs.
That's correct.
And that's a function of the matters that you were just describing.
That's correct.
Thank you. If I could turn then to the questions of staffing by reference to your statement. You make the observation at paragraph 32 on page 0005 that a range of academic literature shows the relationship between staffing levels and patient outcomes. And you go on to say, this literature has found that higher nurse staffing numbers lead to better patient outcomes with lower mortality rates, shorter length of stay, fewer readmissions, fewer falls with injuries and fewer healthcare associated infections. You cite a number of studies. I'm right, aren't I, that each of those studies has examined the question of any link between staffing levels and patient outcomes in a hospital setting?
That's correct.
The evidence that we've heard, including on Monday from Professor Eager, is that there is a great deal of literature that addresses that link in the context of hospitals and the acute health sector. There's less in relation to aged care facilities, is there not?
That's correct. I think it is much more of an emerging field of research.
Yeah. Do you say, Ms Peake, that nonetheless, from the literature about the health sector that at least the inference is open that similar results could be expected in aged care settings?
I do, particularly given the health needs of many of the residents who are in particularly public sector residential aged care.
And I take it from that you mean that they're akin to the health needs that one
That's
might
correct.
come across in a hospital setting?
That's correct.
Yep. You explained to us that the background of the Victorian legislation goes back to 2000, when there have been enforceable requirements for minimum nursing staffing levels in enterprise bargaining agreements.
Yes.
Has that been limited to the public sector in Victoria?
That's correct. In terms of the enterprise bargaining arrangements, that's my understanding, that it's, yes, public sector oriented.
What led to the translation, if I could call it that, from the enterprise bargaining agreements into statute in 2015?
Yeah, so it was a government commitment, but it was in recognition that having had that period of experience of ratios through enterprise bargaining agreements, that there was a very compelling case for the importance of those staffing levels, both for quality, safety and appropriateness of care, but also as a contribution to recruitment and retention of staff. And so in order to really enshrine that standard in an enduring way, government committed to translate the EBA instrument into legislation.
Now, it's important for our purposes to appreciate that this legislation is not obviously solely concerned with aged care facilities, is it?
That's correct. It's also acute care in public sector hospitals.
It's fair to say this, isn't it, Ms. Peake? It's principally concerned with a range of aspects of work in hospitals.
That's right. It's across the board in terms of nursing and midwifery in our public sector hospitals.
And the key definition, I suggest, in the legislation is that the ratios only apply to things that are defined as hospitals.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And hence the relationship back to your first question about our public sector residential aged care services, which are operated by our public sector hospitals. There are, with the exception, and apologies, you might be just about to ask me this, of 4 services that were under the pre-existing enterprise bargaining agreement that are in addition to those public sector hospitals.
That's exactly what I was going to ask you about next. There are 4 identified, without going to the definition because we don't need to, but in section 3 the definition of hospital links you to a schedule which lists various public hospitals in Victoria, and then there's and also the following 4 facilities, and you've explained to us that they're there because they had been the subject of enterprise bargaining agreements before 2015.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I think we may have heard some evidence from Mr Gilbert of the Nursing and Midwifery Federation about that this morning. He referred, I think, to 3 private sector organisations that had been prepared to commit to ratios in enterprise agreements.
But to your earlier question, so I should correct the record, it's overwhelmingly, predominantly the public sector that those enterprise agreements apply to.
As you've already, I think, agreed, there are sections in that Act that impose particular nursing to patient ratios in different contexts. So in a neonatal ward, for example, there has to be 1 nurse for every 2 cots, for example.
That's correct.
And there are similar ratios, without going into detail, for a coronary ward, an operating theatre, and so on. And that's the explanation for why it's only aged care as conducted in hospitals that is picked up by the legislation.
That's correct.
The other precondition is that the aged care ward in the hospital has to have been one that was classified as a high care ward when we still had that definition back in 2014.
That's correct. And again, that reflects what had been in the industrial instrument as well. I should add that in legislating, the state obviously also was focused on its responsibilities, its stewardship and governance responsibilities for public sector organisations, recognising the broader regulatory role and funding role of the Commonwealth for the remainder of the aged care sector.
So because the definition is linked to an aged care ward that was a high care facility when that definition was included in the Aged Care Act before 2014, what's the effect of that on a newly established aged care facility in a public hospital since 2014 when the definition has no longer been current?
Yes, so certainly our intention has been that we won't set and forget the legislation, that we will continue to reflect either changes in services or changes in models of care and make adjustments either to regulations or, if necessary, to principal legislation to ensure that it remains, the coverage remains as intended and the operation is effective.
Understand. Paragraph 35 of your statement, if that could be brought up at the bottom of page 5 and over to page 6, perhaps if that and the following 2 paragraphs could be highlighted for us. So the ratios are as set out there. In one of the wards that we've been talking about, there's a requirement during the morning shift for there to be 1 nurse for every 7 residents and 1 nurse in charge. And we'll come back to how that's applied in a moment. For an afternoon shift, it's 1 nurse for every 8 residents and 1 nurse in charge. And overnight, a night shift, 1 nurse for every 15 residents. I take it that those numbers, those ratios, were direct lifts from the enterprise bargaining agreements that were in place.
That's correct. Now,
paragraph 36, you explain that under the legislation, the nurse in charge must be a registered nurse, while the other staff can be either registered or enrolled nurses. We also heard some evidence earlier today about that. That means, as I understand it, that if we just take the morning shift, it would be a provider would be compliant if they had a registered nurse in charge, and then for every other 7 residents, an enrolled nurse. That would meet the requirement.
That's correct.
There are, as you say in 37, there are other methodologies which introduce a degree of flexibility into it. Can you explain to us what they are, how that works?
Yeah. So really, para 37 was an attempt to explain that in other places, other sorts of methodologies have been adopted, but that why we have preferred to use ratios rather than using nursing hours per patient days. So that was what we were intending to communicate in 37. I would, though, in answer to your question, say that there is flexibility within the legislation and we expect clinical judgment to be exercised so that if there are higher acuity needs, for example, that there would be staffing above ratio for particular rosters. And I'm certainly aware of one example at an Austin Hospital operated service, which is called Wattle House Lodge, where there are residents with particularly significant behavioural management needs, where there is rostering in the morning above ratio, so there's an extra nurse, and 80% of the nursing staff have site qualifications to reflect the needs of the residents. So the ratios are not intended to be a ceiling on the staffing that is provided, but really the minimum necessary for safe and quality care.
Pursue that metaphor a bit further, they're a floor rather than a ceiling. Well, that's the intention.
Yes.
Of course, there has been evidence before the Commission, I'm sure you've heard this, that one of the dangers of introducing ratios is they operate as a de facto maximum. That's what people staff to, and it takes away the need for an assessment of whether or not higher staffing levels are necessary. As I understand your evidence, you say that in Victoria, that at least in the example you've given us, that's not the case. Are you able to speak more broadly about the Victorian experience?
Yes, and my statement, I've attempted to go on and provide a little bit of evidence through data around performance indicators that we collect on quality of care, which I think underscores that the focus of all rostering decisions is on making sure that the needs of residents is met, rather than a compliance approach to a minimum ratio model.
All right. We'll come back to those indicators in a moment if we could. Before doing that though, I need to ask you about personal care workers and allied health workers, because the evidence the Commission has heard, particularly from Professor Eager on Monday of this week from the University of Wollongong, is to the effect that her view, based on her international research, is that whilst the care time provided by registered nurses is important, so too is the overall amount of time provided by all care workers, particularly including personal care workers. That does not appear to be the focus of the legislation in Victoria. There's no mandatory requirements for personal care workers.
That's correct. The focus of the legislation really was based on the characteristics and acuity of the resident base in public sector residential aged care services. As I indicated earlier, the translation of the industrial instrument into legislation really was looking at what was necessary to assure quality, safety and appropriateness of care.
Okay. Has there been any consideration given to imposing minimum personal care worker numbers?
It's not in undercurrent consideration in the Victorian Government, but I would reinforce there's been a strong government commitment to monitor the impact of the legislation, and a very strong commitment to not, I know there's been evidence led about not setting and forgetting ratios, so we will continue to monitor the quality indicators and the impact of ratios, and if there are further changes needed, consider those.
Yes. I think you may have partly answered my next question, but I'm wondering whether there's the potential, at least, for the operators of these facilities, in complying with their obligations under this legislation, to reduce the number of personal care workers so as to comply by having the right number of nurses. In fact, the inverse, what we tend to see happening in the rest of the industry, where the opposite is occurring, where personal care workers are replacing nurses. Do you have any experience of that?
I don't have any experience of that occurring, and we quite deliberately, and again I might be preempting a question you will ask, but we quite deliberately provide extra subsidy to meet the wage costs of the nurse to patient or nurse to resident ratios, so that there isn't a perverse incentive to to not provide the full range of personal care support that is also necessary for residents.
If I could turn then to the evidence of whether this Victorian system leads to better outcomes for patients or for residents, because ultimately that is obviously of great importance to this Commission. You point to 4 sources of evidence, or 4 indicators, which provide support on your statement for the proposition that the outcomes are better for residents in these facilities than in their equivalents in the private sector where the Act doesn't apply. I want to go through each of those in turn. Before I do that, it's fair to say, isn't it, that the evidence, it's not compelling. Is that fair to say?
Look, I would certainly, I would contend that particularly the quality indicators and the improvements over the time that we've had ratios for me is the most compelling evidence. Some of the other examples we've given in here are less direct.
Okay. They require inferences to be drawn, essentially. Right, if we can start with the first then, and this is the accreditation results that you've referred to. These are the findings of non-compliance in Victorian public sector residential aged care facilities versus the non-public sector. And you've included a table in your statement on page 7, which I'd ask could be put up on the screen by the operator, please. Do you have page 7 of your statement open there?
I do.
Thank you. What does this table depict?
So it shows the relative performance between public sector and non-government providers against the accreditation standards that each provider is assessed against.
These are the previous standards, aren't they?
That's
the ones that
correct.
were in operation before July of this year. And just so that we understand this, so Standard 1 was concerned with management systems, Standard 2 health outcomes, Standard 3 lifestyle, and Standard 4 the physical environment. And you here are showing the number of occurrences of non-compliance.
That's correct.
And we can see that they're considerably higher. Once again, this is pretty old data now, isn't it, from 2012 to 2015?
That's right.
Anything more recent that you can draw our attention to?
Not in terms of accreditation standards. We can certainly give you raw data, and I'm very happy to take that on notice.
Yes.
The value of this was that it provided that comparative picture, and we don't have access to the broader non-government data to provide comparative data, but I can certainly provide to the Commission just the raw data about our public sector
Thank you.
services.
The second matter that you draw our attention to is complaints data. There's a paragraph 45 of your statement, or more particularly, you talk about complaints at 43, and you note that the most common 3 complaints in the period 2015-2016 related to issues you describe as nurse sensitive, that is clinical care, medication management and continence management. This is the complaints data which is now maintained by the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission and its predecessor bodies. And at 45 you say, this result's unsurprising given many residential aged care services do not appear to have adequate clinical staffing levels. While there is no numerical comparator that can be used to differentiate public and non-public sectors in nurse-sensitive complaints data, it could be expected that this would follow accreditation patterns. So I want to unpack that phrase, if I could, please. It could be inspected. Do you mean that that's your expectation?
It is, and certainly based on the feedback we get through what comes through to the Safer Care Victoria so far since its operation, that we would expect to see that more comprehensive data set by the Commonwealth to follow that pattern.
Can you tell us a little bit more about Safer Care Victoria? Because it's not something we've had any evidence about before, I don't think. What's its remit? Yes,
so Safer Care Victoria was established in 2017 in response to a review into quality and safety in Victorian health services. It is our lead agency to drive quality improvement in health services, including from this year having a specific focus on aged care delivered by health services. And it both provides a vehicle for there to be oversight of an assurance of quality, but most significantly to lead collaborations between clinicians and management on improvement priorities.
And if I'm understanding your evidence correctly, you would anticipate that through the work of Safer Care Victoria, more data will emerge that will enable these sorts of comparisons to be made?
That's right. It is also, there is a companion agency that's important in that regard, which is the Victorian Agency for Health Information. It was also established on the back of that review into quality and safety in our health services, and it really is the agency that looks at both developing better quality indicators, but then also developing the data sets that support better line of sight into quality and safety.
Now, the third data source that you refer the Commission to concerns 000 calls, demand for ambulance services, which is a matter the Commission's heard quite a bit about. That is that there is often extensive referrals out by way of ambulance travel by residential aged care facilities for people to be treated in emergency departments. And what you refer us to is the triaging service that is operated by I think it's the Emergency Services Telecommunications Authority, is that right? Where they triage 000 calls to see whether they really are emergency calls or whether they can be addressed through some lesser form of transport, is that right?
That's right.
And the figures you cite are that across the entire call-out numbers, about 10% of services are triaged through to what's called a secondary triage service.
That's correct.
In other words, that 10% are ones that are assessed as not needing ambulances.
That's correct.
They're less serious or less urgent. And you contrast that with the figures for residential aged care facilities in Victoria, where there is a much higher figure.
26%.
Right? 26%. That's at the top of paragraph 47. But it's important, isn't it, to note that there is no differentiation in that data between private and public sector.
No, the informal feedback when we looked to this data source was that predominantly the call-outs are to non-public sector aged care facilities, but that isn't identifiable in the data, and so I can't give it to you, as a statistical form.
Understand. Finally, you refer to almost the opposite situation of in-reach health services, which we've heard quite a bit about in other contexts. Interstate, they're referred to as flying squads, that is, hospitals that provide services where geriatricians and others visit residential aged care facilities to address clinical need.
That's correct.
And that's what you're talking about, it's referred to as in-reach services. And that data is set out in another table that you've included in your statement at page 8, which I would ask to be shown. Can you talk us through this table, please, Ms. Peake?
Certainly. So again, this is, as you've described, just setting out reliance on residential in-reach services by government or public residential aged care facilities versus non-government residential aged care facilities between the period of 2012-13 to 2017-18, and just shows that there's a much higher rate of referral for those in-reach services from the non-government services. And that is, I think, both a product of not having access to GP services, but also not having the nursing and clinical staff on site to be able to support and manage the lower acuity, predictable health needs of residents in those non-government services.
If I could play the devil's advocate to some extent there, it might also, the higher number of call-outs might possibly be reflective of higher number of nurses in the sense that they're more likely to identify problems that need to be addressed by an in-reach service. Is that possible, or is it not consistent with your understanding?
So it's not consistent with my understanding, and I think supported by some of the deeper dive research that we've had done, is that where there is that clinical expertise available within the facility,
yes,
that there is less need to call on similar sort of expertise to come to the facility, because it's not only specialist geriatricians that come with residential in-reach, it's also nursing support that is provided through that service.
It could be complex wound management, for example.
Correct.
A facility that doesn't have registered nurses and be less likely to be able to manage that in-house.
That's right. Dehydration.
Yes.
There are a range of likely predictable health needs that do require there to be a level of clinical expertise to support.
Now, you have provided us with some of that research in the form of 2 reports prepared, as I understand it, for the department by La Trobe University.
That's correct.
They're both part of the general tender bundle. If the first of those could be brought up, it's at tab 213 of the general tender bundle. And if we could go, please, to, it's the 6th page. Page 6 appears at the top. I'm sorry, have the, it's the next page. Yes, thank you. And if the first 3 paragraphs could be highlighted, please. As we see there, this was a study, an in-depth evaluation, reading from paragraph 1.2 of the residential in-reach service in the Eastern Health region from the perspectives of the users of the service, and it was particularly focused on use of the service by residential aged care facilities. So it's right on point as far as this issue is concerned. There was was it a follow-up report, the one that was done in 2019, or was it done in two parts?
It was a follow-up. So we, having done the work in Eastern and recognising that we thought that the Eastern service was a particularly good service, we wanted to test those results in another part of the state, and so there was a follow-up that was conducted in relation to Melbourne Health.
Right. Now, I must confess, we only received this overnight, Commissioners, and I've only given it the quickest of reads, and it may be, Ms Peake, that we might call on you to, for the Department to provide a little bit more of an analysis of these reports. But if I could just draw your attention to something that appears on page 26 of the first report, the 2017 report. It's not, I'm sorry, Commissioners, I thought it was 26. It's section 4.3 that I'm looking at.
Page 27, I think. 27 or 28.
Yes, the bottom part of the left-hand page there, the paragraph that starts, one of the lowest users of the Eastern at-home service was the public sector facility, which would appear to be consistent with what you're saying in your statement. I want to try and understand, though, this was a pretty small sample, was it not? There was only the one public sector facility included in this study?
That's right. It's a significant facility. Yes. So our metropolitan services are much bigger facilities.
Yes. Anyway, I take it that that overall your evidence to us is that this study by La Trobe, these two studies by La Trobe, are consistent with your observation that public sector residential aged care facilities are less likely to make use of the InReach facility than their private sector counterparts.
That's correct.
And you put that down to the availability of high levels of clinical expertise in those facilities.
That's correct.
Now, you did anticipate that I would ask you about the cost issue, because obviously very important for us to understand that. You say in your statement that Victoria subsidises these facilities, this 11% of the Victorian aged care sector, to the tune of $97.8 million per annum.
Yes.
And you give us a breakdown of that costing in the further information that you've provided to us, which is part of Exhibit 1129. If we could just go to that. It's the third page of that document, so page .003. If that could just be highlighted for us, please. Thank you. So we see there the breakdown of the 97.8 million per annum amount that is paid. And in the second dot point, we see that 78.3 million, so the majority of that, is a contribution towards the higher cost of nursing staff in public sector residential aged care services because of the need that arises from the ratios.
That's correct.
We've heard evidence about remuneration levels for registered nurses and enrolled nurses in aged care generally being lower than is the case in the acute sector Australia-wide.
Yes.
We've heard estimates of 10%, 15% in different reports. What's the position in Victoria in relation to that? Do you know?
My understanding is that for registered nurse in charge, that's about a 20% differential, and almost 20%, and for enrolled nurses, it's up to 10% lower in private rather than public sector facilities.
I see. I'm also interested in the comparison between the public sector residential aged care services and the acute health sector.
Right.
So a registered nurse working in one of these facilities where there are ratios as compared to a registered nurse working in another part of the hospital that's not aged care. Are you able to assist us with that comparison?
My apologies, I don't have that number with me, but I certainly can get that to the Commission.
Thank you. In fairness, we didn't ask you for it, so I don't expect you to have it at your fingertips. But it's important, isn't it, in understanding how that 78.3 million is made up. In other words, are you seeking to ensure that wage levels in the public sector residential aged care facilities are the equivalent of what those nurses would earn in the acute sector, or are you only seeking to ensure that they get what they get in the private aged care sector, for example?
So it's certainly higher than the
that.
private aged care sector. Let me confirm for you the equivalence with public sector hospitals.
Can I just ask you about the second last dotted point on that page? So there's been a long-standing arrangement, I take it, that the Commonwealth provides a lower level of subsidy to state government provided aged care facilities than it does to other facilities.
That's right. And initially that was because there was a capital component that was funded for non-government providers.
Right.
But even since the capital component is no longer provided, the differential has continued for public and private sector providers.
That's very interesting. Thank you.
Now, we know that that this whole area of remuneration levels and staffing levels in residential aged care facilities generally operates in a pretty politicised environment. A question that necessarily arises is whether this statutory arrangement in Victoria is vulnerable to a change of government, for example. Would that, do you have a view about that, or maybe that's asking you to speculate?
Look, there's a degree of speculation. I would say that obviously there is much more of a process involved in making changes to legislation than there is to a policy document. And I think obviously the findings of the Commission will also be very influential in terms of future policy and any future bills that might be put to a Parliament as well.
In the remainder of your statement, you refer to some important but perhaps less tangible benefits that flow, as you see it, from these arrangements, including, for example, the ease with which, or the relative ease with which Victoria is able to recruit nurses into its public sector residential aged care facilities. And you also refer to benefits in terms of attraction, career paths and general professional development of nurses. Can you expand on that? And in addition, if I could ask you, is there any data or any research that's been done about such matters that we could look at?
Certainly. So, and if we go back to the the genesis of ratios in Victoria really did come from an industrial relations case in 2000 that was all about retention, attraction and retention of the workforce. The feedback that we get from nurses working in aged care is that the level of staffing is an important attractor to them, both in terms of the ability to have certainty and flexibility about their roster and be able to have family-friendly rostering practices, but also the opportunity in working as part of a team for there to be learning on the job and that professional development and support, so that there can be then more time spent on focusing on building the relationship with residents. And to your question about the sort of the research that we have done into that, we have had funded work done, a survey of our nursing staff that was conducted in about 2017, I think, that was really getting to understanding, because we're aware of the perceptions of working in aged care, getting feedback from staff about why they've chosen to enter the profession and work in an aged care setting, and what it is that they would promote about their work environment and their workplace to other nurses. And they were the very strong themes that came through that work. And I think we've made that survey available. If not, we can certainly make the results of that survey available to the Commission.
Just so I can clarify that we're talking about the same thing. On page 4 of the further information you've given us, you're asked the question, what are the positive aspects of working in public sector facilities as expressed by nurses? And there's a reference in the 3rd dot point to the positive aspects of aged care nursing project.
That's
Is that what you've just been
correct.
talking about?
Yes.
And I think we have asked you if you're able to provide us with that report. We'd appreciate it.
Certainly.
Thank you. Just finally, is there a corresponding risk that whilst the public sector residential aged care sector is more attractive for nurses in Victoria, that the knock-on effect, unintended, is that the remaining 90% of the Victorian aged care sector is less attractive and might struggle even more to attract nurses?
It's a difficult question to answer. I would come back to the higher acuity of residents that are in public sector residential aged care services. So in terms of aligning skilled workforce, my starting point would be that it's very important that we have highly skilled, appropriate workforce in our public sector services. So I guess I'd be a little bit unapologetic about ensuring that is the case. I would also hope that this sort of work that points to the importance of workforce to the experience of working in aged care and the ability to attract workforce would have influence over other operators, irrespective of whether they're subject to formal ratios or not.
Perhaps to paraphrase, you'd like to see a levelling up to the level of the public
Correct.
sector.
I wouldn't like the response to be us not having appropriate staffing in our own services.
Understand. And do I also understand you to be saying that because of the particular features of the public sector in Victoria, you're not necessarily comparing apples with apples when you look at the private sector because of that higher acuity?
My point would simply be that it's really important for our services that we do have those levels. In an ideal world, we wouldn't have only the public sector providing an option for high quality, high need care to residents, but we would have a diversity of providers who are making that offer. So I certainly wouldn't want to be interpreted as saying that I don't think that workforce is important for the rest of the aged care sector in Victoria or anywhere else.
Understand. Thank you, Ms Peake. They're the questions that I have of Ms Peake, Commissioners.
I've got one question, but let me say I found your evidence today very helpful, Ms Peake. The residential in-reach services, have you found since they began that they do actually save the state of Victoria money, or are they a net cost?
So I would certainly say that because we have seen there being improved retention, we've certainly, and we didn't go to this quite as directly, but in my statement I do talk about at paragraph 85, the improvements that we have seen in reductions in pressure injuries and falls, that overall that means that we're having less, and that residential in-reach data having less transfer of people into acute settings. That's not the driver. We do this because we want positive outcomes and positive experience for residents of our public sector residential aged care services. But I think overall the answer to your question would be that there is a net economic or a net financial benefit as well in having people cared for in an appropriate setting rather than being transferred into an acute ward setting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Peake. Excused?
Thank you, Commissioner. We have got 10 minutes before
video.
The video.
I was just wondering whether the video might be brought forward. That was all.
I don't think that is possible, but we're not going to lose the time because there's a housekeeping matter that I would seek to address now, Commissioner, if that's suitable.
Sure.
It concerns the tender of a number of statements that have been obtained by the Royal Commission during the course of its preparation for this week. There were so many statements obtained that in the end we had to make some hard decisions about which witnesses we'd hear from and not, but we would not want to suggest at all that those statements are in any way unimportant or less important. What I propose to do, Commissioners, and I think a list has been provided to you
I did
of
see
these.
one, yes, I did see one.
Mr Bolster did tender 3 earlier as part of his earlier session. It's a list that looks like this. I hope it's got 3 columns, document numbers in the first. I think Mr Flynn is able to provide further ones. I'm grateful, thank you.
I had not seen that list before.
Okay, it's now in front of you. It's probably self-explanatory.
Yes, it is.
I would prefer not to read out each doc ID unless you think that's appropriate, given that you've got them in front of you.
I think I would prefer you not to read it out, and I would prefer not to hear them.
I thought that might be your position, Commissioner. What I had intended to do is just give a very brief summary of each of the statements so that there is some record of what they deal with on the transcript and for the benefit of the parties and the public, obviously. Okay. So if I could start with the first being the statement of Adjunct Professor Stephen Cornelison, dated the 9th of October 2019. Adjunct Professor Cornelison is the Chief Executive Officer of Mercy Health. His statement includes information about the steps taken by Mercy Health to attract male workers into aged care, and I would tender the statement of Adjunct Professor Cornelison.
That'll be 11-30.
The second is a statement of Tony Leanne Hawkins, dated the 27th of September 2019. Ms Hawkins is a member of the board which operates the Esperance Aged Care Facility, a not-for-profit facility in Esperance, Western Australia. She tells us in her statement that the facility has recently constructed a new wing with construction partially funded by the Commonwealth, but it's unable to open that wing due to an inability to recruit enough staff. Now, I'd seek to tender the statement of Ms Hawkins.
Yes, it'll be 11-31.
The next 3 have already been tendered by Mr Bolster, so if we could go to the statement of Karen Elizabeth Toohey, dated the 30th of August 2019. This is part of a group of statements that have been obtained as part of the Commission's investigations of the registration issue, the personal care worker registration issue, and whether existing health complaints facilities are adequate to address issues that might arise in relation to inappropriate conduct by personal care workers in the aged care setting. This is a statement of the Health Services Commissioner and the ACT Human Rights Commission, and in her statement Ms Toohey deals with complaints relating to aged care received by her office. I tender the statement of Ms Karen Toohey, dated 30 August 2019.
11-32.
The next is a statement of Stephen Dunham. He's the Northern Territory counterpart, the Health and Community Services Complaints Commissioner. His statement addresses complaints received relating to aged care in the Northern Territory Community Services Complaints Commission. I tender the statement of Mr Dunham.
11-33.
Richard Anthony Connick is the Tasmanian Health Complaints Commissioner. He provides a similar statement concerning the jurisdiction in which he operates. I tender the statement of Mr Connick.
11-34.
Dr Grant Thomas Davies is the South Australian counterpart of those officers, and his statement deals with complaints received by his office relating to aged care.
11-35.
Susan Elizabeth Dawson is the New South Wales counterpart, and her statement deals with that subject in New South Wales.
11-36.
Sarah Jane Cowie is the equivalent in the Director of the Health and Disability Services Complaints Office. I'm presently unclear on what jurisdiction Ms Cowie operates in. We can clarify that, but that's I seek to tender the statement of Ms Cowie.
11-37.
And the last one is a statement of David Pritchard, who is the Registrar and Director of Regulation at Social Care Wales. Commissioner Briggs will recall we heard evidence from Dr Trigg from the same organisation earlier in the Royal Commission. Mr Pritchard's evidence relates to a registration scheme for social care workers in Wales.
11-38.
And I've been informed that Ms Cowie, whose statement is 11-37, is the Western Australian Complaints Office Director. The next batch of statements concerns workplace health and safety. Inquiries are made of each of the state and territory workplace health and safety regulators about complaints they have received or notifications they have received about incidents in aged care facilities. Commissioners will recall we heard some evidence earlier today about the health and safety challenges faced by workers in aged care facilities. I'll tender each of those in turn without going into detail, but indicating the jurisdiction in which each of them operates. Mr Ian Oliver Munns has provided a statement dated the 15th of August 2019, and he's a representative of the Western Australian Work Safety Regulator.
11:39.
And Mark Andrew Crocker has provided a statement dated the 15th of August 2019. His evidence deals with the position in Tasmania.
11:40.
Ms Lisa Taylor has provided a statement also dated the 15th of August 2019 that addresses notifications from approved providers in the Northern Territory.
11:41.
Mr Gregory Stephen Jones has provided a statement dated the 14th of August 2019 and deals with the same issue in the ACT.
11:42.
Mr Martin Campbell has provided us with a statement describing the position in South Australia.
11:43.
And Mark Dennett has provided a statement dated the 13th of August 2019 about notifications received in Queensland.
11:44.
Mr Andrew Gavrolatos provides evidence of the position in New South Wales.
11:45.
And finally, Ms Marnie K Williams has provided a statement dated the 16th of August 2019 about the very large number of notifications received in Victoria by the WorkSafe Authority.
11:46.
The next small group of statements deals with technology in the workplace issues, and particularly picks up on some of the evidence that was given by Mr Pelaez about strategic action number 12, which is the proposal that there be a research centre established in Australia, and each of these witnesses gives evidence that is relevant to that. The first is Rob Grenfell, who is the Director of Health and Biosecurity at the CSIRO, and his evidence deals with the CSIRO's digital health research program and the barriers to the uptake and use of technology in aged care.
11:47.
Dr George Margellis is the Independent Chair at the Aged Care Industry Information Technology Council, which is a body that was established by AXA and LASA, the two aged care peak bodies, and he describes the work of that council and some of the challenges that he sees to the uptake of technology in the aged care sector.
11:48.
Dr Tanya Petrovic is the Innovation Business Manager at the Centre for Dementia Learning at Dementia Australia, and her statement addresses technologies that Dementia Australia has developed, including an interactive virtual reality experience that a number of the staff of the Royal Commission have had the opportunity to experience. I tender her statement.
11:49.
And finally, in that group is a statement of Associate Professor Frances Bryony Dow, dated 4 October 2019. Ms Dow is the Director of the National Ageing Research Institute, NARI. The Commission's heard evidence from representatives NARI, including Dr Batchelor in the Darwin hearing. Associate Professor Dow's statement addresses technologies that NARI has developed, which directly and indirectly support the workforce in providing care to older Australians. She also describes efforts that NARI has made to discuss with the Commonwealth Government whether NARI would be an appropriate body to oversee the body that's envisaged by Strategic Action Number 12 in the Pelaez report. We'll be addressing some of those questions to the Commonwealth on Friday. I tender that statement.
11:50.
There's a few more to be done, but more appropriate they be dealt with later, because we do need 5 minutes to make arrangements for the video.
Will 5 be enough?
Will 5 be enough? People are nodding furiously behind
We'll
me.
resume at 3:05.
All stand. The Royal Commission will adjourn momentarily. Please be seated.
Commissioners, I call Amy Lazaro, who is on the screen from the AGS office in Sydney.
Yes.
Ms Lazaro, I think, will take an affirmation through an officer in Sydney.
So if you just repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Do you have in front of you, Ms Lazaro, a copy of your statement?
I do.
If the statement WIT 0562 0001 0001 could be brought up onto the screens that can show it. Do you wish to make any amendments to that statement?
No, I don't.
And are the contents true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I tender the statement, Commissioners.
The statement of Ms Lazaro of the 9th of October will be Exhibit 11-51.
Ms Lazaro, you're a nurse practitioner for one, correct?
Correct.
And you are the program lead geriatric rapid evaluation and treatment team member at Westmead Hospital, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Tell us, what does that team do, which we'll call GREAT because that's its acronym?
Yes, and it is great. We are an outreach team from the Geriatric Medicine Department at Westmead Hospital, which is located in Western Sydney. We go out and provide consultation to residents who live within the local aged care facilities surrounding our hospital. There are around 46 aged care facilities, to be exact, that we cover or go into. And we do this via receiving referrals from local GPs in the area who would like consultation, opinion or management on their residents, and we will go out and provide that.
If we could bring up the figure that's in paragraph 14 of your statement, just so that people can get a sense of the area in which you operate.
Yes.
That district covers a population of nearly 1,832,000 people.
That's correct.
And do you visit all of the nursing homes in that district?
No, we only cover the nursing homes in the surrounds of Westmead Hospital itself. So there are 4 public hospitals within my district, and we only cover the nursing homes that surround the Westmead Hospital.
Right. Now, let's talk about you for a minute. You're a nurse practitioner, and that's the highest level of training, isn't it, for a nurse in New South Wales?
It is, yes.
And you outline your experience in your statement. We won't go through that in detail, but one line struck me when I read it, and that talks about how you loved doing geriatric training and how you loved aged care when you started out as a nurse, even though you didn't expect to. Tell us, why do you love it?
I love it because the elderly patients that I look after are some of our most vulnerable and yet so wonderful. They have years of experience and knowledge in life. They've raised their own families, they've worked hard to educate themselves, to own their own homes. They're at a point in life where they should be respected and looked after. And I just felt such an emotional connection to this population. I take a lot of pride in being able to look after those members of our society.
All right. Can you describe for us a typical day in your work on the outreach program?
A typical day would involve, we start at about 7:30 in the morning. We arrive at Westmead Hospital and we meet in our office, which is located in the aged care wards at the hospital. We go through any referrals we've received overnight or from late afternoon the day before, and we triage them appropriately in terms of urgency. We then collect a vehicle, which we've pre-booked from the hospital fleet service, and we get out on the road, going around to see the residents based on priority.
And when you say we, how many are in your team?
There's myself, who is the nurse lead. We have a clinical nurse, 2 clinical nurse specialists who are also aged care trained who work with me, and we have a senior geriatrician from the hospital who is allocated 1 day a week to the service.
All right. And you've been doing that for how many years now?
It's around about 4.5 years, since May 2015.
What was the impetus for the program? It's a research program associated with the university, with the hospital. What was the aim of this program?
The aim of the program, from my understanding, was to minimise hospital presentations that were deemed unnecessary, to expedite discharges from the hospital, so where patients could get discharged under our team's care, where they didn't have to stay an extra couple of days and we could go out and provide the care. And it was to obviously upskill the nursing staff out in the aged care facilities and to provide a connection to the local public hospital, so build relationships between the facilities and ourselves.
All right. I'd like to ask you now about your experiences when you get to residential aged care and the themes that you see, that you have seen over time, and we'd like to get your perspective about an overview of what you've observed. Can you tell us briefly about staffing mix and numbers?
From what I have seen, from the moment I started the service and got out there on the road in 2015, I was shocked, to be honest. There are a large number of carers or assistants in nursing that work within residential aged care. They seem to make up the bulk of the workforce, and a very, very minimal or small number of RNs. I found that the RNs are responsible for sometimes a whole level or a whole wing of the nursing home, with one RN on to say maybe 50 residents or 80 residents, and then they're working within their shift with a large number of assistants in nursing whom they're responsible for overseeing within a shift, and I think that it's quite challenging for them working in those conditions.
The people that you need to interact with to get to the residents and deal with them, who do you normally interact with? The assistant in nursing or the registered nurse?
Both, to be honest. I find that when I want a detailed patient history, if I've been called out for something, and you always start with investigating in great detail and length, I can only obtain a certain amount of information from the RN because they're too pulled, too extended all over the facility that they can't possibly know their residents and what's been going on in great detail. So I rely on the assistants in nursing just as much as the RNs to obtain information about what's been going on with the resident, such things as how much have they been eating and drinking lately, what their mood's been like, what their behaviour's been like. A lot of that information I have to obtain from the assistants in nursing.
What's your opinion of the overall level of staff training and expertise for nurses and care workers in the nursing homes that you visit?
In my opinion, it's very, very poor. A lot of assistants in nursing that I come in contact with have only completed, say, a 12-week training course. They have graduated and then come out and are working with some of society's most chronically ill and vulnerable patients. And I feel that 12 weeks of training is not enough. They're ill-equipped for what they're walking into. RN training, however, is quite different. They obviously complete their bachelor degree at university. So they come out with, a good sound entry level of knowledge. However, I find that a lot of the RNs working within the aged care facilities are still quite junior or new graduate. I don't come across a lot of senior RNs working in nursing homes. They're often quite junior.
You mentioned that you see newly graduated nurses going into senior management roles. How often do you see that?
Often. Out of the 46 facilities that I go into, staff turnover is very high. So they come and they go at management levels quite quickly, and to replace who leaves, often who enters is quite junior. So I see it quite often.
And do you ever talk to the staff about the turnover issues?
Yeah, absolutely. I've asked.
What's the message you get from the staff about turnover?
A lot of them report back to me that. Sorry. A lot of them report to me that turnover is subsequent to pay. If they come across a job where they may be offered more money, they will move on. It comes down to, some of them tell me organisational pressures and management within the organisation they're working in. They don't necessarily elaborate into detail on what those pressures are, just that they're not happy working under the management that they're working under.
Do you see staff from one nursing home in the area appear in another one in the same area?
Absolutely, which confuses me.
How common is that?
Very common. I've just returned to work from maternity leave, and on the 12 months that I was off, one manager who I'm quite familiar with had jumped 3 facilities in that 12 months, all at a manager level.
And did you get an explanation as to why?
Generally, it's the remuneration, and the management was her answer.
If we could turn to particular aspects of clinical care, you identify in paragraph 30 wound management as being a particularly problematic area. What's the defect there when it comes to wound management that you see?
The defect is that a small, insignificant wound to start with, without the right assessment and treatment, quickly progresses to something that is far more chronic and complex and acute, needing hospital care. And this alarms me because wound management is a part of basic nurse training, even at an endorsed enrolled nurse level. And I'm getting called out for wounds which are as simple as, say, a stage 1 pressure injury, which is just a reddened area. I'm getting called out for advice on what to do with such a wound, which to me is so basic and is such an early part of nurse training. And I feel that they're ill-equipped for managing these.
Yeah. What other aspects of care do you see that are deficient?
Other aspects of care that are deficient, managing patients with the behavioural and psychological symptoms of dementia. A lot of our advanced demented population live within residential aged care. So you would think that nursing staff within those aged care facilities would be experts in managing this sort of thing. However, I find that they are struggling in managing adverse behaviours. I also find that they're struggling with managing palliative care. Again, most people who enter residential aged care have entered because they're entering the latter parts of their life and they're requiring higher care needs. And I find that a lot of the facilities are struggling with offering care at the end of life.
You detail at some length the issues that arise in palliative care, and you point to seemingly a lack of confidence in the staff that you come across in that area. Is that a fair description?
Yes, most definitely.
Are there other palliative care outreach programs that facilities in that area can call upon in addition to yours?
There are no programs that go into residential aged care. From my understanding, Silver Chain, which is a private organisation, they offer palliative care within Western Sydney. However, they don't enter residential aged care, they just enter community home dwellings. And in terms of outreach from our hospital, we don't have a palliative care service that goes into residential care.
Yeah. And to what extent do GPs call on your service to provide support on palliative care?
On a daily basis.
Is that your job, or should that be the job of the GP?
Oh, I think, to answer your question, it should be the job of all of us. I think GPs have, in the the past probably not offered palliative care the way they're required to now. I think in the past a lot of people passed away in the hospital or in hospice type care. The shift has changed where they are passing away in nursing homes. And so GPs who are probably unfamiliar with delivering palliative care are now required to. And so we're seeing a shift in this, and the fact that GPs are seeking support from organisations such as mine because they are dealing with a lot more palliative care than, say, they used to.
If your team was not there, how would palliative care be managed in the nursing homes around Westmead Hospital?
I fear to answer that question. Prior to our service, I don't think that there was really any support at all, and I really fear thinking about how it would be managed if we didn't exist.
You mentioned the inability of other specialists, urologists, etc., who may have seen a resident before they went into residential aged care coming into the nursing home. Is that as bad as it sounds in your statement?
It is, yes. I find a lot of residents who, for example, have been seeing a cardiologist for the last 10 years will still go out and see their cardiologist for appointments because a family member will generally take them. As they decline or they become more immobile, the ability to take them to an appointment, it becomes quite difficult in terms of transport and getting them there. So I just find that the appointments stop.
Who becomes the medical practitioner in place of all of those other specialists once someone goes into residential care?
The GP is the primary carer, and then if the person is in a facility in an area that has an outreach team such as mine, you will then be able to get consultation from a geriatrician who is, say, linked to my service.
All right. Transfers to hospital. Are you able to avoid unnecessary transfers with the work you do?
Most definitely, yes.
Where are mistakes made by care facilities when they transfer people to hospital?
I think it's from a lack of education with the nursing staff, where quite often patients will be sent into hospital because the staff are just lacking confidence, skill and experience in a basic assessment of patients. So, for an example, which I used in my statement, patients with dementia who may be suffering some BPSD or behavioural and psychological symptoms of dementia, staff will quite often panic because their behaviour's changed and just simply send them into hospital, and quite often without having done some of their own investigations first. So simple things such as checking their vitals, do they have a temperature today, doing a urinalysis, a simple dipstick check of their urine to see if they may have a UTI that's exacerbated their behaviours. Checking the bowel charts, making sure they're going to the toilet and that they're not constipated, because constipation is often a frequent presenter to our emergency department. Basic things that are all a part of nurse education and training, particularly with regards to dementia patients.
Does this happen across the homes that you visit, or is it limited to one or two or a handful of them?
Across every home.
There's no homes that stand out as being models of care when it comes to these sorts of things?
I would like to say yes, but unfortunately no, because even when I come across exceptional nurses working within the facilities, there's always nurses within that facility who aren't as exceptional. And so we will get patients sent in for things potentially unnecessarily.
All right. And the skill level of the assistant in nursing and personal carers, how do you observe the work that they do?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
What's your opinion of the level of skill of the personal care workers and assistants in nursing that you come across?
The level of skill, it's varied. However, it's very basic. I find the level of skill is, it's obtained from a 12-week course and then whatever years of experience they've managed to obtain. And I find that the organisations within which they work often do not offer continuous educational training. So once they enter the workplace, any skill they acquire is just from basic patient contact and experience. It's certainly not from getting sent to education sessions or upskilling.
Do you have a view about the level and quality of the education that the nurses and care workers receive in the facilities that you visit?
My opinion on it is that it is at the bare minimum. It's appalling, really. When I receive feedback from staff that one RN only 2 weeks ago mentioned to me that in the last 12 months she had been sent to one education session in the last 12 months, and that the AIN staff in there are lucky if they get sent to anything.
All right. Before we conclude, what would you change, if you could, about the residential aged care system?
I would change, I would implement nurse to patient ratios, including more RNs on per shift and over a 24-hour period. And I would most definitely implement more education and ongoing training to nurses at all levels on all nursing topics within aged care.
Was there anything else that you wanted to say? There's everything set out in your statement, but now's your opportunity to say anything else about what needs to change.
No, I think that's it. I think my statement covers it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That's the questioning. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Ms Lazzaro. Thank you for your evidence and for taking the time to be doing it by video link. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we'll need to reset the video for another witness who is in another hemisphere.
Yeah. And is that likely to happen?
It's likely to happen the same amount of time as we took to set this one up, I think.
But possibly earlier than anticipated.
Possibly earlier, yes.
All right, we'll resume in 10 minutes.
All stand. The Royal Commissioners adjourned for 10 minutes. Please be seated. If the Commission pleases, before I formally call the next witness, if I can indicate that the next witness is Professor Sarah Charlesworth, who is present via the video link before the Commission. Professor Charlesworth is currently located in Sicily. The Wi-Fi is somewhat precarious, and for that reason, I won't be seeking to bring any aspect of Professor Charlesworth's statement up on the screen, lest it interrupt with that connection.
Yes, I think that's understandable. Thank you.
Commissioners, I call Professor Sarah Charlesworth and I ask for the Associate Mr Flynn to administer the affirmation.
Yes, Mr Flynn.
Please repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, thank you, Ms Hill.
Professor Charlesworth, could I ask you to please state your full name?
Yes, Sarah Catherine Mary Charlesworth.
And what is your role?
I'm a professor within the School of Management at RMIT University, and I'm also director of the Centre for People, Organisation and Work that sits within the College of Business, also at RMIT.
And you're typically based in Melbourne in that role?
I am.
But we find you in Sicily this afternoon.
Yes, I'm currently on sabbatical and I'm having a brief holiday with my family in Sicily.
Professor Charlesworth, in the context of the hearing before the Royal Commission this week, you've prepared a statement dated the 30th of September 2019. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you've
yes.
And you've subsequently taken the opportunity to review that statement, found some typographical errors and provided the Commission with a further statement dated 14 October of this year.
That's correct.
For the purposes of the transcript, that's document ID WIT stop 0381 stop 0002 stop 0001. Professor Charlesworth, you've identified a change that you seek to make to paragraph 21 of that statement. Commissioners, that's at the top of page 6. And I understand, Professor Charlesworth, that sentence presently reads, the Commission, so part-time aged care workers, and you seek to make the change so that it reads a reference to part-time home care workers.
Correct.
With that change being made, Professor Charlesworth, are the contents of that statement true and correct?
They are.
Commissioners, I tender the statement of Professor Charlesworth dated 14 October 2019.
All right, well, the statement of Professor Charlesworth of the 14th of October will be Exhibit 11-52.
As the Commission pleases. Professor Charlesworth, in your statement you describe having a long-standing research interest in the employment conditions for the frontline workers in aged care, both in Australia and abroad. And I understand that's an interest that extends some 25 years.
That's correct.
Professor Charlesworth, could I ask you to describe who are the frontline workers that you're referring to in this interest?
The frontline workers are the people who are known as home care workers within home care services, or personal care workers, or sometimes assistants in nursing. They've got different titles in different organisations in different states, but they're the workers who do the hands-on care work within aged care.
And why do you hold that interest?
Well, it goes back to quite some way, back into 1993, and I was then asked by the then department, the Federal Department of Industrial Relations, who'd just set up a pay equity unit, to undertake a pay equity study of low-paid workers And in discussions, we agreed that we would look at home care workers in Victorian local government. And we set about, back in those days, there was very much an emphasis on comparators. So we compared aspects of their job with, and the remuneration for different aspects of their job with assistant gardeners also employed in local government. So it was a kind of classic comparable worth case study. And really ever since then I've been dipping in, dipping out, but for many years was very interested in what was happening, particularly in the home care space. Following that work, I undertook some work for the Australian Human Rights Commission, which was wanting to have a look at some of the problems that were being raised in award restructuring back in '94. And we looked at the differential over-award payments that very feminised occupations like home care workers received when compared to more masculinised occupations. And then when enterprise bargaining was brought in, there was a lot of concern at the time that this may not be helpful, once again, to low-paid women workers. And as part of that work, I took a study which involved a number of case studies, not only aged care, but a wide variety of low-paid women's jobs, and we looked at different organisations to actually have a look to see what the potential opportunities but also challenges for enterprise bargaining would be. And that report was called Stretching Flexibility, and that goes back to '96.
In your experience, is the work of those frontline workers valued?
It depends at what level. I don't think, societally, I think it's not valued. If you speak to the workers, they themselves know that the work that they're doing is important and valuable, particularly to their clients and the residents for whom they provide care and support. But they feel very strongly that broader society doesn't value their role, and they sometimes feel that their employers don't particularly value their role.
Does the fact of it being a majority female workforce explain in and of itself why the work is undervalued, in your view?
That characteristic is a very important one. In Australia, we have very occupationally segregated along gender lines, but what's particular about care work is that it is assumed to be the work that women are born to do naturally, and as such, with paid care work being seen as equivalent to unpaid care work, it's therefore viewed as something that a lot of women are capable of doing, and so that it's not particularly skilled work.
In your statement, you describe the Commonwealth as being the real employer in aged care in Australia. Why is that?
Yeah. Well, if the Commonwealth is overwhelmingly the majority purchaser of aged care services in Australia, and I mean, I would say the absolute purchaser, but it purchases the formal aged care services. It's clearly an enormous amount of aged care is provided by family members, through unpaid care, but it purchases through a contracting line, and I often think of the federal government really in the current model we have as being at the head of a supply chain, so that right down at the bottom you have this group of frontline workers that I'm talking about.
What role does the Commonwealth have in improving the conditions and the remuneration of aged care workers in Australia?
It has a huge potential role, but in fact, over the years, because there have been inadequate rises in, how can I put this? There's been inadequate accounting for normal rises to wages, particularly through the national minimum wage case, which is the main way that wage rises are received if the frontline care workforce, and by not paying indexation some years, by paying part of indexation, by not paying CPI wage increases, providers don't have the money to be able to pay better.
Can I ask you to expand on a matter which you address in your statement in respect of the current industrial setting in Australia?
Yes.
What effect can current industry awards and enterprise bargaining arrangements have on improving remuneration and conditions of aged care workers?
Look, in theory, they're very appropriate mechanisms, particularly awards, because the advantage of awards is that they cover all employees within the sector, so that it doesn't depend what enterprise you're employed in. But in point of fact, they have been, and I've mentioned award restructuring way back in 94. That wasn't particularly favourable for female-dominated occupations. In our current industrial relations system, awards, we give precedence to enterprise bargaining. So the main way to improved wages and conditions is through enterprise bargaining. That has been an abject failure, in my view, in aged care, partly because a lot of workers, particularly home care workers, don't have practical access to enterprise bargaining, and the Fair Work Commission itself has observed in the low pay bargaining case that where the enterprise agreements exist, they provide for very meagre and in some cases no wage increases over the award minima. So it's extremely hard to get improvements via the industrial relations system. There's been this current long tortuous process that the relevant aged care awards are still subject to, the modern award review, and over before then and now, a lot of that's been kind of clawing back conditions that were lost in the award modernisation process, which saw a whole lot of awards, state, territory, federal awards, aggregated into two separate awards. One, the social community, what's known as the SHADS Award, the Social Community Home Care and Disability Services Award, which covers home care workers for our purposes, and the Aged Care Award, which covers personal care workers in residential aged care. But very meagre improvements are gained, and with one step forward, we then see a couple of steps back. And at the moment, I suppose what I find very concerning is that the argument from the employer groups is that with funding models such as consumer-directed care, more flexibility is needed. We need more flexible permanent part-time work, etc. That, ironically, does nothing to create the conditions of work that would support good conditions of work, that would support good conditions of care.
Do you consider we can rely on current enterprise bargaining and industry awards to support the aged care worker?
Well, there's a number of ways to go. I think enterprise bargaining is not practical for the reasons that I mentioned, but particularly in home care, it's very hard to organise outside when you don't have an institutional workplace. So it's somewhat easier if you're in residential aged care, but still extremely difficult. I've read some of the submissions to the Commission which set that out very clearly. In home care, it's almost impossible. Increasingly, you're dealing with a workforce who may never go into their employer's place of operation. They receive their orders on their smartphones. They communicate via their smartphones, so that there is very little opportunity for unions to organise and indeed to be able to go for enterprise agreements. That's not to say that there aren't enterprise agreements that cover home care. There are. They're with very large providers, but in the main, the typical home care worker certainly is not covered by an enterprise agreement, which means you're then reliant on the award system. Ideally, the award system would be revitalised. It would need industrially to be given a far more important place than it has in our industrial relations system, and that goes more broadly. But if we're just thinking about aged care workers, we really need awards that are fit for purpose. And you've got your wage rates that are set out in those awards, but you've also got the classification structures that they refer to, and those classification structures are incredibly compressed. They have very meagre descriptions of the kinds of work and responsibilities that are undertaken at the different levels that are specified in the award. So at the moment, and this is both employers and unions, are spending an enormous amount of resources in this modern award process, and it's just inching forward. And as I said, over the time since the modern awards came in 2010, there have been some very small improvements in conditions, but they are not improvements over and above that had existed prior to award modernisation, certainly in some awards.
What should change then?
It depends what level you're looking at. I don't think you can change industrially unless you have a major change at the way in which aged care work is, or the work of aged care, and I mean by that I mean the care and support that's provided to people, whether they be in residential aged care or in the community in their homes. But we need more funding, but not just more funding. We need to recognise and value both the care that is provided to frail and vulnerable elderly people, as well as the workers who provide it. And that requires a major injection of funding, but it also requires a restructuring of the way in which we organise the work of care.
You refer to employer groups indicating that they need more flexibility in the workforce, and in your statement, Commissioners, at paragraph 22, Professor, you refer to employer-oriented flexibility. Could I ask you to explain what you mean by that and what the role is or the impact of a flexible workforce in the aged care sector?
By employer-oriented flexibility, I'm thinking particularly of the permanent part-time workforce, which is the majority workforce in both residential care and in home care. And under the relevant awards, unlike, and it's always instructive to do comparison with awards that in male-dominated sectors, that if one looks at the manufacturing awards, for example, if your contracted hours are 20 hours a week and your employer asks you to stay back and work a couple of extra hours, you're paid overtime for those hours. In aged care, you can be, as I describe it, be flexed up to 38 hours. It's with mutual agreement, but you can be asked to work additional hours, and you're paid at ordinary time rates. You receive no compensation for the disamenity of being available and working additional. So that's one indication of employer flexibility, without going into the minutiae of the Social Community Home Care and Disability Services Award. But, for example, if a client cancels their appointment or their, for some reason, and if they do it the evening before, 5 p.m. the evening before, then the part-time worker will still be entitled to be paid for that time, but she will have to make up those hours. So outside of her normal scheduled hours. And a practice in the industry is to keep people on short part-time hours. We see quite extensive, and this is documented in the National Aged Care Workforce Census and Survey, quite extensive underemployment where people want more hours of work in their current job. And so if you keep people hungry for hours and you then say, well, can you work a few extra shifts over the next month? We've got some people taking leave. People will do it, but they don't get any extra premium for being available to work those extra hours as they would if they were covered by an award such as a manufacturing award.
Can I turn to the issue of travel time for the home care worker? We've heard evidence this morning of the home care worker sitting in their car, waiting to go in to deliver care to the next client, not being paid for that time, and on a split shift, working 10, being paid for 5. Professor, in your statement, Commissioners, at paragraph 24, you address the introduction of travel time in New Zealand.
Yes.
Could I ask you to describe why that's important, how that came about, and what lessons there are to learn in the Australian experience?
Yes, I think the whole issue of travel time is absolutely, it's very revealing about the lack of value we accord home care workers' work. It's hard to think of any other job where you are required to travel from client to client and you're not paid for your travel time. You are recompensed for your mileage when you travel, when you use your own car, which home care workers do, but you're not paid for your travel time. It's some of the enterprise agreements, the better enterprise agreements in the sector do pay travel time. Local government in Victoria pays travel time. When it had its own home care service, the New South Wales Home Care Service used to pay travel time, but it isn't paid, and it just seems to me quite extraordinary. It's been addressed in a couple of countries, but most importantly in New Zealand. Back in 2012, the New Zealand Human Rights Commission had an inquiry into aged care. The inquiry and the report of that inquiry is called Caring Counts, and they recommended, but also placed significant pressure through a Caring Counts coalition on the government to remedy that situation. And in the event, the government agreed that travel time should be paid, and it provided quite a bit of additional funding for that purpose. That was in sharp contrast to the situation in the UK, where an employment tribunal had found, as a matter of law, that travel time of home care workers was work time, and there should be paid at the national minimum wage, which is what social care workers earn in the UK. However, the UK government didn't fund that additional travel time to providers, and not surprisingly, that requirement that travel time be paid is mainly observed in the breach. So the New Zealand case is instructive. It's not only providing or mandating that travel time between clients, and this is not travel from your work to your first client, it's travel time between clients, should be paid time, and providing funding to cover that.
How does job quality then compare or differ in New Zealand for the home care worker to the Australian home care worker?
Well, I had the privilege of accompanying a number of New Zealand home care workers as they did their rounds. It made that they, though, were also the beneficiaries of substantial wage increases. I put in my statement, the whole New Zealand aged care system has been entirely renovated in terms of employment conditions and attaching wage rates to achieved competencies via qualifications. But the workers were incredibly appreciative of it. However, there have been some implementation issues emerging, and this goes to the not quite full recompense of the actual travel time. So in the settlement that was agreed between the parties in New Zealand, if you travel under 15 kilometres, it's assumed to take you 8.3 minutes. Now, let me tell you, in Auckland traffic, that doesn't work. So workers are often taking longer, and the stress for workers is they might be allocated 15 minutes to travel between clients, and this happens in Australia. It can take you longer than that amount of time, so you're behind the 8 ball when you arrive at a client's home. You need to stay if you're allocated 40 minutes there. You then need to stay for the 40 minutes, so your clients are pushed back for the day, so that you end up kind of working on unpaid time, if you like, when you finish your last client for that day. But there are real problems with it, and then when you put that, if you're a casual home care worker, then you have a 1 hour minimum engagement. So that's really where you can have that incredibly, you could be available up to 14 hours across a day, and you might have 4 or 5 hours of paid work. So you work, with one client, you might be then just parked in your car waiting for another 2 hours before you then go to another client, etc. So one of the reasons that the New Zealand government, they brought in the travel time, and then because before then they didn't have any guarantee of regular hours, they've introduced a system called regularisation, because the government figured if it was paying for travel time, it was worth then organising the work of home care in a way that provided joined up hours for the home care workers so that you would minimise the gaps between clients.
It's frequently been said in evidence before this commission that it's important to get the right people for the right job in respect of home care workers, aged care workers more generally. Do you agree with that proposition?
Of course it's important to get the right people for the job, like it is for any job. Any job I can think of, you need the right person to do it, but you also need a set of skills that will enable that person to be able to do the job. And I think that what one often hears in the aged care sector, and I've heard employers say, for example, we're thinking of introducing psychometric testing. We need to work out how to get the right person. And it is important to have somebody who is people-oriented, but it is just as important for nurses, it's just as important for doctors. What you absolutely need is somebody who has a set of skills that will enable them to do the fairly difficult, challenging, but very individualised work that needs to be done in aged care. And I'm thinking both in residential aged care, but also in the community in terms of home care. So for me, the problem, the emphasis on the right personality really undercuts and devalues the skills that are currently being exercised, and they can be gained through formal qualifications such as Certificate 3, Certificate 4, but also the skills that are acquired on the job and with experience. So the knowledge of how to handle a frail aged person in a shower, maybe a 90-year-old woman, her limbs might be quite stiff, her skin will be very thin. You need to be extremely gentle, you need to work with her, and it takes time. And one of the main problems in aged care, and I know you've heard a lot about this, is that everything's rushed in home care and in residential aged care. And that makes it extremely difficult for workers to use the skills that they've gained.
Are those skills that are required that you've described as being currently exercised recognised in the current job classification for aged care workers?
Well, absolutely not. So while it's only an entry level, I'll just give you an example. For home care workers, they're required to have basic oral communication skills. That seems absolutely ridiculous. They need highly developed communication skills. They need to be able to talk to somebody, maybe a new client, the first time they meet them, who's very anxious about having someone in their home. They need to have the communication skills to be able to put someone at their ease, to work out fairly quickly how somebody likes to be spoken to. A lot of older people prefer to be addressed quite formally. They want to be Mrs. Jones, for example. They don't want to be called Madge. They don't want to be called Love. You need to be able to really work out how you're going to communicate with that particular person. So that's just one example. The way that the skills are described in a very rudimentary way in both awards really fails to acknowledge the complexity of the work that's being done, the judgment and the deep knowledge that people have to have about working with, if you just think of just straight body work, intimate body work, with a variety of older people who have not just different needs as individuals, but have different needs on different days and different times of the day.
How can those skills be recognised in the current awards framework?
Well, there's some templates out there. The former New South Wales Home Care Service, under their was a state-based award, they have very well described skill descriptors, as do a number of the Victorian local government enterprise agreements. So if you like, I describe it as they've unpacked what the skills are. They've actually set out the skills that are required. They've set out the particular competencies that are required at different levels of care, and they clearly make it, they they are able to differentiate between more routine care and more complex care. So I think that if one were to redesign the award system, then you would start with some existing templates, and they have been negotiated over the years. So I referred right back to 93 when I first did that work, and I worked then the union, which is Victorian Union, which is no more, it's been amalgamated, but it was called the Municipal Employees Union, and they covered what they call the outdoor workers, the garbage workers, the gardeners, and also covered home care workers. And over the period of time after I initially did that pay equity study, they had one skills classification for their home care workers. They unpacked it into 3 quite distinct skill classifications, and where the complexity of care, particularly personal care, was seen as denoting or requiring a higher level of skill.
Professor, you've described the aged care workforce as one which is highly feminised and given evidence about the gendered undervaluing of aged care work. What role, in your view, would an increased participation in aged care work by males have in improving the conditions of aged care work?
I think in terms of just providing additional source of labour, I think that that's very important. In Australia, it's been incredibly slow to change, but I can just turn you to table 3 of my statement. It's under paragraph 56, but there where I'm talking about migrant workers, you can see clearly that we're beginning to get more men, particularly into residential aged care, that's the personal care assistants, via migration, so that we're seeing men form a larger, of overseas-born workers in aged care, both in home care and in aged care, men form a larger component. So that is certainly where we're beginning to see more men come in. But as I said, there is some degree of stigma for men in aged care. There are also some practical difficulties. I was recently in a Scottish aged care home. Now in Scotland, there's been quite long-standing, particularly the area I was in Glasgow, long-standing male unemployment. So there are increasing numbers of men in caring type jobs, but including aged care. But in this particular organisation, one of the dilemmas they had was when they had men on shifts doing personal care work, a lot of older women, and increasingly you find the service users within aged care are increasingly women, because the people who are using formal aged care services tend to be older, and because of the increased longevity of women, you tend to find a greater proportion of female clients and residents. If they don't want their personal care done by a man, that's fine, and although organisations and residential facilities respect that, then that actually creates, and I saw this with my own eyes, that actually creates extra load for the female workers on that shift, so that somebody will say, look, I don't have a man doing my personal care, that's fine, but somebody who's already got another 6 residents to get up, dressed, toileted, etc., has to do that job. So, you know, depending on people's preferences, which they are perfectly able to exercise in the aged care setting, there can be some practical difficulties, but in principle, it's really important to be getting in a whole diversity of people in aged care. And as I said, we can see already, and we've done some work with, I've done some work with colleagues, we've been tracking the increasing number of men coming in via the overseas born.
What can be done, in your view, to overcome the perception that aged care work is work that's done by women and accordingly is not ascribed to, is undervalued?
Well, I think we need a decent, and this goes back to remedying the award, a decent skills structure that not only differentiates between various levels of care and various levels of skill that's required, but provides a career pathway. At the moment, while there are certain levels designated in the awards, if you have a look at the remuneration for them, they are they are tiny, in some cases, cents difference per hour as you go from one level to the other. So you need decent increases, but clearly if you want to make the sector more attractive, we really need to do something about the remuneration. But I would also say, because this goes hand in glove with the working time conditions, we need to be providing income security and working time security to the workers. And it's instructive to have a look at the New Zealand case, because the wage increases there were really quite profound. Aged care workers had only been entitled to their national minimum wage. So there was a significant increase in wages, but then there are meaningful relativities between the different levels, the 4 levels of aged care worker that they have there, both in residential and home care work. So that's also going to be crucial in creating that value. And, well, you know, I think industrially one has to start there, because, as I said at the very beginning, aged care workers know that the work that they do is valuable. They know, and they're told by clients and residents and clients' families, that the work is valuable, but they feel very strongly that they are undervalued, and that means being involved in decision making. So in some of the better facilities I've been in, you'll actually see aged care workers, the frontline workers, brought in to meetings with the families when you're discussing how the resident is faring. The workers really feel that something like that recognises the fact that they're the ones who spend most time with that particular individual. And I've seen situations where allied health staff have been quite surprised at the level of knowledge that the frontline aged care worker actually has about that particular resident. So in some organisations, and I've had the privilege of going into probably better organisations than most, but even in the better organisations, there can be a view that your frontline workforce is unskilled and your registered nurse is a skilled one, and if you're lucky enough to have any enrolled nurses then they're also much more skilled than the home care or the residential aged care worker.
You've described the opportunities that you've had to see residential aged care facilities in Auckland, in Scotland. Is that part of the Decent Work and Good Care International Approaches to Aged Care project that you're a part of?
Yes, I'm leading that project with Scottish colleague and 2 Canadian colleagues, one of whom used to be based at the University of Sydney, but she's now at the University of British Columbia. So yes, that's a large Australian Research Council funded project.
And what is the objective of that research?
The objective of the research is to have a look at we're also looking at Canada, but because in Canada aged care is organised very much at the provincial level, so we're confining our investigation to Ontario, the largest province there. But the main objective is to really understand how different national systems, so these are the different policies, the funding, the regulation, so it's things like employment regulation, but it's also things like migration, for example, how all of that then gets operationalised through organisational practices and work design, and how that then shapes the quality of the work and the quality of the care. So we've been doing a lot of mapping work, a lot of systems mapping work, and we've been spending time in aged care organisations that have been recommended to us in the relevant countries as being of good quality. And we are really interested to see what they're doing right. So we're there to try and pick up promising practices. But within the countries, we're looking also at what we call promising policies. So, for example, the travel time in New Zealand is clearly a promising policy, but we're also very interested in the way that they have there of organising a more devolved aged care system. So aged care is organised through district health boards, and particularly within one district health board where we've spent quite a bit of time at aged care services, they have this, they call this alliancing model, so that the designated providers, for example, of aged care, work together, and this is really interesting in this particular case because there's two for-profits, two not-for-profits, but they actually share information, they share clients coming in to their particular area, and they have, because they work directly with their local health board, they are able to feed back what's working on the ground. And one of the terrific things that has happened through this is then the assessment and reassessment of clients' needs as they change is actually done through these particular organisations. So if you like, an assessor from the District Health Board is actually located in these organisations, and from the workers and the client's perspective, they can say, look, I'm worried that Mrs. Brown, for example, seems to be getting a bit frailer. I really think we're going to need to provide some additional care. And, you know, the next day an assessor will be out there reassessing that particular person's needs. So you have a very responsive system, partly because it's more localised. So that's one example of the kind of promising policies that we're picking up. Another one, and still digging through it, but in Scotland, they have a care inspectorate, and the care inspectorate is responsible for auditing all of aged care, residential and home care, but it's done, well, their whole system is very much outcomes focused, and in these reports, which are put up online, which are posted, so if you go into the residential aged care facility, the results of that latest Care Inspectorate report is up on the notice board for families, for visitors coming into the centre, and they are rated across various areas of standards. But in gathering the information, the Care Inspectorate will be talking to residents, for example, if you're in residential aged care, residents, families. It'll be talking to workers. It requires organisations to be doing regular surveys of its workforce and of its family and resident population. So it creates a lot of transparency within the system. So if I'm thinking of some service for my mother, for example, I can go online to the Care Inspectorate, look at the name of the particular service I'm interested in and see how they've rated over the time. And it's not just a rating. It's not just passed or failed, they're scored. And what's extremely interesting is that when you pull it up, I can actually see how things have improved or perhaps not improved in various domains. And then a narrative report is produced. So it's quite a bit of detail about what the inspectors observed, any areas they think need to be improved, and if there are areas designated to be improved, and they can be quite minor things. For example, in one aged care facility where I was, they felt that the deck, you've got to remember this is in a grim Glaswegian summer, but the deck wasn't very accessible for some of the residents, so that they were immediately had set about, you know, they got a carpenter in to try and make it, you know, somewhat more accessible by lowering the angle of the ramp. So that's the kind of details that are provided, and it's because somebody's actually out there in your facility and talking to you about how you go about it, but talking, as I said, to residents, to family members, and I think very importantly to workers. Workers are seen as an absolute central part of that, that auditing process.
And that project that you're involved in, Decent Work and Good Care, when is that due to conclude?
Well, we're getting to the end of our data gathering phase. As with all Australian Research Council projects, one spends, we're in our third year doing a lot of gathering of data, and then we'll be spending the next several years really synthesising that. But we've started the slow publication process, but we're using a quite good website that we've specially set up for the project. To present our findings as we go. Whenever we go into aged care facilities and run a case study, we give a very detailed report back to that aged care organisation about what we've found, you know, the promising practices we've found, but also things that we think that they ought to consider. And luckily, because they're the kinds of organisations that are open to more innovative practice, they welcome that feedback. A number have said to us that they really welcome an external set of eyes just coming in and seeing how things work. And we use quite an immersive process. So in every case study, we have a number of researchers, both what we call insider researchers. So if it's in Australia, I'm an insider researcher, but my Scottish and Canadian colleagues can, if you like, ask the dumb questions. They can say, oh, how does that work? I don't understand that. That's different from where I'm from. And likewise, I'm able to do that in New Zealand and most recently in Scotland. And that's very useful because it means that we pick up things that you mightn't pick up if you really knew the system, or you mightn't pick up if you were totally outside the system and didn't really understand the rationale for the ways in which things work. So we're, as I said, going back to your question, we're starting to publish from it. We're having an expert workshop next year, but we provide regular feedback to an ever-widening list of people through our newsletter and remain in contact with all the organisations with which we've been conducting those in-depth case studies.
Bearing in mind the stage of the project that the project's up to, what ability is there, in your view, to take these promising practices, these promising policies that you've identified in your work to the Australian aged care sector?
I think that they're all food for thought. It's very hard in a policy sense to just translate things whole as bolus. So, for example, the example I gave you of the Scottish Care Inspectorate only works if you've got health and care standards, health and social care standards that are outcomes focused, that recognise the important roles of workers, etc. So that there are various parts to the puzzle. You can't just, in Australia, you couldn't just import, for example, the Scottish Care Inspectorate. You would need a total renovation of our quality standards. So you need to be mindful, I suppose, of what parts you're adopting. But if I go back to the example of the New Zealand totally increasing wages, but also renovating the classification structure and hanging that off, specific skills that are qualifications that are required, I certainly think that provides a basis to start thinking about how we might do things differently in Australia.
Professor Charlesworth, that concludes the questions that I've got for you, and I'm conscious of not testing my luck with the internet connection. Were there other matters that I haven't taken you to in your evidence that you'd like to raise at this time before we conclude?
I suppose just one thing that I was originally asked to comment on and we touched just obliquely on, but I do think it's important, is the whole issue of the fact that we're starting to rely on temporary migrant workers in aged care, and I think that is concerning. Australia's history, Australia's always, in aged care, we've always had more overseas born workers, but they tend to have been long-term permanent migrant workers who've got the full rights and social protections of people with citizenship and permanent visa status. We are increasingly using what my colleagues and I describe as a number of backdoors. So international students are used a lot in residential aged care. They are here on temporary visas. They have very strict criteria as to how many hours they can work, be in paid employment a week. But we've recently started in Australia a Pacific Labour Scheme, which is a front door, if you like, which is the aim is to bring in Pacific Islanders to do a range of work. It's based on the seasonal workers program, but the idea is it wouldn't be seasonal. And the idea is this is something that is been described as a triple win. It's a win for the women and the families, there'll be mainly women doing the care work, women in their families in the sense that they'll be earning money. It's a win for the countries in that they'll be receiving remittances, and it's a win for Australia because we will be doing something to address what is seen as this looming labour force deficit. Concern is that these are temporary visas. The women will not be allowed to bring their families. When they're here, they're not covered by any social protection. By that I mean basic things like Medicare. The employment in the industry is not organised around a full-time norm. They will be located outside major cities, and that just sets up a whole lot of hallmarks of vulnerability. And we know it's been extremely well documented in both the UK and Europe, the plight that temporary migrant workers can find themselves in. They're often anxious to keep their jobs so that they may not be reporting, for example, health and safety issues. But there is also, I suppose, a concern that this is seen as the solution to the labour force deficit rather than addressing decent wages and remuneration. Australia will always have a lot of migrant workers in aged care, and that is important for a whole number of reasons, not least those who have the language skills to be able to communicate with older people, older migrants who often revert back to their mother tongue as they age. They find it increasingly difficult to speak English. So there's a really valuable workforce. But we do know that in both in Europe and in the UK that a lot of migrant workers have been treated very poorly by employers, and there is also some elements of racism, sometimes among clients and residents, but sometimes among co-workers. And I've spoken with workers who've experienced this. There's a view that they shouldn't be speaking another language if they're talking to a colleague who's of the same language group as them, so that there can be a whole lot of issues raised. So I just think it's importing another, bringing in some more vulnerability, and it's really only a temporary solution. The solution is to do something about the wages and the working time conditions, the skill recognition in the sector, and rather than relying on what are seen as short-term fixes.
At paragraph 58 of your statement, you describe the work of Anna Howe, who's looked at other developed countries, and that the Australian situation was best described as migrants working in aged care rather than as migrant aged care workers. Is that something that you've observed as changing since that time in 2009 when Anna Howe made that observation?
Yes, I mean, I still think it is predominantly true, because when I've, with other colleagues, done some work and we've used the National Aged Care Workforce Census and Survey, and we've kind of looked at where people arrive, but increasingly having a look at an integrated data set that the Australian Bureau of Statistics provides with its census, and it matches settlement data, and that works for permanent migrants. But if you look at the characteristics of recent Australian migrants, you can see that people working in care, and it's hard to get below that level because it's essentially a labour force survey, but are overwhelmingly now tending to arrive on temporary visas and are more likely to stay on temporary visas. So, and that really reflects the changes in Australia's migration regime. We used to be a country of permanent migration. We've shifted now much more to rely on temporary migration, and where you do the pathway to permanency depends, and this is where the undervaluation of aged care work, particularly frontline care work in the ABS occupational classifications, really makes an effect. If you are, for example, you're an aged care worker, you're on a temporary visa, you would like to transition to permanency, because your job is allocated ANSCO level 4, you are highly unlikely to be given or have access to permanency in that job. That is as an aged care worker. We do know that there is a number of people that arrive from India and the Philippines, and they'll have nursing qualifications which are not recognised in Australia, and they could apply for permanent residency if they're able to have their qualifications recognised and train up and be then going into a nursing job. That's possible, but as long as they're an aged care worker and they want to stay as an aged care worker, they will find it increasingly hard to achieve permanency. And I think I cited there, Peter Mayers has this wonderful expression talking about, permanent temporariness. So that is something that I think is going to be an ongoing issue and gets back to the kind of labour force that we need in aged care, which is a stable, sustainable labour force. So however it's made up, we need people who are going to be able to stay there. And having spending a lot of time in the UK, the real concern there is with Brexit looming very, very soon, the people who are there from Europe will suddenly not be able to work there anymore. So aged care is, the aged care sector, certainly in Scotland, the people I've been speaking to there are very worried about the impact of losing those people, and that's because they are essentially temporary migrants.
Commissioners, that concludes my examination of Professor Charlesworth.
Ms Charlesworth, it's Lynelle Briggs here. Thank you for your evidence. I think it's your morning in Sicily, so thank you for getting up early for that. I wanted to ask you about a couple of things. It's my understanding that the rate of unionisation in this sector is quite low. I think under 15%, so quite low. And we've had a sort of bunch of evidence today about there being different awards, state-based, federal and enterprise agreements. And it's almost like it's a collage or a matrix of different arrangements coming from everywhere. And it's very hard to see your way through this fog of different arrangements to get to what you're talking about, which is an improvement in wages across the board and conditions across the board and career-related pathways to higher wages and so on. So how do you do that? You know, how do we get there? Do we need a new model award that's a national award, or what are you proposing?
Well, I hope I haven't confused you, Commissioner Briggs. There are, in fact, just two relevant awards. So the award modernisation that took place in 2009, for example, in the award that covers home care workers, the Social Community Home Care and Disability Services Award, there were, I think, from memory, 32 awards. They were state, federal, territory awards that were, if you like, smooshed into that one award.
I appreciate that.
Yes, so, and then there's the Age Award, which covers the residential frontline workers, the personal care workers. So we do just have two awards. But I think if I can just try, and then on, so you have your two awards, and where you have an enterprise agreement, the enterprise agreement is supposed to sit on top of the award. In theory, it's supposed to be you bargaining for better wages and conditions. In practice, as you point out, unionisation is very low, and it's very hard to get data on unionisation in the sector, but I think your estimate is probably at the higher end. I suspect it's overall that it's lower than that. It is higher in residential aged care, is probably very much lower in home care. But in terms of what can be done, I mean, there is the industrial relations system, but a bit like in New Zealand, it was an act of will by their government that said, right, we're going to fix this. So I think trying to effect change through our current system of modern awards is incredibly difficult because our awards have been basically hollowed out under the Fair Work Act, but it was something that started under the Workplace Relations Act. I think we're going to need a multi-pronged approach, but I think what it starts with is government will that these issues are going to be addressed. And if these issues are going to be addressed, then there needs to be additional funding, there needs to be specific funding that is tied to these kinds of improvements.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Professor Charlesworth, thank you very much for sharing your research and depth of experience. Your statement is very informative, and we're grateful that you were able to give us the time at what must be a lot earlier there than we think it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Till 9:15 tomorrow morning.
As the Commission please.
The Royal Commission is now adjourned to a 9:15.